Hello, my Cybies. It is Friday, and on Fridays, we talk about whatever the fuck we feel like. Easy Walker in my Discord made me aware that In Praise of Shadows has an old video about Alan Wake. It's from 3 years ago, so he must have been algo gaming when Alan Wake 2 came out. So that just gave me an excuse to react to this idiot. That's really the only reason we're here. Because people were like, oh, you should do the old video of him canceling Wendigoon, and I'm like, oh, but it's like everybody's done that to fucking death. If you want to see somebody have a really funny fucking reaction to this guy's video that is the only thing he's known for, go watch Jay Longbone. She had the funniest goddamn stream on it. I can't top that, so... But, knowing that he went after one of my special interests... I know this is from Alan Wake 2, but you gotta love Ilka Vili just jazz dancing with a straight face like that. He's the goat. Ilka Vili is the physical actor for Alan. There's a different guy who does the voice. I didn't even know that until like the credits of Alan Wake's American Nightmare after I played it for the first time. Because they both do such a good job portraying this character. But, Ilka, as you might imagine, is Finnish, and he didn't speak English very well when they did the first game, so they had Matthew Peretta provide the voice, and now they've both also done live-action acting as different characters in the series, which is very cute and very fun. So, yes. So, yeah, we might need some history. Those of you who were there for my Alan Wake-a-thon last Halloween will know that I have an above-average interest in this series. The first game especially. I always called the first game my personal Deadly Premonition. I always liked it as like a B-movie type thing, but so many of the concepts, they doubled down so hard on them in the sequel, I have to assume they were all on purpose and not as derpy as I initially believed. But I've played the original Alan Wake like 4 or 5 times. The last one being on stream just 6 months ago. So, and then I played Control and Alan Wake 2 for the very first time. And of course we have this funny video where I had to cut down the DLC where you play as fucking Rose. It was hysterical. But yeah, these are all unlisted, but you can find the playlist on my homepage.
Power sent a super chat. Oh boy, I can't wait to see this guy wildly misinterpret a piece of media while inserting politics when no one asked him to.
Yeah, I'm already seeing frequent comments in the comment section of his video, where he assumes something is a Twin Peaks reference that isn't, and it's very obvious why it's not a Twin Peaks reference. So it seems like this whole video he's going to be saying Alan Wake bad because it has Twin Peaks references. And I've seen Twin Peaks, but it was a long time ago, so my memory may not be the best. So anybody who's more of a Twin Peaks aficionado, please feel free to jump in the chat or super chat. Oh, stop it, Cryo. You were there. Stop dad joking at me. Actually, this one's not unlisted. This is the #1 fan DLC. I distilled all the craziness of it into 13 minutes. It was very fun. So now, if you don't remember who In Praise of Shadows is, you will as soon as I show you this. Remember this guy? It was like a year ago. He released a video called, like, Conservative Horror, and he was saying, like, all these right-wingers shouldn't be allowed to talk about horror movies because they're inherently liberal, because, you know, the hill people in The Hills Have Eyes are kind of like black people and Native Americans, you guys. So they were right to kill that family.
At Crossover Productions 2395 sent a super chat. Been playing Invincible versus recently. Anyone else?
I didn't know they had a game, actually. Now I'm kind of curious. I haven't been keeping up with the show. I've seen, like, the first 2 seasons. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I was just getting a message. But yeah, so let's play a little bit of this to remind ourselves of who In Praise of Shadows is. Now, he had a channel, but this is all anyone knows this guy for. Yeah, see? Frog's like, oh, that guy! The only thing anyone knows this guy for is the guy who tried to cancel Wendigoon, and he had to cut this whole section out of his video.
At CatsRule10 sent a super chat. Hi, Sai. Got my first paycheck at my career job today. Wanted to say thanks for your streams keeping me entertained while I've been struggling in college and retail. Here's to more success down the line for the both of us.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm always glad to be your background noise, always glad to entertain you and help you through your day. Very wise decision to give me your money. But no, genuinely, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do some sort of good work here, I believe. But anyway, so yeah, all anyone knows this guy is the guy who tried to cancel Wendigoon and complained that he was rich at like 21 and said reservations are terrible and that he doesn't believe that Wendigoon is part Native American. Like, it was and then he accused him of founding the Boogaloo Boys, which I think is the section I'm on.
According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the word Boogaloo began to appear in online forums related to hate content on 4chan somewhere between 2010 and 2012, when, Wendigoon would have been about 10 to 12 years old. Specifically, I have seen multiple times.
And this is all based on a comment of Wendigoon saying, yeah, I used to use the word Boogaloo in my screen names, but then the Boogaloo Boys came along, and I don't affiliate with that. That's like literally all he's going by.
That it is believed to have been born on gun-related forums. I can find no evidence that within their organizational structure, that they have any allusion to their values starting or being connected to Che Guevara in any capacity. So claiming he was the first to start using it, or among the first, is not true, and is frankly a bizarre claim to make. By the time he would have made his Boogaloo Boy username, the word would have already had a near decade of being entrenched into the deepest layers of alt-right internet radicalized extreme racism.
So yeah, so literally none of this matters. Like, the whole video is bizarre. Like, he's talking about how I went to a horror convention and I had to walk, and that's not very accessible. And again, he's saying reservations are horrible places, and it's like, he has so many bad takes in this. And he's clearly just jealous of Wendigoon. He's clearly just jealous of Wendigoon's success. Like, there was even one section where he's like, Wendigoon followed me on Twitter to intimidate me, and he must have seen his fans insulting me in the comments since he followed me. And Wendigoon was like, oh, no, I didn't see that. In fact, I followed you on Twitter because I liked this video of yours and just saw you had a Twitter and followed you. Like... This guy, like, he did this all to himself. He was completely fucking paranoid. So, yeah, if you've never seen this Bo Blacks, who is also a lowcow now, he still has a post up with the whole section that, in praise of shadows, IPOS, I piece of shit, that's his name, had to, remove from the video because he just completely made an idiot of himself. Yeah, he thought he was an op, and it's just like... It's like, the day Wendigoon followed you on Twitter was the most important day in your life, but for him it was only Tuesday. I don't know. But also, some of you out there might be wondering, well, what is Alan Wake? And I do have a video prepared to you to explain what Alan Wake is, so I hope this is helpful. So, here we go.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am your host,
yes, that's David Harwood.
And I present to you the Old Gods of Asgard featuring that best-selling writer Alan Wake. This is Herald of Darkness.
Alright, everybody, this is epic. It's buffering, but this is the Game Awards. Even people who didn't know the series love this.
Chilling thrillers of hard-boiled killers became bestsellers. It was all too much, I had to get away. The story's the end, all a piece of true fiction made meaningless in the face of creation. But there is more to it than meets the eye. I never meant for it to ruin my life that way. Would you say you lived a jaded lie? Dark shades could never save the day. So sad, but true. Fun in the nightmares, touching the lights, which a gift or a curse, a reality made of dreams.
There's Sam Lake himself right there. Looking like this is why he makes video games. Our auteur. He's finished Kojima. Exactly. Sam Lake is everything David Cage wishes he fucking was. He is a crazy man. So yeah, Remedy Studios is an independent Finnish game company, and they love doing stuff like this. Every single one of their games has a musical sequence, because you do get to witness this sequence in the actual game. I think this is the game version. We'll just look at a little bit of it, yeah. There we go. You actually see this in-game. You can walk through a set of it.
So you were drawn to stories early on. My dreams would light up my imagination. And you had nightmares night and
I'll let it play in the background, but, so the band, they're called the Old Gods of Asgard in-game, but they're an actual band called Poets of the Fall that they use in, like, all of their games. So this is like a pure artist-driven indie company, and this is the kind of shit they do.
Ed Cool Kid 75
It is
50
peak.
sent a super chat. Is this peak chat?
It is peak, and like I mentioned before, I did play through all the games on if you go to my Alan Wake-a-thon list. So I played through the first one. I did the DLC American Nightmare, and then I played Control, which is related to Alan Wake. And Control Resonant is coming out soon. So I'm gonna be playing that on stream this year, so get ready for some more Remedy-verse shit, guys.
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. Hello.
Hello. So yes, I'm informing everybody what Alan Wake is. This is all you need to know what Alan Wake is. But yeah, so that's your... Now, he's only talking about the first game in this video, mind you. And here I am making a bunch of Alan Wake 2 references. I can't help myself. It's so peak, man. It like I didn't like the gameplay of Alan Wake 2 because they made it a little bit more hardcore survival horror, where the first game was more of an action game, and it really annoyed me. But they also have, like, you can just put it on easy mode. You can just put it on God mode in the settings, and it's fine. Because I was just there for the story. Hey, Billy Donuts, you're just in time for the video. I was just giving everybody the history of what brought us here. But we'll just get right into it and see. I see a bunch of people correcting him in the comments as it is. So let's see how. And this is like an hour-and-a-half long video, so I don't know how long we're gonna be here. I don't promise I won't pause, Andy. And I will explain the game as we go. But yeah.
At Sawasomeness sent a super chat. Damn. My Verizon Nokia 2 volts is about to die.
That's impossible. Nokias are indestructible.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking, why? but there
He's just repeating the opening narration of the game.
can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us, and is what we will remember in the end.
Oh, actually, hang on, let me get rid of my little music thing. I don't think I'm gonna play music during this one in case he has some.
These are the opening words of the 2010 Remedy video game Alan Wake.
They
And
sure
with its
are.
very first line, it sets the stage of a prolonged question that asks, what if we took Tyrion's horrible importance of story speech from the last episode of Game of Thrones and adapted it into a video game? For a story
I'm pretty sure this came out before Game of Thrones was on television, guy. The first game was in 2007, I believe. Release date. Okay, 2010, my bad, but still, I think pretty much before the end of Game of Thrones, so already you're wrong.
that is about stories, and what it means to tell a story and to craft a story. The basic setup is quite simple. Alan Wake is a best-selling American
The setup is anything but simple, but let's hear him explain it.
story that is about stories, and what it means to tell a story and to craft a story. The basic setup is quite simple. Alan Wake is a best-selling American novelist who has suffered for the past 2 years with writer's block after a near-nervous breakdown due to the James Patterson-like success of his pop fiction Alex Casey detective novels. He has gone on a retreat with his wife, Alice, to the small Pacific Northwest town of Bright Falls, something that which he thinks is a short vacation to get away, but Alice has other plans for him. She intends it to be a refresh to give him that much-needed spark again. But as soon as they arrive in a supernatural incident, Alice is swallowed by the nearby lake, which is implied to be alive. And once darkness descends in the night, the townsfolk of Bright Falls transform into shadowy, murderous, demonic entities, who seem to be hunting down Alan specifically. And
And that's not quite right. I mean, he didn't mention how the old woman from the lake tricked them into going there in the first place, but
against
alright.
his will, Alan finds himself trapped in a plot that could be ripped straight from the
Against his will? Against his will, he's trapped in a plot? Did you forget who's writing it? He's also writing it. See, we're playing Alan inside the story, but Alan is also writing the story. That's kind of the setup in the game. It's pretty obvious, because as you go through the game, you find various instances of Alan on the TV, writing in the room. Actually, let's see, Alan Wake TV scenes. Let me, So as you go around the game, you will find TVs showing Alan writing in the room, and it's live action Ilkavili.
Bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I'm just gonna keep this video up in case we need it for lore, but yeah, so we're playing Alan in the story that Alan is writing. He's written himself into the story. So there's two Alans, but also there's not. You know?
entities, who seem to be hunting down Alan specifically. And against his will, Alan finds himself trapped in a plot that could be ripped straight from the pages of one of his books. As artists,
Well, no, Alan wasn't a horror writer. He was a crime fiction writer. He hadn't written horror before. That was kind of a plot point.
of his books. As artists, I truly believe that we can learn a lot more about writing and creating art from dissecting flawed works than we can from masterpieces. Sometimes seeing where something fell off or went wrong is all that we need to figure out how to do something in a more creative and effective way within our own work.
I don't believe for a fucking second that you're more creative than Sam Lake.
I don't think that there's a great deal that you can actually learn about writing
I'm something of an artist myself, yes.
comics from reading The Killing Joke, for instance. But The Three Jokers is a wellspring of knowledge of how not to do something. The Three Jokers is really an example of something, created by someone who
Oh boy, we're already Anthony Gramuglia-like tangents into other works to say, look how much I read these things.
learned how to write just from reading old Alan Moore comics.
Yes, Captain Max, it is implied that the Alex Casey books are Max Payne. And in the fucking Rose DLC in Alan Wake 2, there was yet another pun name for the crime books. It was called Will Hurt. God damn it.
And also, just as a side note, Alan Moore has in the past described Jeff Johns, the writer of that book, as a parasite and a raccoon that constantly shifts through his garbage in the dead of night. and I just find that
Who
very
cares?
funny.
What does this
And
have
he
to
said
do with
that
Alan
before
Wake?
Johns ever wrote Doomsday Clock or Three Jokers,
When are we getting to
which
the
serve
Alan
as
Wake
direct sequels to his books,
factory?
both in style and in story. But before we get to that, we should start with some of the positives and a breakdown of the core gameplay.
Okay.
Alan Wake is a game rich with atmosphere, and it does this really well.
He's right, because even now, because when I was playing it, I didn't remember if I had the original or the remaster on Steam. It wasn't until I saw the big Verizon billboards and the Energizer batteries that I realized I was playing the original, but it still looks good on PC, even now.
Easily stands out among the best of that console generation and even holds up today in that department. The artistry there is near unparalleled. The footage you are seeing in this video is from the recent PS5 remaster of the game, but everything that I'm saying is applied to the base 360 version as well. The music swells with an impressive soundtrack, consisting of both a very effective original orchestral score and pre-existing songs.
God, this is boring me. Yeah, I think really the only difference in the remaster kinda is like the facial animations are really improved.
To fit the tone. The wind howls, shaking trees and groaning their trunks. The darkness of evening seeps into muddled black pools, and the wooded pathways become more treacherous as nighttime descends. Alan's paranoia manifests with bizarre visions through televisions and independently moving furniture. It's great stuff.
I mean, that's not him hallucinating, that's the dark presence coming after him.
Not only are the woods impressively done, but every location that you will visit in this game is rendered with such an authentic commitment to detail that you will...
Yeah, that's another thing, because when we saw Bright Falls again in Alan Wake 2, I was like, oh my god, I recognize the entire layout of the town, even places we weren't able to go to in the original game. Like, they have the same exact layout for the town. It was really fun.
Often find yourselves standing still, just looking off into the horizon. Everywhere that you go, there are blackbirds flying around and watching you from posts. You later learn that the birds are working for the dark presence that is hunting Alan, and that they can swarm you as mini-boss fights, which leaves the forest feeling like it is full of spies that always have their eyes on you in a fun way similar to the spies of Isengard and Saruman.
Can this guy say anything without referencing another piece of media? Okay, I am gonna speed him up a little bit, because, God, he's tedious.
The game directly references Lord of the Rings several times, and I imagine this concept is
What?
taken directly from that.
When? Examples? Because I don't recall that. 1.25 is a little too fast. But look, you can do this now. You can kind of like tweak it. So let's put him on 1.15. That might be better for my audio processing.
But it works and is subtle enough, so I don't really mind it, compared to a lot of the other references the game outright makes. I'm also a big fan of environmental and in-universe graphic designs in games. If you give me a lot of signs for fake businesses to look at and read on streets, then I will take a lot of time to do that as a player. Which is something that Alan Wake exceeds at. Every environment feels decorated in ways that feel thoughtful and purposeful. The design people went crazy with a lot of these interiors, and while it frequently is relying too heavily on Twin Peaks iconography, which is something that seeps into every aspect here, even down to the blankets on beds.
How are the blankets of fucking Twin Peaks? God, Twin Peaks has had a lot of influence on a lot of things, especially horror like this. That it's not a bad thing to be inspired by Twin fucking Peaks.
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. I saw on Blesky that you were fighting someone by the name of Sucker Punch.
Yeah, they were trying to start a fight over, like, a super chat you gave? And they didn't even know what they were talking about?
At Ed Stevens 5542 sent a super chat. I only knows this guy from his Witches in Media series that he stopped after 2 videos.
Oh, good. He's also the guy who tried to cancel Wendigoon and was a laughingstock of the internet like a year ago. And thank you for the hippo sticker, Cryo. You guys can't... Unfortunately, when you get YouTube stickers, you can't display those on screen. There isn't a mechanism to do that. I really wish there was.
It's clear that a greater eye to how a room should feel when entering it was used than on most 360-era games. Really, an attention to detail in general
there's
is
so
the
much
core design
padding in
thesis
this
for the works of
video.
Alan Wake. I do have to place a complaint here, though, in relation to the recent remaster that I'm using footage for. In their 2019 game Control, there are these little live-action flashes that can happen. They give emotional and information-based bits of context to what is going on. These are not in the original Alan Wake, but they have added them
I just showed you that they fucking are. This is how it started. Because Remedy likes to work live action footage into their games, and they're one of the only game companies I've seen do it well. So yes, idiot, there were live action portions in Alan Wake 1.
I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic
just
lake,
like him mogging
using
for
his
the
powers
camera.
to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks.
Oh, that's a reference. So anyway, yes, there were live-action cutscenes, doofus. You had to stand and watch them on the TVs. You probably weren't fucking paying attention. But yeah, increasingly, I love the way they do it in Control. They basically overlay live-action footage over the gameplay as you're, like, walking around. Actually, let me see if I can find an example of that. Probably with just the Alan Wake DLC. Alan Wake in Control. Just so I can show you guys what it looks like. Yeah, here we go. It's a really cool effect.
Darkness engulfed the elevator.
Now, see?
There was something there.
It's not just Alan. They do all these like weird cutscenes in Control like this. It's such a cool fucking effect.
Forward, trying to make her
And you can like walk forward while these are going on.
call.
As the person recording this is kind of doing.
Sense the drowning man.
So, one thing about Remedy is they like to be a multimedia experience.
Of some of these rooms by just having giant QR codes on the wall for you to scan with your real-life phone, which will then take you to a YouTube link to watch them and then pretend like they were part of the game. It's a
Okay, well, yeah, okay, they added these. They're not pretending it was part of the original game, stupid. It was their way to hype the sequel. Though, I did see these QR codes even in the not remaster, so they must have updated the original game to add them, because there weren't QR codes in the original game. I don't think they even existed yet, or they were very, very new at the time, in 2010. So, I think they added them to the original as well, and it's just to hype people for the sequel, man. It's just a marketing thing. It's not like, oh, we added in cutscenes later with QR codes. It was to get people interested in Alan Wake 2 when it was coming out, which is why you made this video, because it was topical in 2023.
for some reason. Instead of actually
They were in the OG? Really? I never remembered them. Interesting, because those cutscenes look like they were filmed recently, because he's got the long hair and everything. Yeah, because long-haired Alan is Alan Wake 2, and that was made, like fucking 13 years later. So I think those are new. But yes, the original did have... when I was playing the ending of the game, I'm driving around saying, this is how God intended Alan Wake to be played, with the giant Verizon billboards during the finale.
inserting them into the game.
No, I think they updated the PC version of the original to add those.
They ruin the atmosphere of some of these rooms by just having giant QR codes on the wall
Honestly, I didn't even notice many of them. I think I noticed that one on the billboard. I don't think I really noticed them
for you to
when I
scan
played
with your
it.
real-life phone, which will then take you to a YouTube link to watch them and then pretend like they were part of the game. It's a bafflingly stupid
Yeah,
solution.
Alan with long hair and a beard is Alan Wake 2 shit, so they added these to hype the game, not to pretend there were cutscenes all along. And again, there were fucking live-action cutscenes already.
To a fake problem. And if they wanted them in here, they should have either inserted them or left them out. It's their game after all. People who have never played this before
HSL sent
would
a
be
super chat. I fought 5 o'clock traffic for mid-food. Start from the beginning, please. I'm joking. Ara.
Thank you for being clear, you're joking. My autism might have gotten confused. So, he's saying if you haven't played the game before, these are gonna ruin the experience, but I've played this game multiple times and I barely noticed the new QR codes, so...
It's a bafflingly stupid solution to a fake problem. And if they wanted them in here, they should have either inserted them or left them out. It's their game.
Actually, what... Alan Wake QR code scene. Somebody's probably uploaded these. Okay, so when the fuck were these made?
I was trapped here. Had been for what felt like years. Outside reality. What we count as real. I wrote to find a way out. I wrote to master this place. To learn its secrets. Use that knowledge to rewrite my reality. Once upon a time, I had written hard-boiled crime books set in New York City. Till I was sick of it. The Alex Casey books. A detective solving cases of murder, corruption and madness in the dark city. This place tapped into my unconscious mind. Drew from there. Twisting what it stole into a nightmare that took shape around me. A mystery. A detective story. I needed a detective to guide me. Echoes of Casey haunted me.
Yeah, this is set up for Alan Wake 2. So he's acting like they retroactively added in live-action cutscenes that weren't needed for Alan Wake 1. And yeah, they weren't needed for Alan Wake 1, because these are clearly teasing Alan Wake 2. It's a marketing thing, buddy, not trying to solve a problem. Look at that credit! So he didn't take this footage himself. So did you play the game, or did you just want to push out an Alan Wake video because the sequel was coming out in 2023?
After all. People who have never played this before would be so confused as to why Alan has just a massive QR poster on the walls of his office.
I would not be surprised that he would,
The base
honestly.
idea of the gameplay also is mainly what the title is known
I was saying in chat before stream, it's like, Alan is my Blorbo that I get to shit talk. Nobody else gets to shit talk him.
for. And while it is not explored to the fullest extent that it could be, it is a pretty unique idea. It takes its over-the-shoulder camera function from Remedy's previous title, Max Payne, as well as hints of improvements from Resident Evil 4. It is
They didn't make that game, so why are you, like, even comparing? Like, oh, they improved on Resident Evil 4, a game by a completely different company.
the same type of camera setup they would later use in Quantum Break and Control. And while it is near perfected in Control
Quantum Break footage not found because nobody cares about it.
and feels great to use, here it feels a little awkward at times. It's just slightly too far from Alan, which can make him feel a bit floaty,
Actually, my brother could cosplay pretty convincingly as Alan Wake.
and sometimes can get caught on something,
I guess I'll have to put on a red jacket and be Barry.
when you're in a corner leading to some unfair hits while in combat. I don't know exactly what all is off about it. I just know that it doesn't feel right to play, and that is always
Yeah, the gameplay's a little clunky because it's an old game. It's not terrible, though. Like, I like the general mechanics of it. You wear down the Taken with your flashlight, and that allows you to shoot them. So you have to burn the darkness off them first, and then you can shoot them. And it can get pretty hairy. You'll hear me yelping and screaming a lot playing it if you watch my playthrough.
is a bad sign. The driving also is really horrible. It's not quite
Yes.
as bad as it is in Cyberpunk, but it does.
Or you're as bad at driving in video games as I am, which, yeah, there's a clip, I meant to make it into a short, I might still, where I was complaining about the driving in the game, and then I immediately, like, horrifically crashed the car in a way that shouldn't even be possible.
Doesn't feel good at all, which is a massive shame because I would love to get in Alan's car or truck and just drive through.
Quantum Break is now semi-canon thanks to Timebreaker Night Springs. Well, Timmy Breaker, the Timebreaker, was also in Alan Wake 2, so yes. And Mr. Door is Mr. Hatch. Unfortunately, the original actor for Mr. Hatch passed away, so they got David Harwood, and now he's Mr. Door. But it's Sam Lake kind of reintegrating all this stuff in a way that is licensed to them, because they don't own Quantum Break anymore. It got taken out from under them. Maybe one day I'll just play Quantum Break just to play it, just to round out my Remedyverse experience, but...
this impressive landscape that they have designed here while listening to the radio. It is often my favorite thing to do in these types of games, and the fact that you can't hear.
Alan Wake shouldn't have been an open world game. It was that time period. They tried to make the game work like a TV show, like a playable TV show, and they put a perfunctory open world in it, and it, like... I think it was originally supposed to be open world, but honestly, they should have just taken out all the driving portions. They're nothing. Keith David playing Mr. Door would be pretty fun too, but I don't know. David Harwood, like, he was He was so good. Like, he has that cheeky impishness of, like, a supernatural being who's fucking with you, but then when he gets serious, he's scary, you know?
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Which filmmaker would adapt Alan's books well?
Oh, I don't know. I don't watch a lot of, like, crime movies, though, so I would assume someone who's, like, really good with crime movies. I would just say I'd want Edgar Wright to adapt Alan Wake, because he's my favorite director, but...
Despite an open world being designed, is a massive shame. Luckily, or unluckily, there isn't much driving in this at all, so you don't have to deal with it a lot. And I would rather have it here than not, because it is fun enough when you get the chance to do it, even if it feels frustrating at times. As well as having the added benefit of adding variation to the gameplay.
So basically, I like to drive the cars around. You're not really saying that much about the game, though.
We will get to this in a moment, but the driving aspects in this almost certainly were not finished.
Hey, Dio, I'm glad you're here. He's gonna bring up Twin Peaks a lot, and I fucking, don't remember enough about Twin Peaks to say smart things, so I'm hoping you will be in chat telling me why he's wrong.
Or polished to the degree that they would have liked, but were functionable.
If you liked Scott Pilgrim, go watch Hot Fuzz. Trust me.
Enough at least to include in these small, short snippets of levels. Within combat, the gunplay is not the most important thing going on here. Alan's most powerful weapon is his flashlight, which he uses to expel the darkness from his enemies, which cannot even be damaged with—
He hasn't brought up Twin Peaks yet, don't worry, Dio. He's rambling on about the gameplay and being really fucking boring right now.
Bullets before he does this. And he can use lights, not only from his flashlight, but also his flare gun, and other environmental objects to—
I've already seen in the comments, though, he got one really big thing wrong and said it was a Twin Peaks reference. We'll get there when we get there.
To his advantage. Creating a resource management system, where not only do you have to worry about your ammunition and health, but also how many batteries you have left to power your lights. There's also a dodge that can be—
Alright, I'm gonna skip his whole talk about the fucking gameplay, because this is so fucking boring. What Alan Wake isn't? Oh, do tell me. What ugly fucking font?
Early on the 360 was no small task. And I imagine in a perfect world with unlimited resources and time, they would have liked to incorporate more options for creative light uses and combat options.
Duh.
Ultimately, Alan—
A game would have more features if it, had more time. Yeah.
At Evie Tomato Soup Full sent a super chat. Hey Sai, if I'm dedicated, this should be my last super chat in a while. Sorry, but I got to save up for a new car. Wish I could support you more.
Oh, don't worry about that. Hey, just attending streams helps me, So, just being here helps me. Helps my watch time. So, hey, don't worry if you can't give super chats. I always say, don't give me super chats if you can't afford it. Spend your money on you first. I'm frivolous. I'm a luxury.
Alan Wake is a game about story and the very act of writing. And for a game that is about story and writing and character, it understands little of what it is trying to engage with.
I'm going to kill you. I did apologize for calling the Remedy team bad writers during my my Rose section. I might just play that video toward the end of stream just so we'll have that'll be our palate cleanser. More me, but
at least is unable to do so through the medium of being a game. Alan Wake as a character is a bad pulp writer. It is pretty much a reoccurring joke throughout the story that he is very tropey and not particularly good, even though
that's the thing though. Why I used to call this game my personal deadly premonition was I was never sure if Alan was supposed to be a bad writer or not. And I was never sure if he's supposed to be an asshole or not. Alan Wake 2 confirms, yes, his writing is supposed to be not that great, and yes, he is supposed to be kind of an asshole. Which kind of makes the first game a lot better to me.
He sells a lot of copies, and is popular. The argument could be made that Alan Wake as a game is trying to play with these ideas, while also at the same time falling short into the same traps of pop writing the titular character befalls.
Well, yeah, well again, their pages of his writing are bad on purpose, guy. That's the joke!
Wake as a game is trying to play with these ideas, while also at the same time falling short into the same traps of pop writing the titular character befalls. And some could argue that that is the point, but I would ask those people, to what end? Emulating low-tier tropes and doing nothing new with them is still just the same thing.
What's a low-tier trope in this game? I'm trying not to, integrate the rest of the Remedyverse into my arguments. Let's just focus on just Alan Wake 1. But even then, when it is tropey on purpose, that is the purpose of it, you know? It's supposed to be invoking that trope. But as far as the actual story itself goes, it's pretty fucking unique, you know? A writer rewriting reality with the help of a dark presence, a dark Lovecraftian cosmic horror from a lake. You know, that's pretty unique.
Jessel sent a super chat, backing up fellow Cybies who can't do super chats. I am here to give her money for you. Nya.
Am I supposed to go nya? You know, like nya? Anyway, so... And I'll show you guys some resources if you want to learn more about the series, but I do recommend playing these games if you're liking these ideas. I mean, I'm only explaining the parts he's getting wrong, but there is a lot to this.
Nothing transformative there. This is a problem with Remedy games in general, in my opinion, and it kind of baffles me. They are obviously inspired by non-video game works. They've had 2 titles based around the concept of being a video game and a television show combined, one of which is based around horror novels. There is such a deep well to draw from. But for people who seem to want to dissect and engage with the art form of long-form storytelling, as you can see here in what we're going to discuss with the game's narrative, they seem to have little interest in actually telling a coherent, long-form story. I feel...
Or you just didn't get it? I mean, these are rather abstract, surrealist stories. You kind of have to go with their logic. Very Lynchian in that way.
One of which is based around horror novels. There is such a deep well to draw from. But for people who seem to want to dissect and engage with the art form of long-form story...
Yeah, every super chat you send me, IPOS will get, like, a little migraine, or he'll stub his toe or something, I promise.
No. As you can see here in what we're going to discuss with the game's narrative, they seem to have little interest in actually telling a coherent, long-form...
that gameplay footage that reminded me of just, like, barreling my way through Control under-leveled because I was trying to get to Alan Wake 2 in a sufficient amount of time!
Story. I feel that most games are slightly terrified of actually telling a story, or having cutscenes that last longer than a minute.
I love how you're showing, like, Marvel slop when you're talking about games being afraid to have a story. Oh, you're comparing, like, fucking Marvel slop to fucking Remedy, for God's sakes.
One of my biggest criticisms of 2018 Spider-Man is that you could tell that the developers were anxious if there was a...
Can you, like, it's like he just shoves in a bunch of things he wanted to talk about but couldn't make entire videos about. Like, so far, what, you've referenced, like, Lord of the Rings, fucking Marvel Spider-Man. What was even the first thing he went off into a tangent about that had nothing to do with fucking Alan Wake? Oh, like, the Joker comics? Like, dude, hello, focus.
Single moment of downtime to progress the story, without a building exploding or something. I think the birthday party scene is probably the worst in that whole game, and is also one of the first that you experience. It left a really bad taste in my mouth.
@_space frog sent a super chat. This wants to give IPOs a slight stomach cramp.
Thank you. We need that. We need
We have
that.
to establish that MJ and Peter
This is worse than Lily.
To
Jesus.
introduce the main villain. Show Aunt May's ordinary life, where she works and her relationship
So if you kept this video about actually Alan Wake, what, would it be like 45 fucking minutes long?
to Peter, and how she worked to put him through college, and also have it be her birthday party all at the same time. And Peter doesn't even stay for the party because being Spider-Man is a full-time job. So he
Who
leaves pretty much the second it
cares?
starts. It is okay for scenes to
Did
accomplish
Alan
and
write
juggle
this?
multiple
Otherwise, I
ideas
don't
in the same
care.
moment. Economy of time is a strong writing
Did
skill.
Alan write this
But
under
Peter
a pen
isn't allowed to
name?
just go to his aunt's birthday. There isn't a single scene in the game where he just checks
Yeah, I'm surprised. Expect Anthony Gabagool to be, like, defending this guy because I'm making fun of him.
on the most important person in his life, just to make sure that she's doing okay with everything going
Oh
on
my
in the world.
God, why
Without
are we
the scene
still
also
talking
trying to do a
about
bunch
fucking
of other different
Spider-Man? I don't
Spider-Man-related
care!
things that have
We're here to
absolutely
talk about
no
Alan
real connection
Wake!
to their relationship with each other as people, which makes her death feel hollow, because we only know her as a device whose scenes are only used to push the plot forward for Spider-Man, rather than
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna fast forward until you get back to Alan Wake. Oh my God.
games as a medium for decades, and can be felt throughout the entire
Hold up.
identity, cannot be explored, because it is too rigidly attached
Oh
to the
my
standards
God!
dictated by what is expected of an action video game. This unwillingness to slow the pace to give emotional information with a story is a major problem that has stunted video games as a medium for decades, and can be felt throughout the entire
Video games have to have gameplay and aren't just a passive, like, storytelling experience you sit and watch. Wow.
entirety of Alan Wake, especially considering that most of the dialogue in the game is talking about story and the act of story, writing, and the creative process.
Huh?
On paper, Remedy Games.
Alan likes to monologue to himself, yes. Are you gonna insult Remedy as a company again? Because I'm going to come to your house and beat you up.
Especially considering that most of the dialogue in the game is talking about story and the act of story, writing, and the creative process. On paper, Remedy games seem like they would be the exact sort of thing that I love. A neo-noir action shooter detective mystery. A horror Stephen King and Twin Peaks
How did you pronounce noir there? Neo-noir?
inspired game set in the Pacific Northwest. A hard sci-fi television-styled story-based game centered around the idea of time manipulation.
This guy actually liked Quantum Break, oh god.
An X-Files SCP-based secret mysterious government organization that contains powerful, mystical objects which need to be
And they're all related, they're all in the same universe, actually.
explored. All very cool ideas. But everything that they do is a pastiche of greater things, an imperfect clone. If you're not aware, Twin Peaks is an early American 90s television show that's cultural
There you go, Dio, it's your time to shine, Dio. I'll be watching for you in the chat.
impact is incalculable. It is almost impossible at this point to write a story that focuses on a small town, without playing with tropes that were either developed or popularized by Stephen King or Twin Peaks. It is my
Okay, you're throwing Stephen King in there just because Stephen King is mentioned a lot in Alan Wake. Like fucking Alan fanboys over Stephen King, which is a little weird because it's like, aren't you also a famous writer? You know?
At Bean4509 send a super chat. This video makes me feel like a trapped animal and I will gnaw my leg off to escape this.
Uh-oh, here comes Dio saying, oi mate, you what? You what about my favorite American show?
At Ed Stevens 5542 sent a super chat. Say you play life sim without saying you play life sim.
Is that, did he give himself, did he tell on himself somewhere?
all very cool ideas. But everything that they do is a pastiche of greater things, an imperfect clone. If you're not aware, Twin Peaks is an early American 90s television show that's cultural impact is incalculable.
Yes, its cultural impact is incalculable, so obviously it's going to have a lot of influence on other media, which it does. Plenty of things have been inspired by Twin Peaks, or have Twin Peaks inspired. You even see Twin Peaks references in anime a lot. Like, the Japanese love Twin Peaks for some reason.
It is almost impossible at this point to write a story that focuses on a small town, without playing with tropes that were either developed or popularized by Stephen King or Twin Peaks.
I mean, you want to talk about a tropey fucking writer. I mean, I've mentioned before, I have the same relationship with Stephen King's writing as I do with Kojima's writing. I'm very love-hate with it, you know? I'll be like, wow, you're a genius, but this thing you just wrote is also very fucking stupid. You know?
At Danny_Strava send a super chat. I'm going to regret this, but ara attacks.
Text, like, text is like, ara, now I'm just Damien. Now, ara. There you go. It's early 90s, but technically it's an 80s series. Well, yeah, it would have been developed in the 80s if it came out in, like, 1990 exactly.
It is my personal favorite single piece of media, and is something that I and a great deal of others hold great reverence for.
Oh, hear that, Dio? Hear that, Dio? He says he's not a tourist. You get to call him on it if he is.
And as artists, this reverence is important to recognize, and show self-restraint, so that it does not pollute your own work. As this really gross thing has happened in the past 30 years or so, where some works emulate Twin Peaks and Lynch to a point of just being a worse version of that, with little to no artistic ingenuity or integrity behind
I have no
it.
idea what you're even referencing
They have,
here.
more or less with Alan Wake, constructed a world here entirely of visual references stolen whole cloth from Twin Peaks. As a
I'm going to kill you. What, just the diner? And it being like a town in Washington? Damien can break containment at any moment. Damien just lives in my head now.
At Jessel sent a super chat. If he wanted to compare Twin Peaks to a game, he should have gone for Deadly Premonition. The best worst game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it does have Twin Peaks references, but it's not like copying Twin Peaks. It just has very, very obvious homages to it. Like, if they were just trying to rip it off, they wouldn't make the homage so fucking obvious. IPOS. Yeah, Deadly Premonition wanted to be a Twin Peaks game. It just wanted to be an adaptation of Twin Peaks, but they couldn't get the rights, so we got what we got.
the world here entirely of visual references stolen whole cloth from Twin Peaks. As a game,
This guy mentioning King and Lynch in the same sentence is the same as comparing Alan Wake and Spider-Man. Yeah, kinda.
it has no visual or textual identity that belongs to itself. With the name of the town
Whoa, how? How?
Bright Falls. They are trying to signal to you what this is, which is a lesser version of that thing that you know. Instead of the double R diner, they have the triple D diner. From Allen's Island, you can clearly
No, it's called the Oh Dear Diner, and it's a pun, stupid.
see the Great Northern Lodge, which here is the Cauldron Lake Lodge. The sheriff's station is here. They even have their own version of the log lady called the Lamp Lady.
Yeah, she's a very obvious allusion to Twin Peaks. You know, it's kind of like how when you play Silent Hill 3 and you go through the subway, it's the subway from Jacob's Ladder, because Jacob's Ladder had a huge influence on the look of Silent Hill. It's okay for works to be inspired by other works and be derivative of other works. That is how storytelling has worked for all of human history.
But there's no substance to it. It's Walmart brand Lynch, which is a disgusting sentence to have to write. I'm
And you're Temu brand Wendigoon.
almost shocked that they had the personal restraint to avoid Alan going to sleep at night and waking up in the Red Room, except now
Because he's in the writer's room. The writer's room is his red room, and he's trapped there. Kind of like Dale Cooper was trapped there for years until they made the fucking sequel. Yeah.
it's purple so that they won't get sued. And this is far from the only reference in the game. Alan throughout the campaign watches episodes of a TV show called Night Springs, a pun based on the town name as when Bright Falls, Night Springs, which acts as a parody to The Twilight Zone. The dark presence that possesses the town was intended to be a riff on the smoke monster from Lost, with how it not
I thought he was going to say more about Night Springs. Alan also used to write for it, too, but it's such an obvious... Such an obvious homage to the Twilight Zone, and they're shitposts. They're just there to be shitposts. Now he's saying the dark presence is the smoke monster from Lost? I really don't think so.
knocks down trees in the distance.
Lavishly Lavender says Sopranos had a diner, obviously a Twin Peaks reference. No, but the layout of the Oh Dear Diner is the exact same layout as the diner from Twin Peaks. It is a deliberate homage, but that's all it is, an homage.
Dialogue in the game directly references Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, The Birds, Deliverance, The Shining, Rambo.
Yeah, they mention other pieces of media that exist because it takes place in ostensibly our real world, but you know, the Remedyverse has its own logic, but like, yeah, this is supposed to be our world.
Lord of the Rings, Vertigo, One Flew Over...
I honestly don't remember them. Oh, wait, no. Right. Barry calls the lamp on his head the Eye of Mordor. And that's literally the only Lord of the Rings reference. Just Barry with a fucking flashlight lamp on his head saying it's like the Eye of Mordor. So it's not even talking about writing. It's just Barry making a reference to, like, movies that were, you know, pretty still well known at the time.
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. I like to think Alan Ghost wrote Shyamalan's films.
Oh, come on, he's not that bad.
The Cuckoo's Nest, and the Evil Dead films, among a few others that I have probably missed. Also, the townspeople of Bright Falls turning into shadow monsters are essentially just the Deadites from Evil Dead.
They are nothing like the Deadites. They are absolutely fucking nothing like the Deadites. It's not even clear if the Taken, like, kind of get replaced. Like, the real people kind of just cease to exist and get replaced by them, especially in the first game. It's more... This evolves... I said I wasn't going to talk about Alan Wake 2 in the Greater Remedyverse, but this evolves in Alan Wake 2, where people getting taken over by the Dark Presence is kind of his fault by using them in his fiction.
There's no way to play these sequences and not be thinking about Twin Peaks the whole time in a distracting way.
Well, that sounds like a skill issue. It's like, oh hey, it's an homage. It's kind of like the police station from Twin Peaks. Neat. And then you get on with the game. I mean, this lady has a kind of don't you know accent. Maybe that's a reference to Fargo.
Stands between you and the scene. Just
yeah, the Deadites are just zombies that talk. The cool thing about the Taken is they're mindless, right? What they'll do is they'll just like say random phrases that the person would have said in their day-to-day life, but all fucked up. Actually, let me just find the cutscene. Alan Wake Taken Stucky, where you first hear this, because you just You just gotta, this is like my favorite thing about this series. It's my favorite thing. It's hard to describe, so I'll show it to you.
Hello? Is someone there?
This isn't the part yet. Where's the part where we meet Stucky? No, let me just go to the boss fight. This one looks shorter. Here we go. This is the opening cutscene, though.
Even with the engine takes the fool dropping tools.
Yeah, you can kind of hear them saying it, but oh, here we go. This is probably it.
Hey!
Yeah, this is it.
Hey, you!
Fail.
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen,
Deposit.
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in
Nightfall.
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky.
Pleased
To meet you. Non-refundable
reservation
deposit required. Fair and square.
So yeah, so I love this. I fucking love this. So they basically just mindlessly repeat things the person would be saying in their day-to-day life in a fucked up voice. It's like, welcome to Bright Falls. Your room is ready. You know, it's one of my favorite concepts from this game. So they're not zombies. It's almost like they're possessed by the darkness, you know, and whatever is inside them now is just inhuman and has no human reasoning, you know. I fucking love it.
Whole scenes in this game can only be described as a bad meme. Take a show like Atlanta, another work that heavily riffs
Oh my
on
god, why are we just talking about other random shit again? What is your problem?
what Twin Peaks did, but does it so smoothly that most people in the audience wouldn't even know.
Oh my god, there's a diner. It must be Twin Peaks.
In the 8th episode titled The Club, Earn is going after this guy to get money that he
That's
is
Donald
owed.
Glover?
The scene is lit in red, and the club music is so loud that you can't hear their voices, and it has to be subtitled. And just in general has
I
a
don't think I've
very
ever heard of
ominous
this.
feel to it. Just like how in Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, in the red-lit club sequence the music is so loud and the voices are so muffled that subtitles have to guide you through the scene. In another
Okay, so now you're comparing Twin Peaks to another. And this is just the bread tube style Wolf Titan. That's the thing. More things like other things. And now you're playing Twin Peaks to this random show that has nothing to do with the topic.
Another episode, there's a student in ISS that is in trouble for doing whiteface, doing a very unnerving look at the camera, who at least to me is quite reminiscent to the energy
Oh, how spooky! A kid with powder on his face.
of Twin Peaks' Jumping Man. Ahmed White, the man who appears to Earn on the bus in his dream, as well as in an otherworldly commercial in a different episode, has some visual and character
I mean, I'm at least kind of getting interested in the show he's talking about.
similarities to the Twin Peaks giant, but none of this is overt. These are just flavors.
So creepy, guys. So this looks like it's supposed to be funny, not scary. You know, look at the little shit-eating grin on his face.
They are clear references, but are more clever in what they're trying to do. They're not overbearing, and do not stand in the way so jarringly that prevents you from engaging with it as a work of art as an audience member.
I have no context for this. That's the I have absolutely no... I'm here to hear your thoughts on Alan Wake. I have absolutely no context for this show I've never heard of until you brought it up, and you're not really even explaining it very well.
It is simply an
OMG Deltarune reference.
acknowledgement of what came before and a work that is building.
Atlanta is quite good. I'm just watching the way it's filmed. I really like the lighting. I really like the camera work. It looks
Off
neat.
of that, not just an empty, soulless recreation.
That kid was totally doing the Kubrick stare. Yeah.
How it is done here in Alan Wake is essentially my least favorite style of writing, and is something that I detest that has come about significantly in the past 15 years.
Good thing I don't care about what you think.
Do you know that horrible, "Hey you guys" commercial that plays before each movie at the Regal, where people
No.
are getting to their seats but live
I've never been to a Regal. We don't have them around here.
in some nightmare reality, where they can only talk in old movie lines, where they're just saying things without context at each other that only kind of make sense instead of engaging with
I have
each other
no
like people.
idea.
And these things only make sense because we've seen the movies that they're quoting. That's how this style of writing that Alan Wake uses feels like to me.
Except nobody talks in references to other things. Like, somebody making a reference to a book or a movie is not them just quoting lines directly from it. So, what the fuck do you mean?
Just an endless nauseating list of, "Do you remember this? How about this? Do you remember this? How about this? Do you remember this? How about this?
Okay, so let's talk about the context of each of those scenes he just buzzed through. Saying it's supposed to be member berries.
Endless nauseating list of, do you remember this? How about this?
So that's the lodge that Dr. Hartman owns, and it's basically a retreat for troubled artists. And he's an evil psychologist who has nefarious ulterior motives for gathering all these troubled artists here.
This. Do you remember this?
That's an axe-murdering Taken. How is that a reference to Twin Peaks?
How about this?
This is the scene where Dr. Hartman comes to get Alan, and Alan punches him in the face. Or at least heard he was here. This is when he first meets Dr. Hartman. Dr. Hartman's like, oh yes, your wife called me, and it set up you coming to my retreat, and then he punches him in the face.
Do you remember this?
This is Rose fangirling over Alan when he first comes to town. She is his biggest fan.
How about this? I would argue...
Yeah, they, like, fucking Alan...
How about this? Do you remember this? How about this?
Alan in that scene makes a direct fucking reference to The Shining. He's like, oh, if I weren't careful, he'd be knocking down the door like Nicholson. Yeah, he makes a lot of Stephen King references, and it's really corny, and everybody makes fun of it, yes. But that's not the entire game's dialogue.
I would argue that Remedy probably still has not outgrown this style of referential writing, which is unfortunate.
You would argue, well, have you played any of the recent games? Have you played Control? Have you played Alan Wake 2? Again, I'm looking forward to Control Resonant this year. I'm going to be playing that day one on stream. I am so fucking excited for it now after playing Control 1. Slight Misery reference, but the diner is supposed to be more of a Twin Peaks thing.
While I was making this video, they announced that they had changed the company logo with an Alan Wake-themed forest image from the upcoming sequel. And hanging from the trees are the stick figures from the Blair Witch Project. But they're in the shape of little W's that stand for Wake, which is honestly just extremely goofy.
So they're the stick figures from the Blair Witch Project, except they look totally different. Bro, people making little hanging decorations out of sticks and fabric is not limited to the fucking Blair Witch Project. Weren't these supposed to lead you to the lunchboxes that Rose leaves around for you?
But think about it for a moment. What could this possibly communicate to you as an audience member other than the question, hey, do you remember the Blair Witch Project?
Actually, this represents the fucking cult in Alan Wake 2 that turns out to not have been a cult. It was a gang of people who were aware of the supernatural stuff and were fighting it, but then Alan wrote them into his story as a killer cult, because Alan ruins everything.
There's no substance to something like this beyond the artifice. Even though there are many references to the work of Stephen King in the game, including the very opening line spoken, I've always thought that the most influential work on it is one of King's novels that is never actually referenced within it, Salem's Lot.
It's never referenced within the game, so it must be the biggest influence. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't read Salem's Lot. I've read a lot of King, but I haven't read Salem's Lot.
It tells the story of popular novelist Ben Mears, who, after losing his wife and going through a bout of writer's block as a result of that event, goes to the quiet, sleepy town of Jerusalem's Lot to try and...
Okay, so, first of all, already a different setup. His wife isn't dead yet. He had writer's block after killing off Alex Casey and not being able to think of anything else to write, and he got really frustrated with it. He was punching paparazzi in the face. Alan started abusing alcohol. He has an anger problem. So Alice brought him to Bright Falls to see Dr. Hartman, though she kind of tricked him. She's like, oh, we're going on vacation. Actually, you know, I'm gonna send you to this artist psychologist guy. And he's like, God damn it, Alice! And then the lights go out, and she screams, Alan, no! And then the dark presence takes her. But I've always had this sneaking little headcanon, and Alan Wake 2 kind of re-solidified it for me. What if Alan pushed Alice into the lake in a bout of anger? Because we drop into the story he's writing. We never see the original event. We start out as the Alan in the story that Alan is writing. So what if he was rewriting reality to kind of deny that he shoved her into the lake? And that's what started all of this. It's a crack theory of mine. I kind of have a rough draft video script for it, though, but maybe one day I'll make a video on it. I'd have to research more, maybe replay the games again, but one of my fans is kind of helping me with it.
Find his voice again. The opening section of the novel features Ben having several run-ins with the locals of the hamlet, most of which are at least aware of who he is, and a few of which are great admirers of his work. It essentially starts out with the premise of, what if Stephen King moved to a small town in a different state to write his next book? But admirers
how could he write a book outside of Maine? That doesn't make any sense.
Jessale sent a super chat. This seems to be skill issue the man.
Yeah, I know. It's like, well, I personally don't like this. Okay, who cares? But you gotta justify it then.
Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Salem's Lot. OMG, there are vampires in Alan Wake.
There are no vampires in Alan Wake, so it's really funny. He's like, well, I think this is the biggest influence on the game, even though the game doesn't mention it, and doesn't have fucking vampires in it. Honestly, this sounds like the plot of Shiki.
King moved to a small town in a different state to write his next book.
Except for the writer part.
But unbeknownst to him, a vampire, Kurt Barlow, and his human caretaker Richard Straker have moved into the old haunted Marston house, with the plans of eating the denizens of the village and creating a new brood of the undead. And the
What does this have anything to fucking do with Alan Wake?
novel quickly becomes about Ben Mears, popular novelist, turned vampire hunter, and his newfound group of friends. I believe that the original version of Alan Wake earlier in its development cycle was even more clearly based on Salem's Lot.
Why? I have never heard that. I have never heard Sam Lake even mention this book. What are you fucking talking about?
The first trailer for the game that released in 2005 came with a text on the screen that reads, Alan Wake was a best-selling horror writer, until he lost his muse and love. He comes to the small town of Bright Falls to recover and start anew. He writes a book inspired by his nightmares, but something goes horribly wrong. His nightmares start to come true. The second trailer does a similar thing.
How does that have anything to do with vampires? What, because Alice was gonna already be dead at first? And then they changed their mind? Alan refers to the Andersons as vampires! Oh my god! Oh, I guess he must be right then!
Where it says, I was a writer before my life fell apart. My name is Alan Wake. I came here to get help, to forget the past.
Also interesting that he was going to be a horror writer at first, but they changed it to he writes true crime novels, and then the novel he finally does start writing to try to save his wife is a horror book, because I think he thinks it has to be a horror book because of the Dark Presence's influence. But he might have written the Dark Presence into reality in the first place as a scapegoat for why Alice fell into the water, if my crack theory is right.
And to sleep again. But alone with the darkness, the only thing worse than not sleeping is being awake. Based on this, I get the clear indication that Alice was originally already dead by the time the game starts.
It fucking said that out loud, you moron. Oh, I derived from this text that said he lost his muse and love that Alice was dead already. Oh, you don't say!
Just like Ben Mears' wife. And that the initial pitch concept for the game was essentially, what if you combine the setting of Twin Peaks and the plot of Salem's Lot?
So you claim that, but you have absolutely no proof that was their pitch. You're just making this up based on vibes. He is a Taurus. I don't think he played the game.
But if they were taking from other works of art as liberally as they were, then I think more should have been taken from Salem's Lot and the final product, to craft a better—
Why? Why did we need fucking vampires in Alan Wake? We didn't need Alan Wake Vampire Hunter, for God's fucking sake.
Narrative here in the game. If you're going to steal from the best, then you should take the best that they have to offer.
He's the champion of light and the herald of darkness, alright? Listen.
In Salem's Lot, we get to know the town well. Painfully well, some would say.
I don't give a fucking shit about Salem's Lot, oh my god!
We know the names of all of the influential people in town, as well as many of the non-influential people. We see those that society values and those that it has left behind. We know their wants, we know their fears. We even know the history of the land that the town sits upon. Salem's Lot is a long novel, and spends a great deal of its word count, making sure that we feel like we are sitting within its real, tangible space, watching things unfold before our very eyes. But
I'm more of a misery and insomnia kind of gal, except insomnia fucking crosses over a dark tower at the end for no reason at all, and I don't like that.
The town of Bright Falls is largely a prop, an image that is merely alluded to rather than a place that exists.
What do you mean? We see so much of this town! Like I said, when I played Alan Wake 2, I was so charmed walking around Bright Falls. I'm like, oh my god, I, like, recognize everything. It's the exact same layout. I know what each building is. I was so charmed by it. They keep the town very consistent. The town itself is a character. You haven't played this.
We get some of the history of the town, but not a lot. We see it in a few cutscenes, we get to explore the diner and sheriff's station, but never do we get to experience the town itself as it exists on a normal day. Never do we get to feel what brought—
Because Alan has already written himself into a horror story, for one thing. We did get to see it kind of normal at the beginning. It was very important to set up the normalcy before taking it away.
Bright Falls is actually like, how it functions. And as a result, the scary version of the town doesn't feel quite as impactful as it really should. We feel no
Well, it's more supposed to be eerie and dreamlike than anything, because he's writing his nightmares. That's a big thing. Alan had terrible nightmares ever since he was a kid, and that's kind of what inspired him to become a writer.
how it functions. And as a result, the scary version of the town doesn't feel quite as impactful as it really should. We feel no remorse for the downfall of the town, because we hold no emotional connections to it. Most of the gameplay doesn't even take place in the town proper, but instead—
You don't even know if this is even happening in reality for half the game. I mean—
the wooded outskirts that lie on the periphery. I'm not the kind of guy that—
I mean, yes, you do, all of your guns fall out of your pocket, you end up in the woods again a lot. That is a joke about this game. Yes.
That story structure is a definite concrete thing that should always be followed 100% of the time in every story that is ever told. That is a boring and—
I haven't missed much so far. He keeps going into tangents about other media that has absolutely nothing to do with the topic at hand. So, very bread-tubey.
desperately sad way to look at the world and at art. My own writing is very meandering and at times—
I'm something of a writer
we feel no
myself.
remorse for the downfall of the town, because we hold no emotional connections to it.
Wanted to hear
Most
that
of the
point
gameplay
again.
doesn't even take place in the town proper, but instead in the wooded outskirts that lie on the periphery. I'm not the kind of guy that thinks that story structure is a definite concrete thing that should always be followed 100% of the time in every story that is ever told. That is a boring and desperately sad way to look at the world and at art.
Okay.
My own writing is very meandering and at times purposefully aimless. There are plenty of examples of great art, including Twin Peaks itself, that do not follow any traditional story structures at all. But I think some of those guidelines listed in structure are good to at least keep in the back of your mind, because they work for a reason. And even if you don't use them in a traditional way, they can still help you get out of problems in some instances. Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey is probably the most famous story structure.
You please actually talk about the plot of the fucking game and what the hell you think is bad about it.
Behind the 3-act structure in writing. And the first step of that hero's journey is called the—
Wasn't really about the 3-act structure, it was more like comparative mythology view of how humans write stories.
ordinary world, in which we see the setting of our story as it is, before anything eventful ever happens, so that we get a feel for how this universe operates, before anything weird happens to it, or in it. Haggard arriving at the shack on the rock and performing magic would not have the same impact if we did not see how the Dursleys lived in their normal house.
Can you please talk about media without referencing other pieces of media, especially like children's media, in comparison to an M-rated video game?
The ring wraiths attacking the Shire would not have the same impact if we did not first have Bilbo's birthday party. But we don't get—
We didn't have the scouring of the Shire in the movies either, though, remember?
an ordinary world section in Alan Wake's narrative. The game starts
We
off—
do at the very beginning of the fucking game!
as we play through a 15-minute nightmare that functions as the tutorial, where Alan—
Yeah, you have a nightmare tutorial, then you see the normal world, and then we get into the plot. Yes.
visited by what seems to be the literal voice of God, who tells him that the town he is traveling to is cursed. One could argue that the diner section at the very beginning right after that serves as the game's ordinary world. But that—
Yes! Yes, you could argue that because it does, idiot! It sets the baseline, moron! It's not even just the diner scene, they have that whole conversation on the ferry going into the town as well.
the diner section at the very beginning right after that serves as the game's ordinary world. But that lasts less than 5 minutes, and something weird and explicitly supernatural happens in the diner to Alan. So we don't actually see the world.
It's not explicitly supernatural, though. So, what's her name again? Barbara Jagger. Just watch that cutscene. Yes. So he's here to get the room key for the place him and Alice are staying at, is the context.
Mr. Stucky?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
As far as he knows, this is a normal person. He's not seeing this as a supernatural entity. I mean, it is. But also, keep in mind, when we drop into the story, we are playing as Alan in the story that Alan is now writing to try to bring Alice back to life, basically. So we've never seen the original reality. We start in the story he's writing. So Alan has written this into the plot. Alan wrote this. Alright? That's very important to remember. He was taken ill, you say. We do see Stucky after this. He runs out of the diner saying, "Mr. Wake, you forgot your keys!" Because it turns out, ooh, she gave them the key to the wrong place to get them onto the cabin on the island. They were actually supposed to be staying somewhere else.
At Espionata 5011 sent a super chat. Don't show him from he would hate the mysteries in that show and that the town is an Eldritch location.
I don't know if I watched it, but I think I've heard of that.
At Plasmamu sent a super chat. What he's doing is comparing Mario Party to Squid Games, to Twisted Metal, and to Family Feud.
Yeah, all the media comparisons he's made have made about as much sense as all of that. Yes, you're correct. Oh, wait, hang on. That's not his video. That was the cutscene again. So yeah, you have this whole sequence, too, of them taking the ferry there, and they talk to Pat Maine, the radio host, and we got a little exposition. Barry calls, and we learn Barry is his overprotective friend and agent, you know.
World, as it is, Alan essentially arrives into town, immediately has a supernatural experience with a
Oh, wait. Wolf Titan reading says, Sai, play the poet and his muse. Kind of tells a story what might happen to Alan and Alice. Actually, that opening narration he was talking about, the poet and his muse, that actually could have been referring to Thomas Zane. Or they decided to split Thomas Zane off from Alan and make that his story. Because who the fuck Thomas Zane even is confusing. Especially in Alan Wake 2. It could be that Thomas Zane wrote Alan Wake into reality. It could be Alan Wake wrote Thomas Zane into reality. They could both be real people. They could both be fake people. I don't fucking know. Nobody knows.
Force of pure evil in the first store that he walks into right after having a dream that warns him not to go to town, decides to stay anyways, and as a result his wife is taken by the evil, and he is involuntarily thrust into waging battle with the hordes of darkness on her behalf.
Now see, back to my crack theory. Actually, let's watch the cutscene where Alice is taken. Alice is taken. So I can talk about my personal crack theory again.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past—
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey,
keeps—
just hear me out! There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No!
Yes, Alan, quick to anger, kind of an asshole. Keep that in mind.
It's not like that. That's not— Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice!
He shouldered her out of the way there.
God damn it!
I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through.
Now again, remember, we're not seeing the inciting incident. We are seeing Alan's rewrite of it. You know, again, this scene has always kind of stood out in my head, and Alice has these monologues in Alan Wake 2 and she talks about how there's always been anger in Alan. And it really started getting me thinking, is everything a metaphor for the two of them coming to terms with the fact that he shoved her hard enough to shove her over the banister and into the lake? Is that, like, could you take everything as a metaphor for this couple coming to terms with a single act of violence between them? Because there's no indication he's ever been violent toward Alice. That's why this would be a big deal for both of them if he was. You know, that's where my head is at. lights go out again. Alice is deathly afraid of the dark, keep in mind. She's screaming, Alan, no, no. And then she starts saying, Alan, help me. But, like, she screams, Alan, no, and then she ends up in the water. They had just had a big explosive fight. He did shoulder her out of the way there. You know, I can't let go of this idea. I can't fucking let go of this idea. You know? Especially after Alan Wake 2. And he comes in. I think we hear her scream right before it happens, too.
Alice? Alice?
Now, see, look. The railing looks like it was broken from, you know, this side, right? It looks like somebody was pushed backwards through that, right? That kind of force. It doesn't look like she was pulled. It looks like she was pushed. Like, my theory is, when they had that argument, Alan shoved her hard enough to send her through the railing and into the lake. Because again, what we're seeing right now is Alan's rewrite of reality. So we've never seen the actual inciting incident that made him have to rewrite reality to save Alice. So that's my grand conspiracy theory, that he actually shoved her. I don't know. I'm the only person I've seen think of this, I think. But again, I can't let it go.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Latex. What I miss.
Kryle's like, no, Sai, let it go, Sai. No! I've had this thought since I first played this game, and Alan Wake 2 really kind of solidified it for me more. It's hard to explain, but again, maybe one day I'll make that scripted video, I don't know. Remember, it was Scratch that pushed her 30 feet into the lake. Well, Scratch is Alan. That's the other thing. In Alan Wake 2, like, Casey is talking about how you become the dark place. The dark presence is Scratch, and Scratch is Alan. You know, like, a lot of people not familiar with the series won't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It'll take too long to explain.
In the first door that he walks into right after having a dream that warns him not to go to town, decides to stay anyways, and as a result his wife is taken by the evil, and he is involuntarily thrust into waging battle with the hordes of darkness on her behalf.
He's not involuntarily thrust into it, though. He is writing all of this.
It is almost biblical rather than resembling modern pop fiction. It would be like...
How is it biblical?
Like if when Ben Mears walks into the real estate agent's office at the beginning of Salem's Lot, and the agent said, you don't want to move...
The show has nothing to do with Salem... The game has nothing to do with Salem's Lot. You just wanted to talk about Salem's Lot, but you couldn't make a full video on it because you're dumb.
Because we're all going to die in the next week at the hands of an ancient vampire. And then he gives him definite proof that this is true and is absolutely going to happen. And then after being presented with that evidence, Mears responds that he's going to stick around anyway, without actually having any real motivation to do so other than the story demanding it.
Okay, Alan has a reason to stick around, his wife!
Of all the story structures out there, the one that Alan Wake most conforms to would actually have to be the Dean Koontz structure, funny enough, which I don't really see as a favorable thing. His structure is as follows. 1. Plunge your main character into terrible trouble and...
Has anybody at Remedy ever said that this was an influence on them? Again, where are you pulling this out of except your ass?
Soon as possible. 2. Everything he does to make things better makes them worse. 3. Make sure the last worst thing is insurmountable. 4. Then your hero succeeds by taking action, based on what he has learned about himself in the midst of all of these challenges.
I would love to see how you apply that to the ending. The ending is very mind-bending. Or at least the solution to defeating the Dark Presence is very mind-bending.
I think there's some benefits from using this type of story. It certainly can be exciting, and is based entirely on ratcheting up tension as the story continues.
So has anybody from Remedy Games talked about Dean Koontz? Let's find out. Let's see. Alan Wake is frequently compared to a Dean Koontz thriller, but has anybody at Remedy and Sam Lake ever gone like, oh yes, I love Dean Koontz as much as I love watered down Finnish coffee? You're like, has that ever happened? I don't think so. Here's an interview where he's mentioned. Oh, get out of here. Was there ever a consideration of contracting a horror author like Stephen King or Dean Koontz to write Alan's narrative passages? No. Obviously, both King and Koontz are very good writers, but it's a very different kind of medium. When the player is supposed to interact with something, it requires a different approach, a different attitude. So, yeah, you're just making this up based on your own vibes. You don't know anything about the game or the company.
With one massive payoff, which can be an attractive goal within horror or any type of fiction. Dean Koontz has sold 500 million books for a reason. But the first step of plunging the character into terrible—
I've never read a single one of his books. I don't know. This means nothing to me.
Trouble as soon as possible really limits the scope of emotional possibilities that the story can have. Because
yeah, I'm not letting Stephen King anywhere near Alan Wake, please. Well, I mean, King isn't on cocaine anymore.
It allows for essentially zero setup for the narrative at large, in the goal of trying to get to the action as fast as humanly possible. The vampires do not make their first move in Salem's Lot until about a third of the way
again,
into
not
the
even
novel,
talking
when they
about
kill their
Alan
first
fucking
victim,
Wake.
Danny Glick. And it isn't even really evident that we're dealing with vampires.
Again, the thing I would compare this most to is fucking Shiki. Is Shiki the anime an adaptation of Salem's Lot? Because it's kind of similar.
Until much later. And I know this is a video game and is a very different medium, so I'm not advocating for the first third of Alan Wake to—
Funny, we just looked at a thing that says, no, we wouldn't have someone like Dean Koontz write it because it's a different medium. So, again, you don't know anything about the process behind this fucking game, you asshole.
And I know this is a video game and is a very different medium, so I'm not advocating for the first third of Alan Wake to be him hanging out at the coffee shop chatting with locals. But imagine a version of this game that has a similar opening
If David Cage made it probably would be.
BioShock Infinite, except done with a much more purposeful intent on learning about the people who live here.
You don't see much of the general populace or the city in BioShock Infinite either, guy. I would say you see more of Bright Falls than you see of Columbia. Like, really. Oh, God. I am gonna stream the BioShock games eventually, and I'm not looking forward to Infinite. It has good gameplay. I like the design of it, but the story is absolute fucking garbage.
Say what you will about that game, but it at least understood the importance of making sure that the players felt the nuances of this society.
It has a far worse story than Alan Wake. Fuck you.
And how this setting worked before they ever threw anything different at the player.
No, they did. The fucking Comstock thing was a last-minute decision. The twist that Booker and Comstock are the same guy was a last-minute decision. They didn't plan this shit out. The BioShock Infinite is completely different from its first reveal trailer, too. Like, what are you talking about?
The end section of that game where the whole city—
I will be there. I will defend BioShock Infinite. It's fine. There are things, Evie, there are things I like about it. But the story frustrates the fucking hell out of me.
is in ruins, only has the impact that it does because we've seen and interacted—
I mean, the fact that I'm willing to play it again is some sort of merit, you know? I mean, the gameplay is very fun, and the level designs and the whole look of everything is very fun, and I like it, but the story just makes me pull my hair out.
With a pristine version of it only hours earlier. Bright Falls is a town that is constantly in a state of both fully functioning and also destroyed.
Oh, wait, yeah, whoa, Mr. Lawyer over here. We do see the town normal again when we go to the fucking trailer park to see Rose. And yes, Rose is possessed by the dark presence by this point, but we get to walk around this trailer park in daytime when everything is normal and talk to the local town people? So liar!
Is constantly in a state of both fully functioning and also destroyed. That we never get to learn—
You guys would have to, like, pay me a lot to fucking play Burial at Sea, I'm sorry.
Learn about or spend much time in, making it feel like it's not its own real tactile place. Aside from this shot where we get to see the main street, I don't even really know what this town looks like in the daytime. It is—
Again, fucking liar! Liar!
Good girl.
Was digging around.
Yeah.
So we see this whole fucking location. I mean, we're not playing it. We do walk through it, though.
Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was
That's
digging
Barry.
around.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
We do walk around this set piece.
Let's make this quick, huh?
You didn't play the game fucking all, buddy.
Sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives.
Yeah, we never see the town during the day, ever.
Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this.
Barry's a New Yorker. He didn't know how to dress for, like, Washington State, so he's in a Hawaiian shirt and, like, a puffer jacket.
Most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister.
And of course, Alan has his tweed jacket with the fucking patches on the elbow, and like another jacket, and then a hoodie under that. Aren't you hot?
The lake was a doorway to the underworld.
I will never not make fun of his Game 1 outfit. I love shitting on him for it.
I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah,
Anyway,
we don't see any other set pieces of the game during the day. Guy's a fucking liar.
Juno's Power sent a super chat. Classic withholding info to make stupid point.
Yeah, that's breadtube for you. That's fucking breadtube for you. Oh yeah, a fucking boat fell out of the sky, but nobody's that bothered by it because weird shit happens around Bright Falls all the time. So yeah, we're talking to Randolph. He's got a whole little backstory. You know, we see this whole area. I think 360p is all we're allowed here. So yes, you even show a shot of it and then lie. You just lied to our faces, IPOS.
Is an idea of a town locked inside of a snow globe, rather than a real place that I can conjure within my mind. When I think of Alan
again, skill issue, because when I was playing Alan Wake 2, I was so charmed that Bright Falls had the exact same layout and I remembered where everything was.
Wake, I think of the woods. Most of the game takes place in the woods. But I think the game developers really wanted you to think of Bright Falls, and feel attached to this setting, and stumbled hard when it came to delivering that.
I do feel attached to this setting. If you had played the game before you made this video, you might too.
Throughout the game, there are multiple times where we see and hear advertisements for the upcoming Deerfest. They want you to know that this is a thing that the town will be celebrating soon, but this ends up being nothing more than flavor text. And I think it was a—
Oh, you goddamn fucking retard. Deerfest is basically like the anticipation and buildup of Deerfest mirrors the anticipation and buildup of, like, basically the end. It's the same thing in Alan Wake 2. Deerfest is the lead up to the apocalypse. That's kind of what Deerfest kind of represents the coming destruction of the town, basically. You know? Because it's a yearly celebration, but the only 2 times we've seen it in this game series, it's kind of a portent of doom. You know?
a horrible decision to not actually include the festival in the game, preferably at the—
That's the point, mother. We don't see it in the second game either. We never actually see Deerfest. That's the entire fucking point. It's the build-up to the end, when everything goes wrong. You're trying to tell me you're media literate and you can't even, like, grasp the symbolism. Yes, Deerfest is built up the entire game, and we never see it, because the darkness takes over the town. Same fucking thing happens in Alan Wake 2. We're never getting to Deerfest, IPOS. That's the point!
The beginning before Alice goes missing.
Peter, the deer is here.
It could have been the primary reason that the couple decided to vacation in Bright Falls to begin with. It would have given a nice interactive way to explore the main street, and see several different attractions and shops, while also getting to know
the people. You can explore the main street if you feel like it. Did you play it?
People of this town better, while also being able to—
Deerfest is another way of saying Ragnarok. Is it really? Like, is that the reference, Cry, or are you just, like, being funny? Because that's really cool, because there is a lot of Norse mythology references in Alan Wake, which he hasn't mentioned at all yet, and is going to get wrong according to the comments.
To incorporate the tutorial in a way that is less heavy-handed than how it is presented in the game, where essentially—
But yeah, if Deerfest is a reference to Ragnarok, that makes even more sense that the build-up to Deerfest is the anticipation of, like, the end of the world, basically, in these games. And we never actually see Deerfest. That makes total sense. He just doesn't fucking understand— And again, this is a very Lynchian, very abstract thing, so it's going to have its own internal symbolic logic, you know?
Actually, God himself gives you a gun from a beam of light and commands you to kill from the heavens.
It's Thomas Zane and his fucking diving suit, idiot. Well, it's not even Thomas Zane. It's Thomas Zane as written by Alan to be his guide at the beginning of the story. Someone else in chat mentioned, I don't think Thomas Zane ever existed. After Alan Wake 2, I also am kind of in the camp of, I don't think Thomas Zane actually ever existed. But I think even at this point, Alan doesn't know if he was real or his creation or not. And I think Zane has taken some kind of agency over his own existence in Alan Wake 2. And he can't be killed. He, like, shoots himself in the head and doesn't die. So maybe, I think he is a fictional character.
It would have been a way to start several side narratives for the player to later choose to.
Would Alan be Loki, lol, since almost caused Ragnarok Deerfest? Alan being Loki, Alan doesn't cause trouble deliberately. He more does it out of neglect and desperation.
Explore, because the whole town would have converged into one place together at.
Alright, let's look up Ragnarok and Deerfest so we can put this to bed. I trust Cryo, though. Ragnarok connections in the RCU. Then, the Deerfest ending occurred because the Dark Place was going to overtake reality, essentially drowning it. Fenrir is said to escape his binds when Ragnarok returns. Fenrir has some parallels with the Dark Presence. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna take your word for it, alright? But yeah, there is a lot of Norse mythology in the Remedy-verse overall. So, yeah.
At the same time. This one moment would be the beginning of all.
See, Wolf says, honestly, I think Thomas Zane is Alan and Wake is Zane. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, Thomas Zane is also played by Ilka Vili, but he gets to talk in his own voice, unlike with Alan, when he is just the, the physical actor. Actually, let's fuck it. I'm giving up on my moratorium on Alan Wake 2. Because it's just so much fun to see him playing off himself. Once with his own voice and once with Matthew Peretta's voice. So yeah, the cutscenes in Alan Wake 2, a lot of them are just fully live action, and it's really neat. They've really perfected this. I don't know how long we're going Hurtworks. This one might take a while, but we're having fun, right? Yeah, and even in Alan Wake 1, when you meet the brothers, you meet the old gods of Asgard, they call Alan Tom. So Alan and Tom might be the same person. You know, one might be a fictional creation of whoever he originally was. He might have split himself into two people by accident. I don't even know. Nobody knows. 665, the neighbor of the beast. This is just a fun scene. Again, this is from Alan Wake 2, not 1, but... Yeah, not my fault the dude's video is so long and full of nothing, and I mostly just want to spurg about Alan Wake, to be honest. And spirals are very important in 2. That's kind of new symbolism they introduced, but it fits. Yeah, the live action cutscenes are so well done. Like, I was after Alan Wake 2, I was like, Remedy, please make a streaming series. I don't care if it's Alan Wake or Control or some other thing related to them both. Please make a streaming series. It would be so awesome. There's old Thomas Zane. So Thomas Zane in Alan Wake 1 was a poet. He's been kind of retconned into a filmmaker in Alan Wake 2, but I think he almost kind of retconned it himself? I don't know, it's weird. We don't have answers yet, unfortunately. Even though this game took 13 years to make after the first one. But yeah, so this is the same actor. So now that he can speak English a little better, they have made Thomas Zane Ilka Vili acting with his own voice, and then Ilka Vili as Alan acting with Matthew Peretta's voice.
In
Trippy.
this temple of shadow and mist, there's a window
It's the
in the
same
floor
guy.
and a door in the ceiling. There's no knowing, am I standing still, or running, or kneeling?
You're the one who's been calling me.
Indeed. I'm Tom Zane. Welcome to the House of Zane.
The poet. The diver. You look like me. How the hell?
Or maybe you look like me, you handsome devil.
Yeah, I feel like Zane knows more than he's letting on about the nature of these two and who maybe wrote who. You know, like, But again, this is from Alan Wake 2. I just kind of wanted to point that out because it's fun. And IPOS is being boring.
All branching paths that could later be explored, or not explored, based on the player's decisions. Control would not even have to be taken away from the player to do this. You could have it open-ended where the player could talk with whoever they wanted to or did not want to speak to. And it would have offered a fun way to include some mini-games that didn't naturally fit.
Yeah, I'm sure that was their original vision when it was going to be an open-world game, but it didn't end up that way. It ended up much more linear, but it's fine. Also, Jesse remembered him to be a poet, but later she refers to him as a filmmaker. Yeah, and the whole, like, him changing from poet to filmmaker happened in American Nightmare. So this is something they've been planning for a little while.
Fit into the rest of the story. And also, most importantly, would have given us that
But if you're asking, the cutscene I was just showing, this is an Alan Wake 2. This is an actual cutscene in the video game. They use live action a lot. So it's really fun.
Emotional connection to this place before things go awry. Alice disappears 30 minutes into the game for most people. And the opening...
Yeah, I mean, with Alice, the first game, I kind of derisively call her Wife Guffin. Because that's really her only purpose is to be the MacGuffin. But they really, really, really expand on her character in Alan Wake 2, and I love it. And the woman who depicts her in Alan Wake 2, like, again, most of her scenes are just a monologue of her sitting in a dark room, and the actor is so just compelling. You can't help but just be captivated whenever she has her scenes. She's so fucking good.
And the opening tutorial takes about 15 minutes. So that leaves the remaining 15 minutes for us to get to know Alan and Alice's relationship, learn why Alan is struggling to write, while also getting an emotional connection and feel for the town before things get spooky. And that
yeah, they introduce you to the town, to the wife, and then put you into the gameplay. Yes, it's a video game.
Simply is not enough time to do that. I'm not trying to be a dick here, but people always talk about Alan Wake having this totally deep and meaningful character-based narrative. But, over the course of the entire game, if we add up all the time that characters are directly interacting with each other, it only comes to, by my count, roughly 89 minutes.
Character-based, meaning Alan himself, the main character. He is going to be the most developed. And yes, Alice is very underdeveloped in Alan Wake 1. I won't even argue against that.
A good deal of which is characters just yelling quippy lines at each other in combat.
No, he's only talking about Alan Wake 1 Hurt Works, because he put this out in 2023, I think right before Alan Wake 2 came out. Probably he's algo chasing, but he obviously didn't fucking play this game.
The rest of it is just us by ourselves shooting strangers in the woods.
And us by ourselves, and you're showing footage of him running around with Sheriff Breaker and Barry. Yeah.
The dark, needing your constant devotion and feeling of Alice as a character interacting with each other.
Damn it.
Of Alice as a character, a good deal of which is characters just yelling quippy lines at each other in combat. The rest of it is just us by ourselves.
No, it isn't. They hardly ever quip in combat. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, there's an extended sequence of Barry making fun of Alan with his standee. Because Barry steals Rose's standee and he's carrying it around for the rest of the game. And then he's like roasting Alan with it. It's great. Come on, let's get to the scene.
See, bestseller? No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time.
When does he start roasting you? It's over here, I think, when you're climbing.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you...
Tell us how you really feel, Barry. I love that bit so much. Yeah, you're always carrying him, Barry. You tell him. Oh, you love the old radio guy Hurt Works? Well, he has a very sad little side story you can find in Alan Wake 2 where he is slowly succumbing to dementia, but it's being made worse by all the changes Alan is making to reality. It's hard to listen to. Like, the acting in Alan Wake 2 is really fucking good.
Shooting strangers.
Though the main girl, Saga, like, she's good, but, like, her British accent slips out sometimes, and it always makes me laugh.
In the woods. And this opening's general handling of Alice as a character in her brief few minutes of life is, to me, wildly misogynistic.
I don't think it's misogynistic, but she is a MacGuffin. There are other female characters in the game. It's not like, if Alice was the only woman in the game, and she was just made into the MacGuffin, like, in the first 5 minutes, and she's the only woman you see, yeah, I would call that misogynistic. But otherwise, there are other female characters in the game who are pretty developed, so... Yeah, but again, I call her Wife Guffin in the first game, because she isn't that developed, really.
Drive to find her and protect her is the central core motivation of the game. But we know absolutely nothing about her other than she's pretty, cares about you, and is afraid of the dark. Needing your...
Well, and she's Alan's, like, main, like, photographer. She does all his book covers and stuff. Like, she's also an artist in her own right, but she's kind of overshadowed by him. Because obviously photography is not as appreciated generally as writing or TV or something. So she's kind of taken the role as, like, his publicist and his official photographer, and we get more on her feelings about that in Alan Wake 2, but you get hints of it here.
Of the dark, needing your constant devotion and help to defend her and look after her. She is animated like a corpse. She's a non-entity who exists as a...
Okay, listen, the facial animation in the real game is very bad, but especially hers, yes, but that's the limitations of the hardware, my guy.
A flesh sacrifice to give us entertainment. She basically looks into Alan's eyes and says, I am the woman here to be vaporized to give you purpose. In the entire...
Yeah, I really want to hear this kind of shit from a man. Yeah, how about you stay in your fucking lane there, white boy?
_Stravis
I don't know why I said white boy.
I'm a Tomodachi Life.
Nice, nice. I've been a little tempted to get Tomodachi Life myself, seeing how much fun people are having with their Sims, like, shitposting in it.
In her game, she hardly has a single line. And like half of them are her calling out the name Alan.
What do you mean she hardly has a single... You're showing an entire scene where they have a full conversation. You're just showing the scene where he comes home after drinking till 3 a.m. and she kind of chews him out for it. You know, she says, last night I was angry, but today I'm over it. You know, but like, yeah, she has quite a few scenes. But yeah, it's not just misogynistic just because she's sidelined. It's a problem. But, oh, you want to see a sample of Alice Wake's... Well, she does have her little, Alan Wake, Alice Wake photography. We do see some of her work. I mean, she mostly did his book covers and stuff. We see examples of her... She starts doing, like, this series of photos, because there's an Alan haunting her, basically. Which is pretty much him reaching through the dark place. But she started taking all these moody photographs for an art exhibition. Here's the actor who plays her. Maybe we'll watch all of the Alice scenes, because this woman is so fucking good, guys. Like, her just monologuing in this empty room, like, she is compelling as hell.
And here to be vaporized to give you purpose. In the entire game...
But see, again, they really made up for this in Alan Wake 2. And there are other female characters in this game who are very rich and developed, so... He's just virtue signaling. He's just fucking virtue signaling.
At Hurtworks sent a super chat. Oh, the virtue signal. Don't you feel grateful, Sai?
Oh yes, I should be so grateful to this man who didn't even play this fucking game, it seems like, coming along and telling me that this is misogynistic, when it really isn't. It's just neglecting this character.
She hardly has a single line. And like half of them are her calling out the
hardly has a single line. He's showing the full-ass conversations she has in these scenes.
Alan for help. And the rest of them are just extremely infantile in how she is characterized. I mean, just listen to some of these lines.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Mission
That's like her very first fucking line of dialogue. You're also showing the remaster, because her face actually looks better.
accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Dude, that's setting up gameplay. Like, oh, we have to go to the diner to get our key. Any line of dialogue setting up gameplay and instructing the player is gotta sound a little stiff and corny. It's just the nature of the beast.
Also, right before she disappears, when she calls you upstairs, they make a point of you walking in on her dressed like this, which does...
She chose to dress like... She left her jeans on the stair railing and was just sitting... I mean, they're husband and wife, I don't think it's a big deal that he sees her in her underwear. She's even got a sports bra on under her tank top. Like, she's hardly underdressed. I mean, I've never understood women who just walk around the house in their panties. That's not for me, but some women do that.
Imply an intimacy between the couple.
I prefer lounge pants.
But it is the only costume change in the entire game for any character. This is the only time that anyone has a different model is for this one moment, if you don't count Barry wrapping Christmas lights around his body. And
well, yeah, if you don't count the other time it happens, yeah.
The motivations there are to be suspect. The game is essentially a soft remake of Cherry 2000, depicting one man's
now it's a soft remake of this other fucking movie. I thought it was based on Salem's Lot, and I thought it was also Twin Peaks. Like, did you edit your fucking script?
Trek through hell to fix his broken sex robot.
Well, how it works, he is gay, so...
I'm not really wanting to seem mean-spirited when I say this.
Gay on gay violence today.
But I really can't get my head around how Remedy as a company came to be, and how that conflicts with what they create. Their first video game as a small studio was 1996's Death Rally. And as a studio located in Finland, they did not feel comfortable with English enough to write the game's instructions in the language. And so one of the people who worked there hired their friend, Sam Lake, to come in and write them because he had studied English literature in college. While working on the game's instructions, Lake noticed that there was a lot of empty negative space in the menu screens, and asked if he could write additional text to fill that space that added some flavor information about these cars.
So Sam Lake origin story?
They liked him, he did the job well, and as a result he became their lead narrative designer for their next title, Max Payne, and also famously provided the face for the titular character.
And now he is basically their lead creative, he's the auteur of the company. So, the guy is a mad genius. I called him the Finnish Kojima earlier, and that's, like, true in so many ways.
For this job, he went back to school to study writing to make sure that he was up to the task. He continued to grow within the organization, eventually taking the role of creative director for the entire company, which is the position that he still holds to this day.
I've never seen fucking Sam Lake with this emo-ass haircut, though, Jesus.
And so I'm genuinely confused how a company that positions itself as being strongly driven by a study of narrative drops that ball consistently in essentially all of their titles, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, in your uneducated fucking, in your ignorant fucking opinion, because it doesn't sound like he's played any of these fucking games. Bro's just yapping.
There are so many ideas that are introduced to the narrative of Alan Wake that go absolutely—
Where did any of the tangents in this video come from? It's only been half an hour, and he's maybe talked about Alan Wake for a total of 10 fucking minutes.
Nowhere. To a point that it is pretty frustrating to try and keep up with it all. It is a never-ending series of setups, without a single real payoff. A big deal.
Maybe because you weren't paying attention. It's very Lynchy, and you have to put things together yourself. The game trusts you to be able to put things together. It doesn't hold your fucking hand and, like, whisper into your ear what the plot is.
Deal is made in Chapter 1, and the beginning of Chapter 2, that Alice has a tremendous fear of the dark.
See, here's Alice working on his book covers. I was saying that earlier. This scene has always cracked me up, because, like... Hang on, let me get the lights back on. So that you have a digital camera, you work on all this shit digitally, but she's hung up the photos as if it was a black room. It's almost like she's seen people hang up photos like this in black rooms, but doesn't really understand why, because this isn't a black room. It's been pretty painful so far. It's mostly been an excuse for me to babble about Alan Wake and convince people that they should play it, and it's awesome. Though, one of my fans is also trying to get me to read the book adaptation, which I might do. He treats Alan Wake like the first Alan Wake game treats Alice. Yeah, kind of! And again, I'm not going to argue that Alice isn't underutilized, but I wouldn't call it misogynistic because there are other female characters in the game who have pretty depthful roles. So, yeah, Alice got a little neglected and basically got turned into a MacGuffin, and that's a problem, but I wouldn't call it misogynistic. It is a writing problem, but I wouldn't fucking call it misogynistic.
Tremendous fear of the dark, and cannot handle being by herself in it. After Chapter 2, this is never brought up again, and serves no purpose.
Okay, I need a second. I mean, the whole reason it's brought up is she is trapped under the lake in the dark place. She is literally in a dark place, and she has a paralyzing fear of the dark. And that is why it is imperative to rescue her from the dark place. Just think about how much more awful it must be for her. And again, if the dark place is Alan's anger, it could be a metaphor for him pushing her into the lake. I am not letting that go, Cryo. You can fight me.
Other than to make us feel bad that Alice is trapped in the dark presence, and is probably scared. A manipulation tactic to try
Yeah, I just fucking said that. A manipulation tactic? It's thematically relevant. What is with all these, like, this is not even the first person I've seen, like, oh, the show is trying to make me feel this particular way about a character. The show is manipulating me. The show is gaslighting me. It's like, this is how storytelling works. It is supposed to invoke an emotion in you, yes. Like, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, she's physically absent after chapter 2, yes, so...
up again, and serves no purpose other than to make us feel bad that Alice is trapped in the dark presence, and is probably scared. A manipulation tactic to try and make us care about a character who's only in the game for about 8 minutes or so.
So, skill issue if you don't care about Alice, I guess.
But since we never see her again, all of that buildup in time is essentially for nothing.
But we do see her again when she's crawling out of the fucking lake, which you just saw, you showed. She crawls out of the fucking lake at the end of the game, so yes, we fucking see her again!
Dr. Hartman hires Ben Mott to try and pretend that—
No, I skipped ahead instead of back.
Up again, and serves no purpose other than to make us feel bad that Alice is trapped in the dark presence, and is probably scared. A manipulation tactic to try and make us care about a character who's only in the game for about 8 minutes or so.
So again, this is her crawling out of the lake at the end of the fucking game. So, oh, we never see her again except this time that we do!
At Hurtworks sent a super chat, so this video is just him pulling a Lily, trying to be different for different sake while misreading the whole thing, with a dash of virtue signaling.
That's all of BreadTube, man. All of BreadTube is these idiots who think they're smarter than they are, and trying to employ their same, like, biased, weird, broken lens on fucking every single piece of media. You know? Movie-length video of pointlessness. I know, like, we have an hour left. Dear God, everyone hold hands.
But since we never see her again—
This just in, local man loves his wife. More at 11. Yeah, like, she's his wife. Do we need much more motivation than that?
All of that buildup in time is essentially for nothing. There's no payoff to her story.
She escapes the fucking lake, asshole. How is that not a payoff?
Dr. Hartman hires Ben Mott to try and pretend that he has kidnapped Alice so that Alan will give his manuscript to him, so that Dr. Hartman can study it and learn more about Alan creatively, because he has an obsession. This subplot takes up an—
no, it's because Hartman is secretly working— he's not working with the Dark Presence, he wants to control the Dark Presence. This is why Dr. Hartman gathers these troubled artists in this place on Cauldron Lake, because artists can have an impact in Bright Falls because of the Dark Presence in Cauldron Lake. So Hartman is trying to manipulate the Dark Presence, and to do that, he hires a guy to pretend he kidnapped Alice, and then they get Alan to the lodge, and Hartman just tells him, "Oh, Alan, you didn't actually go anywhere. You've been a patient at my lodge since your wife died. You're just having lapses in memory again, silly Alan." You know, so it's kind of a fun section of the game, and you'll want to punch Hartman again the entire time.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat, IPOS, this female character has no character traits. Game gives Alice a phobia of the dark. IPOS, that doesn't count. Wow.
I know, it's not even like her main character trait either.
A third of Alan Wake's story. Once the lodge—
Evie says, why do we, the players, necessarily need to care? If I can see Alan cares, because it's his wife, then that's enough for me. I swear some people don't know how to separate themselves from the MC. Yeah, because again, Alan is kind of an asshole. You don't want to be Alan. Alan is kind of an asshole. He's kind of, like, we're playing as him, but you're also kind of observing him. He's not a player insert. He's his own person. You know, so you are, like, whatever Alan thinks, you don't have to agree with him. You know? Dio says, you know where his motivation is explained? In the script. Yeah, right?
Lodge that he lives and works in is attacked. We not only never see Hartman again and never learn what happens to him, but no character ever references him again.
He gets taken by the Dark Presence, and there's a whole page about it. And I don't think he... Well, maybe he died in Alan Wake 1, but they kind of retconned that. But, Alan, like, fucks this guy over. Do we see the scene where the Dark Presence takes him? I'm trying to find it. Let's see. Alan Wake. Dr. Hartman. Taken. We see... Oh, here. It's in the short, at least.
Wait, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability in mind.
So Alan shuts him in with the fucking Dark Presence and lets it take him, because he hates this guy. And he smirks about it! Look at him! He's like, I just killed that awful psychologist who I punched in the face the first time we met. Does somebody have the page uploaded? The actual page he wrote about this happening before it happens? Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. But yeah, so, like, he's really glossing it over, though. Like, Hartman is manipulating Alan, like he manipulates all the artists under his care to try to control the Dark Presence in the town. Like, he obviously didn't see that part in whatever recap he was looking at, because he clearly didn't fucking play this game.
Might as well have not existed because he's so unimportant.
If you're intrigued by the game, I highly recommend playing it in the sequel, and Control if you feel like it. Control is more like the SCP's Foundation, but it's in the same universe as Alan Wake, and the two of them are related, but they have very different approaches to the media, because Alan Wake is much more mystical and supernatural, where Control is more about people trying to scientifically define the supernatural. But one of the DLCs it was for Alan Wake 2 with the two SCP people. What is it called again? It's the Foundation or Control or something. But we see that we see the futility of trying to scientifically define the supernatural in one of the Alan Wake 2 DLCs. So at first I was worried they were going to lean completely into SCP stuff, but then they came back around and said no, it's just as futile as it is in SCP sometimes to try to categorize the supernatural and to try to contain it. I have not played Outer Wilds. It is one of the games I plan to play blind on stream someday, so it's on the list.
Important to the events presented here, despite taking up a tremendous amount of screen time. Hartman later appears again in 2019's Control, and he now looks like this, which...
Yeah, he got taken by the darkness, and then he also got infected by the hiss, and he turned into a big creepy monster. Hartman was arrested after the events of Alan Wake. He's what you call a para-utilitarian. That's what the Control people call people related to the supernatural who have supernatural powers. So he was trying to, like, mess with the supernatural illegally. So the Federal Bureau of Control, that's what it is. The Federal Bureau of Control took him in, and in Control, he turns into a double stuffed monster. Doesn't really matter, though.
Is an amazing character design. But I've played that game, and I can't tell you why the years have been so hard on him. A massive problem. So you went through Control without reading any of the documents, then? Because that's one of the most important parts, is running around reading all the documents on what the Federal Bureau of Control is up to. And you will read about Hartman getting arrested by the Federal Bureau of Control and getting taken in by them. And then it's a combination of the Dark Presence taking him over and him getting infected with the Hiss Resonance and becoming a third thing. So, yeah, you weren't paying attention. Problem with both of these games is hiding so many details of its main story in its supplementary materials.
These are not supplementary materials. This is in the game. A supplementary material would be something outside of the game. These pages are in the game. It's like a codex, almost. So, this is part of the gameplay, is reading these pages. Alan even reads them to you if you don't want to read them yourself. The only thing I would say is I wish you could just listen to the narration of the pages while you're fucking walking around. But I can kind of see why they didn't do it that way, because you could get interrupted by an enemy fight or a cutscene or something. But I just kind of would prefer it if if that. See, Garbo says, I'm at the part of the game with Alan and Hartman. Oh, I'm sorry if I spoiled anything for you. I'm sorry. If I find the note of Hartman getting taken, I'll send it over to you in a screenshot on Discord. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you find that page before it happens. Oh god, somebody made me in Tomodachi Life. I was just looking at my Discord server. Oh my god. Awesome. There we go. Beautiful. I'm waiting for my friend to make me in her game, too. Stop trying to Tomodachi Life pill me, everybody. Anyway, what was I saying? I don't know. Let's keep going.
Similar to Metal Gear Solid 5. In Alan Wake, the story is told through manuscript pages that can be found in hidden areas of the levels. They are pages from a book that Alan has written about himself, but does not remember ever writing. But
that's important. What are you gonna say about it?
Somehow the events of these pages are coming true. When you read them after collecting them, their purpose is to be a replacement for on-screen storytelling, and give you—
No, motherfucker! Because one of the first things that happens is you find the page, and if you read what it says on it, that exact event happens later in the game. So these pages are predicting things that are going to happen later in the game. You still see those things happen. They're not a replacement. The whole thing is we are in the story that Alan is writing about himself. The Alan we're playing as is the Alan in the fictional work that Alan is writing. Can your little pea brain wrap around that, maybe?
Give you the plot context of why these things are important. I don't want to, nor should I have to. Listen to an
It's a game about writing, but I shouldn't have to read any writing in this game about writing and storytelling. Fucking moron. You can go through the whole game without reading the pages. You don't have to. It'll enhance the game if you do, but you can still figure out what the fuck is going on, even ignoring all these. Even when I played through it, we didn't look at all the pages. I skipped some of them. I was like, ah, fuck this. We're only gonna look at the ones that are kind of important. But they inform you of things, they predict things that are going to happen, they give you a little bit more context for some parts of the game. But they're not a replacement. But, you know, a game that rewards you for seeking out things to learn more about the world and story, why are you mad at that?
Listen to an exorbitant amount—
Yeah, and again, everything Remedy does is very multimedia. That's kind of their signature.
—of cassette tapes. Read manuscript pages or government files just to know the basic idea of what is happening on screen, and what is—
Oh, so you didn't read the government files in Control either, even though they're very interesting and fun, and some of them even have their own funny little storylines going on.
—is being presented at me without any context. It's an awful—
Yeah, even like BioShock has recordings, this guy would be like, this is a game? How dare you make me listen to something? Yeah, do you think that, like, the fucking recordings in BioShock are also supplementary? It's not supplementary if it's in the fucking game, idiot.
—storytelling device if used in excess. It's supplementary in most games for a reason.
It's not supplementary. Supplementary would be like a novelization. Like having to supplementary is like when fucking— I always almost call him Kylo Ren. Kai Lang. Supplementary is when fucking Kai Lang shows up in Mass Effect 3, and you're expected to, like, know who he is and be excited because he's one of the fucking shitty books that I didn't read or care about. That's supplementary material.
In the most recent Resident Evils, for instance, there are plenty of files that you can pick up and read, but that only enhances the information you already know. It is—
Same thing in Alan Wake, douchebag! Same fucking thing in Alan Wake! And same thing as codex entries in any game. What are you talking about?
Isn't required to even understand—
Does this motherfucker even play a lot of video games?
—the basic ideas of the plot. And on top of that, there's only a handful of these to be found—
It'd be like in, like, hidden cutscenes that you have to work to get are supplementary, you know? Like, it'd be like saying, like, the hidden cutscenes you have to get in Final Fantasy VII are supplementary. It doesn't make any sense.
—found in each game. Compared to the 84 cassette tapes in Metal Gear Solid 5, that total almost 7 hours of listening content, the 106 manuscript pages in Alan Wake, and the roughly 530 collectible secret government documents, interviews, and clips in Control. If a player has little to no idea what is going on in the story without diving into that homework, then I would strongly argue that you have failed in crafting a narrative. Or at least
it's not their fucking fault that you can't follow anything. You don't have to read all that stuff. You really don't have to. Again, the thing with the pages, especially the first one you find, is that it's predicting future events that haven't happened yet. And then they inevitably do. And Alan really can't do anything to stop it, even if he knows about it ahead of time. That's kind of the point, because he's in the story. We are in the story Alan is writing.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. What is this dude a tourist for reading too? Cause he references novels, but it sounds like he hates reading.
I know, it's so weird. And her work says, nah, he's lying. There's a ton of important stuff in those notes in RE. Well, it doesn't surprise me that he's fucking lying. I don't really play Resi, so...
It's an enjoyable one. And that isn't some anti-intellectual, I don't like reading kind of statement. I collect
Yes, it is!
I own hundreds of books.
I own hundreds of books. That doesn't mean you understand them.
Not embracing the fundamentals of your own chosen medium and art form. Alan Wake is a game that is held together with chewing gum and rubber bands.
Oh, Jesus. But games have always had codex entries, idiot, for a long-ass time.
And that isn't some anti-intellectual, I don't like reading kind of statement. I collect books. I own hundreds of books.
He says, I collect books. I own hundreds of books. But he didn't mention reading them. Does he just put them on a shelf and go, see? I have a lot of books. That makes me smart. And then he doesn't read them. That's what I'm imagining right now.
It's about not embracing the fundamentals of your own chosen medium and art form. Alan Wake is a game that is held together with chewing gum and rubber bands.
I can't argue with that.
The same could be said for pretty much every game that has ever been published. But it is more so evident when playing this than just about anything I've ever experienced before.
Okay, there are way jankier games in Alan Wake 1. Alan Wake 1 is pretty jank, but there are way jankier games. Like, we'll get Deadly Premonition, its cousin.
A tremendous amount of hard work ended up being wasted on something that ultimately was just a bit of a glorified tech demo. Knowing the story here of the production...
Yeah, Dio says, fundamentals of the medium. What medium? Video games. The medium where you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, there's entire games that are just text. I used to play text-based MUDs all the time as a kid. I loved them. In fact, when World of Warcraft first came out, I was like, oh, MMOs with graphics? That'll never catch on.
Production of this makes me legitimately sad for what we could have had here, because so many of their ideas going into this project were great. All of the elements were there for this
You were making me legitimately sad with your unappreciation of Remedy's work.
To be a genuine classic, instead of the cult classic that it is.
It is a classic. I mean, I don't even think Alan Wake is a cult classic anymore. Like, before the second game came out, sure, you could call it a cult classic. But I think now it's a little bit more well-known, because Alan Wake 2 did pretty well.
Which, by its nature, implies that it is a bit...
Yeah, we're not even halfway through. I mean, I do keep stopping to show Alan Wake cutscenes, but...
imperfect, but is so through interesting means. Alan Wake was famously in varying stages of production.
Imagine this guy playing a game before there was, like, audio dialogue and you had to read everything. It's like, oh, this game is making me read all the characters' dialogue. Can't just appreciate what medium it is? Remember when games were just about hopping on turtles like Mario Brothers?
Something which is unfortunately quite common today for games, but at the time was pretty rare. Remedy didn't have a new game after 2003's Max Payne 2 until Wake's release in...
Wait, I think I skipped ahead again by accident instead of back like I was trying to do. Hold up.
And that isn't some anti-intellectual, I don't like reading
I didn't want to hear that again.
Medium and art form. Alan Wake is a game that is held together with chewing gum and rubber bands. The same could be said for pretty much
This guy would hate Toby Fox. Yeah.
Every game that has ever been published. But it is more so evident when playing this than just about anything I've ever experienced before.
Well, visual novels aren't exclusively text-based. You have images. When I say I played text-based MUDs, I mean everything was fucking text. Let me show you. I used to play Gemstone 3 a lot, actually, when I was growing up, but it's still fucking around. But this was what fucking MMOs were back in the day, guys. Let me see. Well, you can't see it very well, but this was an MMO back in the day. It would say, like, it would describe to you the scene before you, ask you if you want to go east, west, north. You know, you could look around to see what items were in the area. This is what I used to play as MMOs. So yes, completely text-based video games have existed. Oh yeah, somebody made me in Tomodachi Life. I just checked Discord. Somebody made me in Tomodachi Life. I was very charmed.
A tremendous amount of hard work.
Yes, the muds, Dio! I played so many muds!
Ended up being wasted on something that ultimately was just a bit of a glorified tech demo. Knowing the story here of the production of this makes
I'm gonna say the game is a glorified tech demo. I mean, yeah, I got through it in like, what, 12 hours, but...
me legitimately sad.
I've played it a lot.
Because so many of their ideas going into this project were great. All of the elements were there for this to be a genuine classic, instead of the cult classic that it is, which, by its nature, implies that it is a bit imperfect, but is so through interesting means. Alan Wake was famously in varying stages of production for 7 years, something which is unfortunately quite common today for games, but at the time was pretty rare.
They're also an indie company in Finland with not a lot of resources. Though lots of like the European gaming industry has really been getting up there, because we had the Witcher games. A lot of the indie games I play are like out of the Netherlands or out of Germany or something. It's good to see it. We have lots of video games coming out of Europe these days.
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. This man acts like reading Kill Her Grandma.
Yeah, right?
Remedy didn't have a new game after 2003's Max Payne 2 until Wake's release in 2010. And in those...
So I think they got screwed for the rights on Max Payne too, which is why the Max Payne parody in Alan Wake is now Alex Casey.
years the game underwent massive changes due to different reasons, with a primary one being a lack of cohesive vision from the project at the top, both from the creative and business aspects of game development. Alan Wake began its earliest stages in 2003, the year after Grand Theft.
God, he's just referencing other... Like, he's barely talked about the game itself. All he keeps saying is that its writing is bad, but hasn't really said why. Or when he does try to say why, it's because he wasn't paying attention.
Theft Auto Vice City, and the year before, San Andreas. This was an era that was defined by Grand Theft Auto's impact on the medium. More and more games went open world to emulate that series' success for better or worse.
Yeah.
It was a real Pandora's box moment for game design. And like many...
Like, why didn't you just make a separate video about that topic instead of cramming it in here? You really need to edit your scripts more, buddy.
Their titles. Alan
Well, he's a bread tuber. They only make videos out of personal grudges, you know?
Wake started off basically as another style ripoff of Grand Theft Auto, with a large, free-roaming at-will map.
Well, just being open world doesn't mean you're a ripoff of Grand Theft Auto. It just means that GTA was so popular at the time, everybody was making their game open world, even when it really, really didn't need to be. Like that fucking open city area in fucking No More Heroes. Really didn't need to be there. But a lot of game companies did feel the pressure to have open worlds for the longest time thanks to GTA. He's not wrong about that. And Alan Wake was initially going to be an open world game. That's why the driving sections that he actually likes are still there. I think they should have just cut those out and just made it more linear. It's fine as a linear game. I like linear game experiences. Not everything has to be a fucking open world for me. I wish they didn't make Dragon Age Inquisition open world. I wish they didn't make a lot of things open world. They would have been better if they hadn't been. Not that I don't like open world games. I mean, I love Skyrim, I love Fallout 4, I love screwing around in those games. There is a lot of open world games I like, but not every single game needs that. Yeah, it was the style at the time. It really was, though. Like, everybody felt pressure to have an open world. He's talking about Vice City and San Andreas, Cryo, where I would say GTA was probably at the height of its popularity. I know everybody loves GTA 5, but I feel like the brand has kind of lessened, especially since they haven't made a new one in a long time.
With missions located in different spread-out explorable areas that could be accessed on foot but would be more likely reached by vehicle. The first gameplay demos that were shown off in 2005.
Yeah, it was gonna be a lot more like Deadly Premonition, kind of, you know?
Make this inspiration.
Again, Alan Wake 1 and Deadly Premonition, they're like cousins, I swear, you know?
Clear. Even having a GTA-style mini...
Dio says, I think Alan Wake makes much more sense story-wise as a linear railroad game. I wouldn't call it railroaded, you can explore a little bit. But yeah, it makes far more sense as a linear story experience.
Map in the bottom left corner, and driving around locations to get to missions being a key part of the gameplay loop. Even before they had the base idea of the story, they thought they knew what kind of game they wanted to make, and the location of where this was supposed to take place.
Yeah, that's a lot of game makers, so...
And so even without knowing exactly what they were making, they began constructing the world that it would take place in to get ahead of the ball. And the level of detail...
Dude, that... Usually when people make video games, yeah, gameplay and environment comes first and story comes second, that, yeah. People don't tend to start with a story idea for a game. They tend to come up with gameplay first, because that's the medium, right? You were talking about people playing to the strengths of their medium. Most games start out as a gameplay concept first, and then a story is written around the gameplay. That's how most games work.
The detail that they went for here is astonishing, really. The entire team flew out to the Pacific Northwest to do field research on how the landscape in the game should feel.
Yeah, to get ahead of the ball? What sport are you talking about where you have to get ahead of the ball? Tennis?
Process, they took over 40,000 photographs of natural life in the area. They used official...
Wow, okay, they took photographs for reference, like artists tend to do. They did that with Silent Hill 2 as well. Why are you acting like this is a big deal? Yes, they take photo references of things to make 3D models based on. Just like artists use reference from their drawing. You would probably know this if you were an artist, but I guess you're a writer, so you don't have to worry about these things.
Our team flew out to the Pacific Northwest to do field research on how the landscape in the game should feel.
This is so incredibly common for games, for movies, for, like, everything.
In this process, they took over 40,000 photographs of natural life in the area.
There, he's talking about pickleball, you're right.
They used official NASA data to make sure that the stars in the night sky would be in the right place for where Bright Falls was intended to be. There was a fully functional day and night cycle that was created for the open world using complex, never-before-seen lighting effects. There would have been the daylight hours, where Alan could explore...
I mean, the lighting effects in the game, even though we don't see the day-night change. I mean, the sun rises sometimes during sections. It's controlled by, you know, by an event, probably. But the lighting is still very good. He claimed to be a writer. I don't know. Maybe we'll see if he has books for sale or
something.
something.
About the mystery in the area around him in relaxed safety, and prepare for the inevitable fall of night, when he would again have to fight the forces of darkness. I have also read in the earliest versions of the game that during the day you could build and fortify defenses to make the nighttime pass easier.
Oh, I'm glad they didn't have that in the fucking game. If they had, like, tower defense shit, I probably wouldn't be a fan of this game.
The lights on your defenses would have been powered by gasoline generators.
Oh man, it's like, I saw the people who make Cloud Gardens are making a new game with the same lo-fi aesthetic, and it looks really cool. The only problem is it's fucking tower defense, and I fucking hate tower defense.
And you would have had to have made sure that you had enough fuel to last through each evening. It was basically the concept of survival horror made open world like Evil Within 2 would eventually do, except on an even grander scale. Mixed also with the downtime of the day.
Yeah, they overshot and couldn't make it like this. We know, so?
Like to have some calmer vibes, character-based gameplay. A balance between the light and the dark. It's a pretty genius idea. One that creates a lot of...
Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness.
Room for all kinds of interactions in gameplay. And is also complemented by the main story of Alan's fight against the darkness, and his own depression. In order to achieve this, a new engine had to be created from scratch to be able to have such a complicated functioning world run.
Oh Jesus, this is just the see I researched. See I researched. See I did research. I'm reading off of Wikipedia. See I did research section. I am skipping ahead on this. Jesus fucking Christ. I wish you had like actual chapters so I could know where you talk about certain things. Yeah, Giselle and I was shaking hands. We both hate fucking tower defense games. I just don't enjoy it as gameplay. I just don't enjoy it. Let's start here and see what he's talking about now.
Naturally bound partnership with Microsoft, and the company directed them to make Alan Wake as technologically impressive as possible for a PC exclusive release, to try and add to the company-wide effort of getting people on board for the then upcoming Windows Vista.
We really need you to pull through for us, guy, for Windows Vista. That's a little funny.
Late into development, Microsoft changed their minds and told the studio that Alan Wake would now be an Xbox 360 exclusive, a system that it wasn't even intended to be.
When the fuck does he start talking about Twin fucking Peaks? Jesus Christ. Like, again, this video could have been so much shorter. Like, I wouldn't sit through this whole thing if I wasn't watching it on stream.
In the first place. And the developers were now stuck with this project that was being designed for top-of-the-line PC.
I wonder how this guy feels about Yakuza's story, yeah.
Now being forced to run on a much less powerful home console system. At the 2006 Microsoft...
Ah, those console peasants rooting it all for the PC gaming master race? Okay, I don't need the history of the development of the fucking game. This is really, really fucking unneeded. So let me skip ahead again and see if he's saying anything of substance.
The linear short experience of 6 levels that exists today. He said a small team of people...
It's better as a linear experience, though. It's stronger as a linear experience. I'm glad it wasn't more open world.
...were assembled to look at what they had completed or near completed, and were designated to make the painful decisions of cutting extensively, and locking down...
That happens when you make art, especially for corporations, and collaborative. Art has to be finished sometime, you know? You have to get it done at some point.
...anything that worked, and was polished enough to be a part of the final product. I have read a few things that suggest that it may have been this late in the process that the decision was made to have Alan's flashlight be such a primary focus of the combat, because they had put so many resources into developing this lighting system for the day and night cycle.
Yeah, but the whole flashlight combat is fun as fuck. You burn the darkness off the Taken, and then you can shoot them. It's like you have to use the flashlight to get rid of their barrier first. It's actually quite fun.
Which at this point had been entirely removed from the game, and that they were desperate to incorporate that in some fashion. And I'm inclined to...
It seems to be like the flashlight gameplay had to be a pretty early decision with all the light imagery, but okay. He's like, I have read, but he shows no proof. You know, he shows no source, no interview, no nothing. So, like, why should I take your fucking word for it?
...to believe this. Because going back and watching all of the trailers and demos, it isn't until just before launch that they show off the mechanic of Alan's flashlight being used...
I'm watching all the demos and trailers, but did you play the fucking game at all? Because it sounds like you didn't.
...to damage enemies, which is fairly odd considering that it's the primary foundation of the game's combat.
Yeah, well,
also,
it works.
This trailer from the summer of 2009 just implies a very different story existed in the game at that point, with the character of Rusty fulfilling an entirely different, seemingly more important role. Whereas in the finished game, he is more or less written entirely out of the story. Other scenes that can be found in pre-release materials include Alan doing a book signing at the local bookstore, Alan giving a
Yeah, it would have been cool to see this kind of stuff, though.
car ride to someone who is not in the final game.
I don't know, that looks like the hitchhiker who comes back later in his dream sequence.
Alan fighting something in daylight hours, and a new section where Alan gets the keys to the cabin from Ben Mott at this gas station, which is probably intended to be a reference to Big Ed's gas station in Twin Peaks. Instead
Oh, Dio, finally, your time has come, Dio.
Instead of getting the keys from the diner like in the final game. At one point, the idea was floated that to salvage the open world and to get this to work on the hardware on short notice, they could put a volcano in the center of the map where the lake is now, that would be on the verge of erupting. Which, as a result, the townspeople of Bright Falls would have been evacuated, and Alan would be—
Well, Cauldron Lake is a caldera, though. There is a volcano under the lake, so... There is still a volcano under the lake. It's dormant, but the lake is a caldera. That's why it's called fucking Cauldron Lake.
Breaking evacuation orders, and exploring on his own trying to survive in this environment, with just himself and the bad guys. Similar to how Arkham City and Arkham Knight operate. This would have acted as an explanation as to why there were no NPCs, and would hopefully mask the cut content of the now scaled down story, from when it was a massive GTA-style game. I've seen one
Being open world doesn't make it GTA style. I don't think we're supposed to be driving around as Alan, hitting NPCs on the sidewalk, and like doing like drive-by shootings at people. I don't think that was gonna be it.
Meant that the world created for this was 100 square kilometers, almost none of which has ever been publicly seen.
Oh yeah, that was a big thing back then too. It's like, oh, the map in our game is this many miles big. It's like, who the fuck cares?
There also were a great deal of different types of enemies in the game that could use different powers of darkness. All of this would be
concept art that didn't make it into the final game. Also something very common in the development of anything. In games, movies, anything like this is going to have unused concept art. That is very normal.
Scrapped in the final game, in exchange for endless waves of a single type of enemy. Lumberjacks who all do the
There isn't just a single type. No, because you got those speedy little motherfuckers, and then you get the guys who throw axes at you, and then you have like the really big guys. There are different guys.
Same thing. Probably because they were the only enemy type that was functioning well enough to ship the game with on a short notice.
That's just a fucking lie. There's like at least 6 different enemy types. Maybe more. I hate those little speedy motherfuckers with the sickles. You know, they work differently than the other Taken, so you're just making that up.
This is also why Alan hops around a lot to different locations, even in instances where that may not make a ton of sense. Because they were trying to incorporate as many of the best locations that had been built for the open world as possible, now being carved out to be used for linear levels.
Well yeah, instead of you traveling there in the open world, they just dump you there after a cutscene, yeah, so?
Writing the news story around trying to fit in these places, rather than these locations existing for actual story purposes. This became
I mean, these were obviously still going to be important locations in the story. Especially, like, the dam. The dam is very important to the story. I don't think they just put that there for no reason, then wrote a reason later.
Ethos of the entire last stage of the process. Take what is working, build the story to incorporate as many of those elements as possible.
Yeah, that's how writing works? Let's hear that again. I thought you were a fucking writer, asshole.
New story around trying to fit in these places, rather than these locations existing for actual story purposes. This became the ethos of the entire last stage of the process. Take what is working, build the story to incorporate as many of those elements as possible.
Take what's working and build your story to incorporate the elements that are working. Yeah, that's how fucking writing works. Maybe you don't know that because you don't do more than a first fucking draft for your videos and possibly whatever the fuck else you write. But, like, yeah, sometimes in a story you have to, like, just rip out entire concepts because they're not working anymore, and you build your story around what is working. That is the smart way to fucking write. I mean, I always bring up fucking Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is a good example of this, though. What they would do is they would just give themselves little seeds and pay them off later to make it look like it was planned all along. Or they just invent things out of whole cloth around an actor. Because, like, Mike in Breaking Bad was not a planned character. What happened was a scene Saul Goodman was supposed to be in couldn't be done because Bob Odenkirk couldn't be on set that day. So they hired Jonathan Banks and made up this character, Mike, who was Saul's PI and kind of second-hand man. They ended up turning Mike into a full-ass character. He wasn't even planned from the beginning, but they worked with what they had and what was working and built a story around that. It's like with Gus Fring, too. Gus Fring was never meant to be a villain. They literally hired Giancarlo Esposito to be the friendly local restaurant owner, but Giancarlo decided to play the role in a way that made it look like he was a little mysterious and maybe was hiding something in order to get a callback, and it worked. And they gave him a callback, and they said, hey, we're gonna make you the drug kingpin and, like, our main villain for, like, 2 fucking seasons. That wasn't planned at all, but the way it works in the show, it feels like it was, because they took what was working already and built their story around it. Yes, that's how you do writing good. Like, why are you acting like this is such, like, a bad thing or a revelation of some kind?
Even if it doesn't make a ton of sense, and cut everything else.
Yeah, and Jesse, the other Breaking Bad factoid, Jesse Pinkman was supposed to die after season 1. He was supposed to be, like, the first major death, and Walter White was supposed to end up working with other people, but because Aaron Paul was so good and the character was so charming, and him and Bryan Cranston had such chemistry, they're like, okay, we need to keep this character around. So, again, writing this, they changed the path, they changed the trajectory from their original idea because of other factors. They kept what was working and wrote around it, yes!
Only benefit to this is that the game's locations always have incredible looking vistas and backgrounds, especially compared
They're kind of samey, though. It's always pine trees.
to other games of its era, because it isn't faked like it usually was on other titles, and was at one point as well detailed and explorable as everything else in the level.
Ilana Lacola says, again, these hacks don't know the creative pipeline from concept to revision to the actual production. Yeah, that's a problem with a lot of these video essays, but he's claiming to be a writer.
Microsoft also made the bizarre decision to release Alan Wake the same week as Red Dead Redemption, and as a result, the game sold extremely poorly, and was at the time—
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone knew Red Dead was gonna be as, like, huge as it was. You know? Red Dead kind of came out of nowhere. Like, I'm not into, like, Wild West stuff, but I also really loved Red Dead Redemption. I mean, it's just a good fucking game with a good fucking story. And I even really got into, like, hunting and skinning animals in that game, something I would never do in real life, you know? But I don't think anyone knew that Red Dead was gonna be the major hit that it was. But he's like, oh, they released Red Dead at the same time. What does he mean Microsoft released Red Dead? Red Dead is a Rockstar game. I don't think they're a subsidiary of Microsoft. Did they have a special distribution deal with Microsoft for Red Dead? Because otherwise, you're making that up.
I'm deemed a financial disaster, only selling 145,000 units in the first 2 weeks on the market. It would take over 3 years for the game to sell enough copies.
Well, it was also a new IP from a not very well-known company. I mean, fucking Red Dead was Rockstar, and Rockstar had a huge brand recognition at the time because of Vice City and San Andreas, as you said earlier.
Just to recoup the cost of production. But due to positive word of mouth, over the next decade it would eventually sell 3 million copies, and that figure is taken before the
I forget why I ended up playing it. I think I was still working part-time at GameStop at the time, and at GameStop, if you worked there, you could rent out games from the store, used ones. But you could rent them out. Well, sometimes they'd let us rent out new ones, too, and just kind of put them back in the box. But I think that's what I did. I was like, oh, I'm kind of interested in this game. I'll just rent it out from work, and I think I beat it on a weekend, but I really liked it. And I've replayed it a few times since.
Recent remaster, which sold for $30 on all modern
I've
systems.
talked about working at GameStop before. It was like a part-time job I picked up on the side for a while.
Systems, including the Switch. Lake has said that in those last few months of the process, what became the story that Alan Wake formed into was intended to be a bit of a metaphor of them working on this project so long in the dark, without really knowing what it was.
I'm not entirely sure that's true, but that does sound like something Sam Lake would say.
The struggle of making Alan Wake became the base story of Alan Wake, of a successful author or game studio, who over the course of years can't seem to bring himself, or themselves, to deliver his or their next project.
Except him having writer's block was a plot point in that really early trailer you showed. And now you're trying to act like this was something they came up with toward the end of development. So again, you're just making up stuff based on vibes and showing absolutely new proof. Like, do you have a interview with Sam Lake saying this? Any source on this idea? Or is it just coming from your brain, and you think because you're so super smart, anything that you think is automatically true?
Partially out of a fear of not living up to his or their previous successes. And in a way, being
I mean, Max Payne was also kind of a cult classic, wasn't it? I mean, I gotta admit, I've never played the Max Payne games. If I have to do, like, if I'm gonna play fucking Timebreaker to round out my Remedyverse, maybe you guys can make me play Max Payne, too. I don't know.
It became a dual, almost meta story about the creative process. And so,
it was always going to be a meta story about the creative process. It's a story about a writer. That tends to happen when you write about writers, yes. It's like how the movie adaptation just became about trying to adapt a book that was kind of unadaptable, so the whole movie became about trying to adapt that book instead of the book itself. You know? It's kind of like that.
With all of this in mind, it is here that we should start to examine Alan Wake as presented in the final product that eventually shipped. Instead of talking about what Alan Wake isn't, here we will talk about what Alan Wake is.
You talked a lot about what it is, like you talked about its production history and stuff, so your chapters are confusing and you really should have edited the script more. You should have gone through a few different drafts, yeah.
Chapter 1.
And maybe actually played the fucking game. You didn't have chapters in your parts before this. You want to talk about sloppy fucking writing? Now suddenly we have chapters? Or are you talking about chapter 1 of the game? This is confusing.
Alan Wake isn't.
Also, ugly fucking color choice, ugly fucking font, ugly everything. Get a better graphic designer that isn't you.
Here we will talk about what Alan Wake is. Chapter 1. As I said before, we start off with a tutorial where we are led by an entity that seems to be God to a lighthouse. Then
And that it's Thomas Zane in his diving suit, and Alan even says that, but okay.
Alan wakes up on the ferry into Bright Falls.
You don't even mention that it's Thomas Zane. You haven't even mentioned Thomas Zane at all this entire time, so I think you didn't play it.
It's his key from the diner. They arrive at the cabin, and Alice goes missing. Alan then wakes up next to his wrecked car in the woods 1 week later, not knowing how he got there. That's all done within the first half hour. And from the very beginning, there is a clear lack of polish on certain details. Alan gets into the driver's seat of the car. Then 5 seconds later in the next shot, he and Alice have switched places.
That's only if you click on the driver's seat. I think you can also click on the passenger seat to get into the car. Oh God, this guy is so fucking stupid.
On certain details. Alan gets into the driver's seat of the car.
I think you could go to either side of the car, but it's just leave ferry. It's just you, the player, clicking on the car to leave the ferry.
Then 5
it's not
seconds
ludonarrative dissonance. It's just, hey, click here to start the cutscene. That's all that fucking is, moron.
In the next shot, he and Alice have switched places. Stuff like that. In his wrecked car, Alan finds a copy of a book written by a doctor named Emil Hartman, who will end up being a major character in the plot as the story unfolds, as he is the town psychiatrist of Bright Falls, who is slowly going mad. I also really hate this kind of writing. My biggest complaint with so many works—
Alice says she read one of Hartman's books, and that's why she suggested going on vacation here, and she only sprung the fact that she was bringing him to meet Dr. Hartman on him when they had their argument before she falls into the lake. So yeah, it makes sense that the book would be in the car. It was probably in Alice's luggage. Idiot.
Works of fiction is that it so often feels as if either people stop existing when they are not around the main character, or that everyone in the story knows each other and has a personal connection and history. Often
Let's go back and watch that cutscene of their argument again. Actually, I might have to... I might have to bring it back up. I think I closed it for another video.
Surprise!
Like, bro, she says it right the fuck here.
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a...
There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. And oh my god, that book was in their car. Their car that was full of their vacation luggage when they came to this place. So maybe she brought the fucking book with her, idiot. Like, this is explained. You either didn't play it or you skipped all the cutscenes. Do you think cutscenes are also supplementary material in a video game?
with everyone being related, even in tales that take place across entire continents or galaxies. It makes worlds feel small, and I think textual
Star Wars is fucking like Buck Rogers. It's meant to be that way,
information
idiot.
should be used to develop and infer that these people are part.
This guy only watches Marvel movies and probably thinks he's doing like real political thinking talking about them, doesn't he?
Of their own stories, and interests that are messy and independent of what is happening.
This guy has no ability to infer. Yeah, I think that's the problem with a lot of these media illiterate people. They can't infer anything.
Character. Rather than forcing ultimately meaningless connections between the entire cast for unneeded drama.
How is that meaningless? That's the whole reason they picked Bright Falls as a place to come. And Alice kind of tricked Alan by saying, oh, let's just go to this quaint little town for a vacation. When really, she wanted to bring him to Dr. Hartman's lodge. It's set in the fucking game. So that's the whole reason they're in this particular town. It's not meaningless.
That'll revolve around the same boring man. Now, it is literally...
Okay, you can call Alan a lot of things, but he's not boring. You can call him a scumbag. You can call him a pretentious asshole. You can make fun of his stupid tweed jacket, but he's not boring.
Rather than forcing ultimately meaningless connections between the entire cast for unneeded drama that'll revolve around the same boring man. Now, it is later revealed that Alice and Hartman know each other, and he is the reason that they have vacationed here, because Alice thinks that Hartman can help Alan based on his focus on—
So you do know, so why are you calling it fucking meaningless, you idiot? The whole reason they're here.
On creativity. But I think ultimately this is something that should be avoided in writing, because it often does less for a story than what it adds. Because they're
It added a whole reason for Hartman to want him at the lodge, to use his supernatural creative powers to try to manipulate the dark presence. That's why Hartman wants him.
Connection is essentially meaningless. His role in the game is meaningless. A holdover from an—
It's not meaningless, you just didn't pay attention to this section. Let's watch that scene where he wakes you up and lies to your fucking face. This live action Hartman over here? Oh, see, Gaming University. If you want to learn anything about the Remedyverse, Gaming University is where you want to go. His videos are fan-fucking-tastic. Monty Xander also has some very good videos on Alan Wake and the Remedyverse. Where's the one where you wake up to Emil Hartman talk? This is all the cutscenes in Alan Wake. I bet I can just find it. I bet I can just fucking find it. I'll recognize it. Yeah, here we are. It's right there. There we go. There we go.
His wife! We don't know where she is!
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
I think this is the previously on, so there you go. Each chapter ends like a TV show, and then you have a previously on, even though this didn't release episodically. It's kind of lame, but... It's the very beginning of episode 4.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
This is the thing he's saying is completely fucking pointless. And then after this, Hartman is gonna gaslight you as he tries to control Alan to manipulate the dark presence. We'll leave this one up. I think he lies to you again right here, actually. Talk to him again here? Yeah, we do. He's still wearing the fucking tweed jacket, even laying in like a supposed hospital bed. This should have been his first sign that something was up here.
No, that won't do. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I guess the scene where you talk to him is when you're walking along. But yeah, he spends this whole time gaslighting you, saying, No! You've been a patient here for a long time. You went crazy after your wife died. You're just having episodes and lapses in memory. Here, take this sedative! So yeah, the whole time you're basically kidnapped here with Hartman, like he literally has Barry locked in a closet somewhere. He's just trying to manipulate Alan long enough to convince him. So he'll be able to study him to try to control the dark presence. Like, IPOS hasn't mentioned at all that Hartman is trying to control the dark presence using artists. Like, that's very important. And it's a lot about how artists are mistreated. And these ideas are expanded on in the Lake House DLC in Alan Wake 2. The Lake House DLC, you could just go watch that as like a movie. I bet somebody's uploaded it as well. It's so fucking good. And it is a lot about artists being mistreated and having their talents exploited by cold, clinical people, you know?
An earlier iteration where Alice was already gone, and Alan had to come to Bright Falls to receive help. Just after finding this and watching
He's fucking lying to you, though.
His car topple over the side of a cliff, Alan is chased through the woods by the possessed body of local citizen Carl Stuckey.
He's back to telling the story in order. Hartman comes later.
Actually rented the cabin from. This connection is also meaningless. Alan hides from him in a shed.
How is it meaningless? That's the guy he was looking for at the beginning of the game, and he's the first Taken we see. How is that meaningless?
And finds a few weapons there to defend himself. I do think it's
we would have heard the name Carl Stuckey by now, and we've seen him as a real person, and now we're seeing him as a Taken, and he's the first Taken we see. So we know this guy's a real person, us the audience, and then we see him as a Taken, as something inhuman, and we know, like, something happened, something isn't right here.
Very funny how open and willing Alan is to
like, if it was just a random guy going, Carl Stuckey, that would mean nothing.
Concept of murdering strangers. He finds a flashlight and a gun. Then right outside, Alan is approached by two men that he doesn't know, and he just starts blasting.
I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now
Dude, it's gameplay, okay? Yeah, a little ludonarrative dissonance. That's to be expected in a fucking video game. You were just talking about, you know, respecting the medium that it is. You kinda have to do that here, too.
Kill someone.
Also, he somehow knows that he needs to use his flashlight on them to rid them of the darkness before he kills them, which
Brother, it's game mechanics. Come on, you're just nitpicking now.
He just pulls from the ether in a dream that he had, that functioned as the tutorial. We the player know this because we have seen the trailers and know the base concept of the game. But
it isn't because we've seen the trailers and know the base concept of the game, it's because we've played the tutorial, which you've just revealed to me that you didn't do, because you didn't play this, did you?
At no point does the character actually have that aha moment of discovering that light hurts these creatures.
Why is that needed? Why is that needed at all? Like, why do we need Alan? Like, Alan, if you take the tutorial, like, the tutorial was a dream Alan was having, so yes, he already had that aha moment. He was taught that by Dream Thomas Zane in his fucking diving suit.
He just knows.
The fictionalized Thomas Zane that Alan wrote, which may not be Thomas Zane the filmmaker, who may also not be a real person, who may also be Alan. Listen, it's complicated, okay?
He just accepts that this dream really must have been a vision from God, and at no point...
Yeah, I don't think I saw any trailers for this game before playing it the first time. Like, again, he's like, oh, I saw a trailer, and this is how we know what the gameplay is. But it's like, okay, but did you play the tutorial, idiot?
And that is a real shame, because we could have had a really scary sequence where Alan is trying to hurt these things and nothing is causing any damage, and all he can do is run and hide, similar to Mr.
You know why they didn't do that? Because then gamers would get frustrated at not knowing what they're supposed to be doing. Unless you wanted that to be a cutscene or something.
X and Resident Evil 2.
And if it was a cutscene, how would that be any different than having a tutorial? Like, what do you mean?
When he does figure it out, he can turn the tables on them for a really impactful feeling moment. But nothing like that is done. I understand this is a thing with the limitations of the medium, of telling
He's like, I just wanted a cutscene that spelled it out for me, that Alan figures out how to use a flashlight, otherwise I can't suspend my disbelief at all. Like... Oh, you guys are making me hungry now in chat.
story
Come on.
within a game that has to, by its nature,
We're gonna be going for a while here.
Gameplay. But as we said, that problem of trying to present a narrative while also making something fun is so on display here. It makes no sense that by the end of this chapter, a couple dozen townsfolk go missing overnight, and they arrest a guy who is new to town, who has on his person a shotgun, a handgun, a flare gun, who is also, by the way, arrested in the gas station owned by one of the people who have disappeared. But they
Yeah, they what?
They treat him as a suspect in an ongoing investigation.
Yeah. That's how investigations work. They can't just say, oh, this guy had a gun, he's totally guilty, throw him in jail with no trial. Yeah, he would be a suspect. Yeah. And they also don't know what the fuck happened to him. He's been missing for a week and he's bleeding from his head.
Here, Alan Wake demonstrates the worst aspects of big-budget video games as a medium. Alan just happens to find multiple...
Not a big-budget video game. It's from an indie Finnish studio that got a distribution deal with Microsoft and then had to have product placement to pay for the fucking game. This isn't big budget. They had to have fucking Verizon billboards in the original game to pay for it, idiot!
Pistols, flares, flashlights, rifles, and shotguns.
Alan writes those there. Again, we are in the story Alan is writing. Don't forget that. Alan conveniently finds a gun. We'll blame Alan for his shitty writing then.
Around the forest floor for him to dispense of these people with. There's a shotgun in a gazebo in the middle of the woods. It makes no sense. At least in other games, the chosen setting...
I mean, the shotgun in the middle of a gazebo in the middle of the woods in, like, Washington? That makes sense. And now we're talking about Walking Dead with mushrooms.
Generally excuses why there may be guns all over the place. BioShock Infinite takes place in a world on the brink of an armed revolution. Same for The Last of Us, mixed with...
Fucking BioShock, you get guns out of vending machines. You find that more realistic?
With its apocalypse survival theme. Red Dead takes place in a time known for its guns. In these different fictional worlds, they have some sort of built-in reason for why there would be guns lying all over the place. But here...
Friendly Monster Girl says, this means Alan wrote those Verizon ads? Did Alan have product placement in his books all along?
In an aggressively normal town in the modern Pacific Northwest, it just doesn't work. And I get that I live in a country that literally has more guns than people. But I just...
Yeah, America, and yeah, you are talking about the fucking woodlands of the Northwest. I think a lot of people do have guns out there.
I just think that if they had just worked on this a little more, it could have felt better implemented somehow. There's gotta be a better solution. They really nailed the mystic gun in Control, and I think they could have gone
The guns in Alan Wake aren't mystic, they're just literal actual guns. It's not like the fucking service weapon.
Something similar here that worked a lot better. Over the course of the game, you kill so many enemies. And these are real people who are citizens of the town, who Alan is inferred to really be killing.
Are they, though? Because they're also in Alan's story, and his rewrites of reality don't always stick. It depends on what he's doing. That's especially true in Alan Wake 2. And again, you're just talking about ludonarrative dissonance. Just call it ludonarrative dissonance. That's what it fucking is. And how much that matters to you is a personal choice. Yeah, it's a video game. There's gotta be a little ludonarrative dissonance between the gameplay and what's happening in the story. That is inevitable. Get over it.
Was possessed like the Deadites of Evil Dead. We see Carl...
God, he's barely said anything about the actual game itself. It's...
Stucky in the daylight as just a normal dude. But at night he becomes infected with the darkness and goes mad.
Yes, we see him as a normal dude, and then he's the first Taken we see, so we understand how the Taken work. That's good writing.
And Alan kills him with a lot of his friends. I assume all of these...
He is blunt and dull. I wish I had a fucking blunt right now, Jesus.
People who do not get killed go back to normal with the dawn. We are never shown that or given much information on this process.
We don't know for sure. We don't know at all. We don't know if somebody can recover from being taken. I mean, Rose kinda did, but I don't think she was completely taken. I don't know, it's weird.
But there was a sign in the open world that can't be found in the main game that reads Bright Falls population 2086. A single missing persons case in a town that small would be a big deal, let alone dozens.
The cops are investigating. You just said he's treated as a suspect in an ongoing investigation. Okay, let's get to the part where he actually talks about fucking Twin Peaks. This is boring as shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Drive me crazy.
In a town
Maybe
that small would be a
it might
big
not be
deal,
that much
let
further
alone
ahead.
dozens. The only rationalization I can make for this is that not all of these enemies are intended to be people from Bright Falls. They are dressed as the woodsmen from Twin Peaks, which were
Or they're dressed as woodsmen in general, because those people exist. These guys kind of remind me of the Finnish twins from Alan Wake 2, which are played by the same guy.
Dimensional beings of pure darkness that have made their way into our world and taken that form. And so a good deal of them may have been this universe's Black Lodge spirits. But honestly, it just
No. Just no.
doesn't make a lot of sense. And I really do not know who we're fighting through most of this game, which is a massive problem if the game is focused on
You're fighting the Taken, who are taken by the Dark Presence. It's not that complicated.
They are essentially the exact same as the Hiss from Control, which I also
No, they are fucking not! The Hiss are people infected with a resonance. With a sound, and they can't be recovered from it. And a lot of them just float in the air chanting the resonance to keep the control of the area over people. So they're nothing like the Hiss.
didn't have an amazing grasp on why those people were the way that they were either. I didn't think they really...
Well, you weren't fucking paying attention then. It's a resonance. Just like Polaris is a resonance. That's why Jessie was the only one who wouldn't, like, be affected by the Hiss, because she had the Polaris resonance in her head. And they come from the same dimension. Actually, no, the Hiss resonance has been infecting various dimensions, and Polaris had to escape from her dimension to escape the Hiss and ended up with Jessie. But yeah, it's a sound. It's a sound and it's a chant that controls people. Nothing like the Dark Presence. That's why Hartman becomes a third thing when he's both taken and infected with the Hiss resonance. They're not the same fucking thing.
Also didn't have an amazing grasp on why those people were the way that they were.
See, Garbo says, my theory is that the darkness can recycle people they already took. That's why there are miners in the abandoned mines or just past people who were taken. Yeah! That makes sense because also, you know, people get drawn into the story when Alan uses them as a basis for what he's writing. So it could be similar to that as well.
Either. I didn't think they really wanted you to dwell on it that much, which is confusing to me. Because there really isn't an in-universe answer that makes any of this make sense out of Alan just...
It's a video game, that's your answer.
...being crazy and all of this being in his head. We all know that in reality these types of things are all symptoms of a diseased production cycle. But they could have at least explained it away somehow within the world with just a few lines of dialogue between characters. So many problems could have been fixed with just a few lines.
Basically, I want this Lynchian dreamlike story to give me clear explanation so I don't have to think.
But it's a video game, and in a video...
Maybe you are supposed to be conflicted about him just mowing down these people. Again, Alan is kind of an asshole.
Game, you need people to kill. So I guess here you go, kinda deal.
Yeah.
And I know that he's in a survival
So?
situation, but Alan describes himself as a pacifist on a few occasions, and he's actually a pretty aggressive guy, which is good character writing. Often having
Well, yeah, oh wow, Alan is a hypocrite. Imagine!
Characters see themselves in one light that is totally off base from reality is pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's pretty
But there's not
punch
a single
happy.
person in this game that I enjoy being around. And I'm certainly not someone who believes-
Not even Barry? Come on, you don't even like Barry. Come on now. Maybe you're just a very unsociable person.
And I'm certainly not someone who believes this is always a fault. There similarly isn't a likable character in the entire cast of Secession. But those people really know how to write. And they're using that to build commentary on a lot of
Oh my
things going
god, how many times are you gonna reference some other
however, is just
unrelated
not fun
fucking
to enact.
material?
And when playing this, I kind of actively root for bad things to happen to him. He's a toxic guy, loaded with money, famous...
Didn't you say, weren't you saying you hated some guy's writing system earlier? Where, like, bad things have to keep happening to the protagonist, and he has to keep making things worse? Didn't you say you don't like that earlier, and now you're saying, I keep rooting for bad things to happen to Alan?
Onto an Abbott. And when playing this, I kind of actively root for bad things to happen to him. He's a toxic guy, loaded with money, famous, great life, but still miserable. There's so much room to do compelling writing with the character.
Wow, people can still be miserable and have mental issues even when they're successful and have money. Imagine that. He's like, oh, he's rich, so he shouldn't have any problems.
Like that. They work so
I don't think he's even that rich. I mean, I know him and his wife have, like, a pretty nice apartment in New York fucking City, but I don't think he's that rich.
much to create so many setups, but are never interested in exploring the ramifications.
You don't like Barry? Fuck you, Dio. He's very American. Well, he's very New York City.
Of that, or the payoffs, or even concluding ideas to themes that they present. Anyways, Alan fights his way through the woods and arrives at a gas station where he calls for help. The sheriff arrives, sees the injury that he has on his head from the car crash.
Look, another female character. You're gonna call her misogynistic too?
And tells him that he needs immediate medical attention. She also informs him that the island where he rented his
most people assume he has like fucking brain damage from a head injury, and that's why he's not making any sense. But yeah, he goes to find that the cabin was never there in the first place. The cabin that the Dark Presence sent them to.
Alan fights his way through the woods and arrives at a gas station where he calls for help. The sheriff arrives, sees the injury that he has on his head from the car crash, and tells him that he needs immediate medical attention.
Oh shit, yeah.
She also informs him that the island where he rented his cabin does not exist, to which he doesn't believe her. The chapter ends with Alan standing by the lake, unable to process this information, of how this could be possible. For the footage collected to edit this video, I am playing on easy, and also have played Alan Wake a few times before, so
I don't believe you. I don't, like, how could you play this game multiple times and say the Hartman section is meaningless? Unless you just were, you know, jamming the start button to cut through dialogue and cutscenes and not paying attention to fucking anything. How could you say the whole Hartman section is meaningless if you've played this fucking game multiple times? I do not believe you.
So I know generally what I'm supposed to be doing in most of these situations.
No, you
so my
don't!
time is not fully representative of what the average first-time player will experience. But at the end of each chapter, I'm going to say the total daylight hours and nighttime hours. So you get the idea.
Doesn't matter. Why? He's focusing on all of the wrong things. This is another breadtube thing. They focus on all of the wrong things in a piece of media. I mean, Alan Wake's not that hard on normal. It's not, but if you wanted to just get through for the story and play it on easy, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Idea of how uneven the balance of day gameplay is to night. I know the night is where all the combat is.
Well, the day gameplay is just going to be story. There's going to be no action in the daytime. That's the point.
But this game could have been so much more if the team had embraced its more banal and relaxed elements. One of the most enjoyable things about Twin Peaks is how relaxing it is. But they are not interested in exploring that.
What's fucking relaxing about Twin Peaks? It starts with the murder of a teenage girl and the whole town is thrown into, like, chaos because of it.
Nature of life that conflicts with the total horrors that coexist with it. All of that got cut in favor
I would say Twin Peaks is more melancholic in atmosphere than relaxed.
What we have here. For this chapter, final daylight time is 12 minutes, and nighttime, 39 minutes.
Yeah, the one with the actual gameplay is longer. Fancy fucking that.
Total citizens of Bright Falls killed, 22. Chapter 2. Alan Wake.
What is he even trying to prove with this? What is he even trying? He hasn't even talked about the story itself. Like, he skips over things, he just omits things, and now he's like, oh, it's a big deal that you killed 22 enemies in the nighttime because I'm focusing on all the wrong shit for absolutely no reason.
Wakes up in the sheriff's station that is a complete recreation of the one from Twin Peaks. Being inspected by a doctor who looks and acts just like Doc Haywood from Peaks, who also happens to have a main character trait of enjoying fishing. He then
wow, people in Washington like to fish. This was more to show it was a small town where the doctor was out fishing when they called him to come check on Alan because there's only a single doctor in town because it's that small of a town. And yeah, it was probably a little bit of a Twin Peaks homage, but he's really, like, God, it's so much like Lily. It's so much like fucking Lily. I just know Lily's gonna be worse when we finally do her Ghibli video too. Oh my God.
It's Grant, the secretary, who's just a stand-in for Lucy from Twin Peaks.
She's nothing like Lucy.
They're both sweet, but kind of off.
Again, she's more of a don't-you-know hometown girl. She reminds me more of the chick from Fargo than anything.
Ditzy and talk with the exact same type of distinctive voice. Like it just feels
She's not ditzy. She sounds like she's from Minnesota.
Like the voice direction team told this voice actor to literally just do an impression of Kimmy Robertson's Lucy.
She doesn't sound anything like Lucy.
She heard what she thinks could be a prowler outside her house. Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regular.
Similar, and maybe it is an homage, but like that's like kind of a. It's kind of like a. It's got like a small town voice you expect to hear.
She tells Alan to go meet with the sheriff, who is actually a fairly...
This is an extremely minor character as well.
...original character, even though she's terrible at her job. She asks like 3 questions to Wake before giving him back his belongings, minus the gun.
Wow, that sounds pretty misogynistic, saying the woman sheriff is bad at her job, IPOS.
...guns that he just used to kill a crowd of possessed townsfolk. In any other medium outside of AAA games, the only outcome of this would be Alan being held in federal prison as a domestic...
But Sarah Breaker is aware of the supernatural shit in the town. And we find out in Alan Wake 2 that her dad, I think they even hint at it in Alan Wake 1, that her dad used to work for the Federal Bureau of Control, so she is more aware of supernatural shit than most people.
Terrorist. As soon as he gets his things back, his phone immediately rings because, of course it does. And on the line is a man who claims to have kidnapped Alice, and that he wants to meet Alan in the woods tonight after dark, with no police. Alan tells the sheriff that he has to leave because he has to do something important, but he cannot explain what it is. She, at this point, has no reason to trust him whatsoever, other than the fact-
She has no legal reason to hold him either. So what do you expect her to fucking do? He's not under arrest.
That he is a rich, famous white man. Then in the middle of this conversation, he punches-
Has nothing to do with him being a rich, famous white man. She has no legal reason to hold him right now. She has absolutely no legal precedent to hold him, so why would she? Also, his wife is missing, and they're concerned about that as well.
Point has no reason to trust him whatsoever, other than the fact that he is a rich, famous white man.
So he's saying the female sheriff is bad at her job, and only trusts Alan because he's a rich, famous white man. You're being very misogynistic about this character, IPOS.
Then in the middle of this conversation, he punches out the first person that he sees, and she's just totally cool with him walking out of her station a free man.
I don't think anyone cares about him punching Emil Hartman. The guy's a douchebag. Besides, Hartman even says, no harm done, I don't want to press charges. He tells Sarah, no harm done, I'm not pressing charges. So what's she supposed to fucking do then? She can't arrest him if Hartman's not gonna press charges. So of course she lets him go, moron. Do you think the police just can throw anybody in jail at their own discretion? Do you think that's how the law works? I thought you were woke.
And she's just totally cool with him walking out of her station a free man. This is a world that plays by no concrete rules and has absolutely no stakes.
She can't hold him if Hartman isn't going to press charges. There's nothing she can do.
That is all the daytime that we get for this chapter, so if you were hoping that we would have time to explore this cute town, oh well.
Well, that's not the fucking point by this point in the game. Alan is rabid to find Alice at this point. He's not gonna be tooling around town, going to the local candy shop or something.
Brief sequence where Alan's literary agent Barry picks him up and takes him to their rented cabin. We are immediately thrust back into the same repetitive explore the woods and kill shadow people routine.
I thought you said the fucking woods were your favorite part of the game, and now you're saying it's repetitive. You should have edited the script.
I don't want to seem like I'm being petty and getting bogged down in
You are!
details, but this game is made up on a micro level out of some shoddy things that are constantly really distracting, which is a real shame when so much of the detail work genuinely is great on a surface level. But when you take the time to attempt to really immerse yourself in this world, it all falls apart like sand in your hands. And just in general, this didn't get the polish that it needed. Like here, where Alan throws down this lamp in a fit of rage and it makes roughly the same sound that a pillow would.
Damn it, Barry.
Oh wow, bad Foley.
They'll kill her.
Moments later,
that sounds like a lamp falling down. What fucking pillows do you sleep with? That sounds like a pillow to you.
It's a real shame when so much of the detail work genuinely is great on a surface level. But when you take the time to attempt to really immerse yourself in this world, it all falls apart like sand in your hands. And just in general, this didn't get the polish that it needed. Like here, where Alan throws down this lamp in a fit of rage and it makes roughly the same sound that a pillow would.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
Yeah, because pillows usually sound like they're made out of metal. It wasn't a huge, loud crash. If you ever knocked over a very lightweight lamp, it's not very loud when that happens. So, oh, I didn't like this one sound effect. That means the whole game lacks polish.
Moments later, when you step out of the cabin, you find this cool-looking old well. But when you look down,
like,
the hole was never built with the model, so it's just grass. The next building you come across...
Or maybe that well was filled in at some point. And was left as a decoration. That does happen. Yeah, that's just like your opinion, man.
There's an oddly placed coffee maker on the desk. But there's not a sink in the entire...
Yes, there's a lot about coffee. It's a Twin Peaks reference, but also Sam Lake really likes his watered-down Finnish coffee.
...entire place. No source of water. It's just an empty, meaningless Twin Peaks prop that is sitting here with the hopes that you won't actually notice.
Just because it's a cabin in the woods doesn't mean it's a Twin Peaks reference. We're in Washington State. I don't know where the fuck you're from, but I would expect to see cabins like this in the woods in Washington State, yes.
Think about it too much. But when trying to build a world, this is super sloppy.
I guess I could put him on 1.25. I was worried it would be a little too fast for me, but he is very fucking boring.
It doesn't even have a wire. None of the coffee machines in this game are plugged into anything. Where do these people...
I mean, there are battery-powered ones.
...go to the bathroom? Or get the water to use this coffee pot? The area out...
Oh, for fuck's sake, you could ask that... Well, a sink. There's probably a sink in there, but you could ask that about any fucking game. Like, where's this light coming from? Where's the music coming from in a game, huh? Like, you're just nitpicking. You're fucking nitpicking because you didn't pay a fucking attention to the plot and you can't say anything about it.
Outside is explorable and there isn't a public toilet, sink, spigot, or even porta potty anywhere near here. There isn't any...
Who the fuck cares? It's just an exploration setting. What does it matter?
Anything that could actually be used to survive if people were to actually rent these vacation cabins. And this might seem petty, I understand, but it's just one example of how almost every detail of this world doesn't work under any level of scrutiny. Because of the...
No, it just feels to me like you're like, oh, I wanted to call this game bad, but I don't really know what's going on in the story, and if I talk too much about it, everyone will know what an idiot I am, so I'm just going to, like, walk around looking for little unrealistic things in the environment design, like, oh, why this coffee maker isn't plugged into anything? Very sloppy work, Remedy, I caught you!
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Wow. Can't believe Twin Peaks invented small towns, wooded areas, cabins, and coffee.
I know, right? I mean, again, do you live in fucking Florida or something where this seems like mystical environments to you that would only appear in Twin Peaks?
Quick process that it was all thrown together at the end of its development. The biggest appeal of video games is that you get to inhabit a fictional space. Games can do visual environmental storytelling better.
Depends on the video game. Depends what its aim is. I like this game because I like experiencing the story of it. And I like Alan as a character, even though he's kind of a douchebag, and I like picking on him.
Better than anything else. And on that front, the smallest of details matter. What they're doing here are just coded visual symbols that they're throwing at you, and hoping that you just move on quickly. Which is fine for certain fast-paced games.
Well, nobody is expecting you to just walk around a fictional cabin and investigate if there's a bathroom or if anything is plugged in. Like... Yeah, you live in a fictional space, IPOS. There's a fictional space where your brain should be.
Like, say, Ghost Runner. But they don't want you to actually look and appreciate these things. You weren't supposed to take them in, which is a bit contradictory to the aspiration.
What the fuck do you mean? You were calling this game beautiful at the beginning.
Of creating a photorealistic world that you can explore.
Evie is like, I hate Majora's Mask. Moons don't have faces. That's so weird. Nintendo should have polished this better.
Soon after this, on the way to Lover's Peak, which is probably only called that because they got to use the word peak, you find a sign.
Or there's plenty of places called Whatever Peak. They're usually high up places that are overlooking a view of some kind. You know, there's plenty of places called Whatever Peak all around the United States. I'm sorry you never leave your house or socialize with anybody, and you've never made out at Lover's Peak, but these kinds of things exist. It's not necessarily a Twin Peaks reference, just because the fucking word peak is in it. Lots of things are called peak.
That you can read talking about the history of the area's Douglas firs, which is only here because Dale Cooper likes Douglas firs.
Or it's like, what... Have you ever walked in the woods on an official trail There's always, like, little signs explaining the local, like, plant life to you. One of my favorite places to walk the dog is a little nature trail, and they have all sorts of informational signs about the local waterfowl and the trees and stuff. Again, if you went outside ever, IPOS, you might know these things.
Soon after that, you find a page from Alan's book that starts with the sentence, Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. Which, if you replace the word Nightingale with Rosenfeld, it would be a descriptor of that character. Because they are the same, because everything presented here is derivative to a near-criminal degree.
Well, does he derisively call Dale Cooper the names of various writers? Because then he's not like Nightingale. Nightingale is a drunk New York cop who's chasing after Alan after his partner died, and he's being fucked with by the Dark Presence. However, if he's being fucked with by the Dark Presence, that means Alan has written Nightingale into the story. Now, when I first played Alan Wake 1, or before Alan Wake 2 came out, rather, I kind of assumed that Nightingale was a made-up person that Alan wrote, because he's so stereotypical. But it turns out he was a real person that Alan kind of wrote into his story. But when Alan writes real people into his story, things that happen to them and some of their actions are being controlled by him. And that's very important, you know?
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. According to IPOS, Twin Peaks invented everything.
I guess, you know, we can't even mention coffee without being accused of ripping off Twin Peaks, I guess. Yeah, Nightingale was also an FBI agent. I forgot what this guy was. Was he just police, or was he FBI or CIA? I don't remember. Again, it's been a long time since I saw Twin Peaks. But, yeah, Nightingale was a drunk. He was off the handle. He was constantly, like, firing his gun. He wasn't even a cop anymore. He wasn't even an FBI agent anymore. He had been fired, but he was still using his badge and stuff to throw his weight around. So, no, completely different character.
Anyways, we meet up with the kidnapper. He doesn't have Alice, and the chapter ends with a pretty fun combat situation, where he doesn't trust you with guns, so you can only use flares while he uses guns to take them out.
Yeah, this introduces the flare mechanic as kind of an upgrade to your repertoire of weapons. Yes, that is the purpose of it, because it is a video game.
I'm unclear why he and a select few others in town are not affected by the Dark Presence at night, because it feels like basically the whole town turns into zombies except for like 5.
He's writing the story, because he's writing the story, idiot. He wrote himself into the story. We are playing as Alan in the story, but there's also an Alan outside of the story writing the story.
Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on.
So if you had stopped to watch these little TV sections, which you ignored when you said the game didn't have any fucking live action cutscenes, and then talked about them briefly anyway, you would know that Alan is currently writing the story that we're playing, and the Alan we're playing as is the Alan he wrote into the story. So there's Alan writing the story, and then there's us playing Alan in the story. They're kind of the same person, but they're kind of not. And again, we see this whole dichotomy of there being two Alans, and again, Thomas Zane and fucking Alan Wake might be the same person, or one might have written the other into reality. Again, we won't fucking know until maybe Alan Wake 3 if they ever make it.
Anything is possible here. I'll write the story.
Okay, well, let's go back to his fucking video.
Of people, they randomly don't, and it is never really well explained what makes them so special. Alan gets his guns.
Yeah, and like Vinny says, the darkness isn't affecting the entire town yet. It's gradually spreading around Alan. It spreads like water, and this is expanded on in Alan Wake 2, especially the Lake House DLC, which again, I would recommend just watching that as a movie if you can. It's fan-fucking-tastic. Even if you don't know anything else about the series, the Lake House DLC alone, worth watching as just like a movie if somebody has uploaded it as one, which I'm sure they have. But in that one, there is a passage, and again, Alan is writing these people into his story as his attempt to write his way out of the dark place. And he is the dark place, but he's trying to write his way out of the dark place. And there's a passage where he's writing about one of the scientists he's dragging into the story and how she's hearing the drip, drip, drip of the lake water because the lake house is under the water line. It's a secret base for the Federal Bureau of Control. And drip, drip, drip goes the water onto her papers, and drip, drip, drip goes the water onto the people in there. It's like Alan's dark place is slowly seeping in like water and engulfing them and dragging them into the story and what he's writing. So he fucks with real people's lives with his whole writing from the dark place shit, trying to escape the dark place. Well, in this game, he's trying to get Alice out of the dark place. He will end up in the dark place himself as a result, and henceforth, he is constantly writing over the years to try to get out of the dark place, and that's where we pick up in Alan Wake 2. But we hear a little bit about it in Control as well.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat, the saying "Don't talk to me till I've had my coffee." Also a Twin Peaks ripoff.
Well, yeah, and again, the Finnish have very big coffee culture. I'm making fun of their coffee being watered down, but they do have very big coffee culture. So that's a big part of the coffee thing in the game. It's not just a Twin Peaks reference, it's also a very Finnish thing.
And gets in a stolen truck.
And in Alan Wake 2, they really started integrating much more Finland stuff. You know, there's like a suburb or something off of Bright Falls. It's like Little Finland, and a bunch of Finnish people live there, and it's really cute that they're really integrating more and more of their own culture, even though it still takes place in America.
They randomly don't, and it is never really well explained what makes them so special. Alan gets his guns again, gets in a stolen truck, drives back to the cabin that he's staying in with his agent Barry where the chapter started. And we're back full circle, with Alan learning nothing new about the mystery that surrounds him or himself. What would for most players be a
no further knowing about the mystery that surrounds him or himself. Now, if you were aware of the two Allens, that would be a clever line, but I don't think you're aware that there are two Allens.
In Barry where the chapter started. And we're back full circle, with Alan learning nothing new about the mystery that surrounds him or himself.
Mystery that surrounds him or himself. And again, if you knew about the writing Alan and the story Alan, that line would go hard, but I don't think you do, so I think you're just dumb.
What would for most players be a full-on 2-hour or so section of gameplay, representative of 1/6 of this experience, could be for the most part entirely cut out, and nobody would notice the difference. For this chapter...
So you're just saying you just wanted more story than gameplay, is what you're telling me. You just don't enjoy the gameplay. That's okay. And it's okay that you played on easy because you wanted to focus on the story. That's fine. The game gives you that option. But acting like half the gameplay shouldn't even be there is weird.
Chapter final daylight time is 17 minutes. Nighttime is 54 minutes. Total citizens of Bright Falls killed, 73. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is...
Again, and again, here are you saying, oh, we don't see the daylight town ever again, but here we are in the fucking trailer park!
For most players, probably the longest in the game, featuring enough content to...
Sounds like deep thoughts with the deep. He comes no closer to figure out the mystery surrounding him or himself.
It'd be 2 entire chapters worth. But from a story perspective, pretty much everything that can be said about Chapter 2 can also be said about Chapter 3. Nothing happens here. You can
Nothing happens! Nothing happens here!
Chapter 1. Then you can go straight to Chapter 4 and not feel like you've missed a whole lot.
Nothing happens here. Nothing fucking happens here. That's Rose from Alan Wake 2. She looks different in Alan Wake 2. Like that. I think that scene was in the trailer park scene I saw before, so at the beginning Rose calls Barry, I think. And she's on the phone saying, "It's Rose. I found more of Mr. Wake's pages. You should come over." And because Barry is a little misogynistic, he doesn't realize she sounds really off and it's the dark presence controlling her. But again, remember, it's Alan writing this.
Good girl.
Nothing fucking happens. That was the end of the chapter. But, you guys know the part where she fucking drugs them? Yeah, it's right here. Nothing happens here.
Please, come in.
I walk away to brush my teeth, and then in the distance I hear Sai's agonized screams.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand.
These two, you could have talked all about this, how these two chuckle fucks can't tell that this girl is really, really off right now, because they're too focused on themselves.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
She roofied them.
Barry! What?
Nothing happens, though, guys. Nothing happens in this chapter.
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Oh, look, and there's both Allens.
Back to work, boy.
So, the dark presence in the skin of Barbara Jagger, that's what Thomas Zane meant when he says it's wearing my barber's skin. Because this story has happened before. When Thomas Zane and Barbara Jagger were in the cabin at Diver's Peak, and the volcanic explosion under the lake pulled the cabin into the water. So it's possible... Oh. Screen went blank and there's no sound. Everybody else here okay? Hello? Am I still on? Hello? Did I get hit by the copyright bots? But... What was I saying? Yeah, so Thomas Zane is telling him, you have to turn on the light. It's hiding in my barber's skin. That'd be her. And the Allen the Allen writing the story right now. So this is the Allen inside the story, and this is the Allen writing the story on the TV here. Barbara, the Dark Presence, is forcing Allen to write the story. She's not really forcing him to write. She's the one who gave him the idea to write the story to save Alice. She's his editor. Basically. He's not really aware of this at this point, but I think his awareness of this is coming through. So again, there's kind of two Allens, and there's kind of not. Where's the one where he mentions her? Let me find the transcript. This one. So again, if you had actually paid attention to these little cutscenes, IPOS, which is not supplementary, you can just stand there and watch them.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies. I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
So the Dark Presence is actually manipulating him to her own ends, but she's telling him, this is how you'll save your wife. Just do what I say. Write this story. And she's kind of directing it. But yeah, when you first go into the cabin in the game, you do see books by Thomas Zane and a newspaper clipping about Thomas Zane and Barbara Jagger. So, has Allen just taken these names and invented people? Has he kind of written these people back to life in his story because he used their names? And that's why there's so many contradictory things about who Thomas Zane is? Again, we don't really know. It's kind of open to interpretation, and we're probably not going to get any answers on this until they make another Alan Wake game. But, yeah. Oh, sorry. Don't scare me like that, guys.
Start off with Alan and Barry going to investigate a weird phone call that they got at the end of the last chapter, and are not put off at all by the fact that this person, who was very cheerful the first time that they met her, is now acting like a zombie because she's possessed by the dark presence.
Well, yeah, again, you could say something about them being misogynistic and oblivious, couldn't you?
They don't even really ask her if she's feeling okay, or seem personally put off by how she's acting. Look at this before and after.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi.
Yeah, dude. You could say they're two, like, narcissistic men who aren't noticing that this woman who they don't pay a lot of attention to is acting different. You could make an argument for misogyny here, and you completely missed it. It went over your head. You know why? Because you're a very stupid man. You're a very stupid man who only knows how to virtue signal. So you go, well, Alice being barely in the story is misogyny, you see. But you can't even see, like, real in-story misogyny happening when it happens. Yeah, it's very telling.
I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake, Alan Wake. Oh, God, I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about her.
Hi, Rose. Oh, wow, I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Mr. Wake, I'm so glad you're here.
He's also focused on getting manuscript pages and figure out what the fuck is going on and finding his wife. But also, yeah, you could say that this is these two men in-game, in-story, in the universe, being misogynistic. But you completely missed that. So, again, just tells me a lot about you and how you think and how you don't mean the things you say.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
They come in and accept a cup of coffee, and are immediately poisoned.
Yeah, and they're two big New York hotshots, so of course they don't pay that close attention to a small-town girl who they don't give a shit about.
And that's all the daytime you get. Alan wakes up hours later
and
after
they get their comeuppance for it, because they get fucking roofied.
They come in and accept a cup of coffee, and are immediately poisoned. And that's all the daytime you get. Alan wakes up hours later after night has fallen, and doesn't even check to see if his best friend is still alive, after finding him face down.
He's fine. Look at him. He's Barry. He's probably had worse than this. I think he's snoring really loudly here too, so...
down on a table, before running outside to kill more denizens of this sleepy town. The police, along with the...
Yeah, obviously we had to take Barry out of the story for a little bit for a gameplay section. Yes. So?
FBI have decided that it was probably a bad idea to let Alan go after his wife disappeared.
Oh, look... no, actually, there's Nightingale, who you tried to compare to that guy from Twin Peaks he's nothing like, and I will explain why you're wrong here. Hang on, let me... Come on, skip ahead. But not too far ahead, damn it. I hate trying to go backwards, because this video is so fucking long.
After finding him face down on a table, before running outside to kill more denizens of this sleepy town. The police, along with the FBI, have decided that it was probably a bad idea to let Alan go after his wife disappeared, along with about 1/10 of the population of Bright Falls, all around the same time that he came to town. So,
like I explained earlier, if you actually read the manuscript pages, Nightingale is not an FBI agent anymore. He lost his job. He is just wearing the jacket and flashing his badge around to get what he wants, because Alan has written him into the story, and it's driven him insane because his life is being fucked with. Anytime Alan writes somebody into the story, it fucks with their life. And again, everything we're playing in this game is within the story that Alan is writing, but that story is also slowly spreading out and starting to change reality. So Alan in the story and Alan writing the story are the same people, but they're also two separate entities while this is happening.
The first section of this is the most boring manhunt that you'll find in a game. You just run in a straight line for 8 minutes, while you hear sirens behind you and flashlights, shouting, helicopters,
and you hear dialogue, yeah,
and occasional gunfire. But none of this matters. You can just stop walking altogether and they'll never catch up to you. This is the introduction to one of the...
Yeah, it's almost like that was a like, first you're complaining about the ludonarrative dissonance, and then when the gameplay is actually aligned with the story, you also complain. So...
primary antagonist of the game, FBI Special Agent Nightingale, who only...
You think Nightingale is the primary antagonist? Not the Dark Presence? Nightingale, the fucking drunk, disgraced FBI agent who goes around calling Alan the names of other writers as an insult. He's like, stand right there, Dan Brown, don't move a muscle. And he has like some really deep cut ones too that you wouldn't think a guy like him would even know. It's actually really funny.
Only gets roughly 1.5 minutes of screen time. If you don't...
It only only gets roughly 1.5 minutes of screen time. Almost like he's not the primary antagonist, you dumb motherfucker.
Read the optional manuscript.
He comes in like halfway through the fucking game, too.
Pages that you can collect along the way. Then you have no context who this person is and why you should care. Just
well, again, if you don't read the pages, he still works. If you do read the pages, you have more of an insight into his motivation.
The very basics of writing being completely mishandled. Also, The Nightingale is the song that Julie Cruz is singing in the bar in the first episode of Twin Peaks. It's just Twin Peaks all the way down.
I mean, that's not even, like, related. Oh my god, she sings a song called Nightingale, and there's a guy named Nightingale. Must be Twin Peaks. Even though you already compared him to a different character from Twin Peaks that he's nothing a lot like.
This chapter is really where you can feel that this started as an open-world game. There are 3 distinct locations that Alan has to get to.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking driving sequences at this point in the game, yes.
Starting at the trailer park, he has to make it to the radio station, then the train depot, and finally the silver mine that leads to a mountain overlook. And all of these locations are really far apart, so a great deal of this chapter is just running through the empty woods. And it is gorgeous. Every location in this game is stunning from an art direction standpoint. But the same could be said about Metal Gear Solid 5, and that doesn't mean I like running through empty deserts for 10 plus minutes at a time. We have a large...
You just don't like slow meditative gameplay, got it.
Section of
so he's complaining about games throwing people into the action as quickly as possible, and then he complains about long meditative sections where you're just traversing. What do you want out of fucking video games? It doesn't sound like you even play them.
Open world available to us here for pretty much the only time in the game. But since all of the open world things have been removed except for the mission objectives, it just feels vast and empty. In one of these walks, Alan gets a phone call from Alice, who sounds distant and afraid, essentially confirming that she is trapped in this game's version of the Twin Peaks Black Lodge.
Aren't the phone calls from her just cut up recordings of her talking to Emil Hartman that Mott's guy uses to, pretend he has her kidnapped? Isn't that what that is? Maybe you do get a call from her at some point, though. I don't really remember. There's a lot of payphone stuff in AW2 as well.
Saying that she's in a dark location and is scared, and that there's a man there who looks just like Alan, but is mean. Just like...
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is a call from actual Alice, but... Yeah, that's Mr. Scratch.
That there's a man there who looks just like Alan, but is mean. Just like Mr. C, Dale Cooper's doppelganger in Twin Peaks. Also...
Okay, Mr. Scratch is probably a little like the doppelganger, but they make him... I don't know. What Mr. Scratch is changes between American Nightmare and Alan Wake 2. But since he's kinda sorta defeated almost at the end of American Nightmare, you could say that's the reason why what he is in essence has changed. But, whatever.
Can you imagine if Lynch and Frost had let characters use cell phones to get in contact with people in Twin Peaks from the Red Room? Like I said, Walmart brand Lynch. Alan gets to the radio station. Then not even 1 minute goes by before the police swarm the building and he narrowly escapes to a train depot nearby.
You understand that this game had to be cut down a lot, though, so, like...
Actually a pretty unique stretch of gameplay. Alan doesn't have his guns at the beginning of the chapter. He actually frustratingly loses them at the beginning of every single chapter.
But you hated all the other times you just had to run around the woods with no guns, so why is this one different?
To find new ones in the woods each night. So if you're ever saving any ammunition for later, you might as well just use it. I think this is a result from at one point late in development. The idea was tossed around that to buy them some time to make this better, they could release it a chapter at a time as downloadable content, like the Half-Life...
Fuck did we just see G-Man? Oh, no, I think it's just because it was originally meant to be an open world game. You'd always have your guns on you. So when they had to change it to a more linear experience, they had to take away and re-give you back guns. You know, it's a constant. I mean, I think Yahtzee put it best that like every chapter, Alan just trips over and loses all of his guns and ends up back in the woods. It's kind of true.
2 chapters. But it was agreed upon that the Xbox marketplace wasn't at a point of popularity that could yet sustain a project like that with the budget that they were working with.
He's just speculating and making up things out of whole cloth. No source, no interview, nothing.
And once that idea got scrapped and they decided to put it all on one disc and release it all at once, I suspect they didn't change much about the episodic format, leaving the game to feel really weird in some areas like this. As soon as you finish a chapter, it cuts immediately to previously on Alan Wake.
Yeah, I don't think this game was ever intended to be released episodically, but they were trying to make it like a TV show. So the chapters give you natural stopping points, and then you come back and play, the next episode. It is a little frustrating, but back in this era of gaming, people were trying to make games like playable movies, you know?
Gives you a recap of what you just did for the past hour. It's very strange.
Well, again, it's supposed to be a natural stopping point.
But here, since he no longer has his guns, he has to resort to only using flashbangs that he finds in the police cars, after they get overtaken by the forces of darkness.
Well, the flashbangs are an insta-kill on these guys. They're great!
Don't have any other option than to just take a few steps back, let a bunch of guys close in on you, then use the grenade to take them all out at once. Which is a fun twist on the gameplay that is very satisfying.
Strategy?
Also, a new enemy type is introduced here, which are objects possessed by the Dark Presence that are flung at you very quickly, unless you use your flashlight to stop.
Yeah, because the Dark Presence is getting fucking desperate and just starts throwing cars at you.
Them. This was actually done completely by accident. When they were working on developing the game, they kept having this weird bug where the physics engine that they built would sometimes on random objects cause them to shake violently, and occasionally fly away, hitting Alan. They thought it looked cool and decided to modify it and keep it. This kind of thing is great. So,
well, yeah, it was inspired by a glitch, but it's not like this is just glitching out. These are all very, like, scripted experiences.
Often when creating, you show up to work and expect something
He must suck it. He's constantly getting hit by all of these things. God, you suck.
One way.
This
and then
is
are totally
your
taken
gameplay.
off guard by a new thing you discover along your journey. Part of the creative process is being open to little revelations like that. So I love that they took this bug, and instead of trying to figure out how to fix it, they just embraced it, and made it a common...
No, it's not like the bug is still there. It got inspired by the bug. It's not a bug. Again, these are all very scripted.
Enemy type. A great example of work smarter, not harder.
And they don't appear till later in the game, anyway.
Alan steals a car from the station, because he has to make it to the coal mine to meet the kidnapper, who supposedly has Alice. There's a fun idea for a boss fight here, where you have to...
Oh no, so this is still when he's looking for Alice. So yeah, the phone call was they cut up a recording of her talking to Dr. Hartman for the kidnapper to use to pretend that he has her.
Use the car's headlights to take out a swarm of
She's not really a kidnapper. They don't have her. They don't know where she is.
Including a few of the new possessed object types. I really feel like this fight and more variations like this were needed, because just shooting the same guys over and over again gets tiring very quickly.
Yeah, but running them over is way fun, right?
This is also one of the only instances in the game where the player is given actual choice, because if you wanted, you could get out of the vehicle and fight them on foot as well. Which,
why the
small
fuck
things like
would
this
you?
should have been the norm.
When you could just get them with the headlights and do donuts on them.
When Alan is going to meet the kidnapper. This is exciting, because we finally get to have some non-guided time in the daylight hours to explore this world. The other times, it has been frustratingly on rails with NPCs following you and telling you what to do. But on the road, there's only a few empty buildings.
That's not what on rails means. It's just scripted. On rails means you can't even move in any other direction except the direction it's railing you in.
Then we arrive at the meeting. The kidnapper doesn't show up, and Alan takes a nap, and suddenly it's nighttime again, and he has to go out and kill more people in the woods. He finally finds the kidnapper at a different
gameplay, dude.
mountain called Mirror Peak, which is called that so that they can use that word peak again.
Or because that's what people call high up lookouts in places like this. They call them a peak. Because they're high up and you can look around from them and see distance from them. That's what a peak is, idiot.
Who is immediately taken by the darkness, and Alan is thrust over the edge of a cliff and lands in the lake. Another chapter where no new elements are added to the mystery and nothing is learned. Not a single clue. Just
don't we learn that they don't actually have Alice?
Spinning its wheels.
When you're in Hartman's lodge, you can listen to a recording of her talking to Hartman, and you can tell it's been cut up for the fake phone calls from Alice.
While you shoot lumberjacks over and over and over again. For this chapter, final daylight time is 9 minutes.
My God, who the
Nighttime,
fuck cares?
76 minutes. Total citizens of Bright Falls killed, 114.
What is even your point
Chapter
with
4.
this?
Alan wakes up in the Great Northern Lodge. Alan wakes up in the Cauldron Lake Lodge, which is totally different from the building that looks the exact same in Twin Peaks.
It is, because it's a lodge for fucking troubled artists.
He's being held captive by Dr. Hartman, the town psychiatrist that we mentioned earlier. He attempts to gaslight Alan, saying that everything that has happened so far was not real, and that he imagined—
Isn't this what you said was a meaningless section? He's not the town psychiatrist. He specifically works with troubled artists because he's trying to use them to control the dark presence!
By Dr. Hartman, the town psychiatrist that we mentioned earlier. He attempts to gaslight Alan, saying that everything that has happened so far was not real, and that he imagined the whole thing. To which Alan says, "Wait, that's not true." And Hartman immediately gives up and says, "Fine, you got me." It is extremely comical how short-lived Hartman's attempt to control Wake is, despite the effort that he has put into this ruse.
I mean, after you find Barry locked in a closet, he doesn't really have a lot of plausible deniability.
He hired the kidnapper, and essentially has been behind all of the struggle for Chapter 2 and—
He hasn't talked about the Anderson brothers at all. The Anderson brothers are very important in this section. Let me see if I can find their little conversation. Because, like, yeah, he's saying this whole section is meaningless. I guess he didn't talk to the Andersons. The best characters in the game.
According to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
And yeah, even in game 1, these two, it's the crazy people are the ones who are always aware of what's going on and you know what the supernatural goings on are. And even from the first game, these two have called him Tom, which is very interesting.
Yeah, no.
They would have been around with Thomas Zane in the 70s, so.
Stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain. Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll.
Yeah, get him!
Just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch. She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch. And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought. The hag. She took something from
The
you.
Baba Yaga is Barbara Jagger, obviously.
You too, didn't she? That's what she does. We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god. Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake. Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other rider. She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you? Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid. Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit.
Yeah, very interesting conversation. So, as you might imagine, these old gods of Asgard are called Thor and Odin. Yeah, or Thor, I think they say it is. You can really tell which is which here. You gotta love his little rubber squeaky hammer.
And 3, just so that he can get Wake into his custody and into his facility to study him. None of these concepts come across as well written because they are given no time for needed development. Anything that
We were just talking about how they're using creative people to feed the dark presence.
takes more than 5 minutes has got to go, because we've got to get back to killing more mystery logmen. The psychiatric
Well, dude, you're the one who didn't pay attention to the story in this entire fucking section and called it meaningless. And now you're like, oh, the game's just trying to get back to killing people. Because I didn't pay attention to this very significant portion of the game.
The facility is located in an old stone and log hotel that has been rendered beautifully. It's one of the best looking locations in the game.
Hotel? It's a funny farm. It's a psychiatric facility.
Although the animations on the patients are inhumane, and one crawls over the couch in the lobby just like Bob did in Twin Peaks, because of course he does. Also,
oh wow, a minor Twin Peaks reference in a fucking side character.
Just keeps saying the word scary repeatedly, because that's probably just the first thing that they thought for him to say.
Trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors.
The hotel closed some years ago and remained empty until it was converted into a local psychiatric facility, used only to house mentally unwell artists, which are the type of—
Yeah, okay, so why didn't you just say that from the fucking start? Now he's gonna talk about the Andersons, maybe.
The hotel closed some years ago and remained empty until it was converted into a local psychiatric facility, used only to house mentally unwell artists, which are the type of patients that Dr. Hartman specializes in. Financially, this doesn't make a bit of sense.
You're not talking about Thor and Odin at all, who are very important characters in this game and the whole series.
Presents this to you like it is a totally normal idea and one that you should absolutely accept, and not just the stupidest concept that a story could throw at you. I mean,
you can't imagine there being a specialty lodge for, like, specific types of psychiatric patients. You can't imagine that being a thing, like a rehab center or something? You can't possibly imagine that?
I mean, we're talking about a property that would be valued in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, to house a private practice of what seems like 10 patients.
Yeah, well, again, if you had paid the fuck attention to this section, you would know that Hartman is trying to use all of these troubled artists to control the dark presence, which feeds on creative people, as fucking Odin just told us in that cutscene, and you weren't paying attention.
There's a very similar mountain retreat hotel located just a few minutes from where I live called the Grove Park Inn that sold in 2012 for $120 million. I just can't get over it. Is Dr. Hartman a Bond villain or something? Is this his
He's a popular self-help novelist. I would think he has money, yes. He probably sells bullshit courses to people. It's probably expensive to be a member of the lodge. Yeah, he grifts. He grifts money and uses creative people to feed their brains to Lovecraftian monsters, yes.
Well, for $120 million. I just can't get over it. Is Dr. Hartman a Bond villain or something? Is this his billionaire hobby? Despite how silly it is, this is probably the best.
Again, you would know he's trying to use creative people to control the dark presence if you paid the fuck attention to that section and didn't just call it meaningless.
Best chapter in the game.
Which again makes me think he didn't fucking play this game. He just watched cutscenes or other people's Let's Plays and just, you know, fast forwarded thinking, there's nothing important here.
Or at least the one that contains the most memorable moments that people usually talk about.
I mean, it is fiction. I mean, literally it's fiction. We are in a fictional story within a fictional story in this game, so yes.
As soon as you leave the facility, Alan has to make his way through the hedge maze from The Shining, which makes, I think, the 5th direct reference to that movie by this point. You then...
I mean, he also says Stephen King once said in the very opening narration of the game, so yeah, there's a lot of very obvious King references.
Run through the woods for the next 30 minutes or so until you get to the main set piece.
I'm proud of them with Alan Wake 2. He didn't mention Stephen King even once. They learned their lesson.
The game. In the town of Bright Falls, there is an old retired metal band who used to be called the Old Gods of Asgard. One of them wears
They're still called that. Oh, I think this is the one I saw comments about, guys. Get ready. We're all gonna have a massive fucking headache right now.
That piece of the game. In the town of Bright Falls, there is an old retired metal band who used to be called the Old Gods of Asgard. One of them wears an eye patch, probably because Nadine also wore one in Twin Peaks.
I'm banging my head against my computer. What's his... Oh, fuck. And I accidentally pressed the keyboard with my boob and put it all the way back at the start. Maybe we're better off that way. He must wear an eye patch because there's a woman in Twin Peaks that wears an eye patch. Hey, what's his name? Is it Odin Anderson? Is it Odin? Remember how Odin plucked out one of his eyes for knowledge? Do you know anything about Norse fucking mythology, Mr. Media Literacy? Where even were we? Where even were we? Oh, God. Around here, I think. She has an eye patch! Must be a Twin Peaks reference, because he didn't bother to find out Thor and Odin's names, or anything about them! Oh my god. And it's even like, they make it canonical in Alan Wake 2, that in his younger days, it was a fake eye patch that he wore over the other eye. And then Mr. Door took his eye, and he had to wear a real eye patch over the opposite one. And he was like, bastard took the wrong eye. Yeah, he has an eye patch because he's Odin, and Odin plucked out his own eye for knowledge. Odin also had ravens. You think the ravens and, you know, the hammer Thor has might have fucking, like, tipped you off? Or, you know, the times where they tell you their names, did you not approach them in the diner and talk to them? Did you not approach them at Hartman's place and talk to them? You're complaining that, oh, there's not enough characters to walk around and talk to, but if you had actually walked around and talked to the fucking characters, you would know these things. So you either didn't play it or you buzzed through it and didn't pay attention, and now you're saying that's the game's fault. So fucking frustrating. Hartman literally says their name when they are introduced in an unskippable section. Yeah, Thor and Odin. There's a lot of comments correcting him on the eye patch thing. There's a lot of them.
At Crass V6Z sent a super chat. Have you heard of Toonrific Tarek's pilot?
Yes, I've seen the clips of it. I probably will donate to his Kickstarter when I can. I don't imagine he's animating it himself, but it's very much his own style, I've noticed.
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. IPOs. More like, I post garbage videos. Bingo 'em.
Got him!
And also wore one in Twin Peaks. Barry and Alan lead the minions of the
Hate
Dark
you.
Presence through the woods to their old rock stage, to use their leftover fireworks and concert stage lights to kill them in waves. It's
And
a
it's
great fun,
awesome!
and has a lot of fun lighting going on in it. I know I've already said this, but this is the kind of thing that should be happening all the time in this game. If the
No, the fucking Remedy games always have one big musical sequence. That's kind of their fingerprint.
core concept is going to be based around unique uses of light, then that's what the game should primarily deliver on. This section is talked about so much online because
Because it's like a climatic section of the game. It's just dumb fun, that's why.
then that's what the game should primarily deliver on. This section is talked about so much online because it is one of the only ones that actually lives up to the premise of the game. For instance, this whole chapter it is
No, it's talked about because it's awesome! It's talked about because it's fucking awesome! They of course have a big concert stage on their farm. It's just there to be fun, man. And highlight Poets of the Fall, the real band behind the Old Gods. Tariq said he's gonna try to animate most of it himself, but he has other people working on parts of it. Holy shit, really? Dude, he's got a lot of work ahead of him, but hey, you know what? I think he probably should hire other people. He's gotta find out it's very hard to do by yourself, but yeah, I could tell it was his style. So yeah. This is why everyone says this is awesome, because Poets of the Fall is rocking the entire time. So like, every Remedy game, I guess after Max Payne probably, unless Max Payne also had a dance sequence, every Remedy game has some musical sequence in it. And it's awesome. They always do this shit. So anyway, yeah, that's why that's the best part of the game.
Storming outside, and it could be fun if every time the lightning flashed, the enemies around you took damage. But nothing like that ever goes on here. Wouldn't it be fun?
Well, I mean, the lightning would have to like hit the ground near them for that to work.
Or clever to have a stealth section, but you have to stay in the light as much as possible instead of the dark.
Well, even then, Miss Jasmine, animating a whole pilot by yourself is not easy. But more power to him.
Games. After the fight, there's another needless 30-minute stretch.
Well, knowing he's gonna do it all by himself, I think I will donate soon, yeah.
Through some farmland, and once reaching safety, Alan and Barry get blackout drunk to celebrate. And in his stupor, Alan remembers everything that has been missing from his memory in the past week.
You know why? Do you know why? Because if you talk to the Andersons and listen to them, they make their moonshine with the water from Cauldron Lake. And that gives people insight into the dark presence. So if you had paid attention to the fucking plot, you would know why this happens.
Basically, from what I can understand, for an unexplained reason, the lake and the dark presence feeds on art, and also has the ability to take art and manifest it into reality, which is...
Why does it need an explanation? It's a very eldritch, mystical, supernatural thing. If you explain the supernatural, it's just natural. If you can scientifically explain the supernatural, it's not fucking supernatural. And that's the whole control side of things, where you have all these scientists trying to categorize, trying to control, trying to contain, trying to define the supernatural, and it never quite works, and it gets them into all sorts of SCP shenanigans. It doesn't need to be explained, it's eldritch. It's a primal thing. You know?
Is the explained reason that there's enough...
You say you like Lynch. You know how much of Twin Peaks is up to inference and not fully explained? So how do you like Twin Peaks when it's... That's all of Lynch's oeuvre, basically.
From what I can understand, for an unexplained reason, the lake and the dark presence feeds on art.
IPOS would be one of the red shirts who dies at a scientific experiment in the Federal Bureau of Control.
And also has the ability to take art and manifest it into reality. Which is the explained reason that there's enough insane local artists to have their own facility. And that for the week that he blacked out, Alan was living in the cabin with the dark presence in her human form, while she was forcing him to write a novel for her, the contents of which are the manuscript pages that you keep finding as collectibles in the game that are coming true as you play.
But he's also still in the cabin writing, I believe. He is also still in the cabin writing at the same time. We're in the story. We're inside the story. He wrote himself into the story to try to stop the dark presence. That's what's happening.
When it's in its woman form, it is taking the physical identity of a local Bright Falls woman named Barbara Jagger, who was in love with a similar visiting author in the 1970s, who was also found dead when she drowned in the lake.
I'm pretty sure they were a couple and they moved to Bright Falls, and they do retcon it into that they were also from Finland.
The author, Tapas Zane, is the voice of God that Alan hears, and went through his own similar experience with the Dark Presence back in the 70s, and I think has been trapped in the—
Yeah, but he explains this to you by now, so why have you waited until now and just kept calling it the voice of God? Why didn't you explain who it was earlier?
Ever since, which is why he wears an old diver suit when he physically appears. Although he reappears in Control and says that that was only a costume that he likes to wear, so who knows.
Because by Control and by American Nightmare even he's been retconned into a movie maker now. But did Tapas Zane the poet exist, or is he an invention of Alan? Was Tapas Zane actually a movie maker, but Alan wrote him as a poet in his story? Did Zane ever actually exist? It's not clear. But again, why are you jumping ahead to Control anyway, which again was teasing Alan Wake 2 with this DLC?
I've played this game multiple times, and I honestly don't know what's going on there well. It's like the main motivation of what's happening in the story, but a grand total of about 4 minutes and the entire game is spent on it. It is so—
I don't understand what's going on, and that's the game's fault. Even though so many of these things, if you just paid the fuck attention, you would know.
Poorly explained that it honestly isn't worth the time of trying to figure it out.
It's not poorly explained, it's just Lynchian, and it trusts you to be able to infer, which you obviously are incapable of.
Some could say that that in itself is purposeful.
Yeah, he didn't even mention the Andersons by name. For whatever reason, he did not pay attention to that entire Emil Hartman section and thinks it's meaningless. Which, again, I'm wondering if he actually played it or if he just watched a Let's Play and considers that just as good as playing it and just skipped sections he thought were boring.
Similar to Twin Peaks, but I would say those people are wrong. Lynch operates on internal and consistent logic that actually is trying to communicate specific ideas, emotions, and themes with the audience.
So does Alan Wake, but much like Lynch, it has its own internal logic for its own internal symbolism, which is why Deerfest, the upcoming Deerfest, is a portent of doom and, coincides with basically the apocalypse.
Yes. Pretty much everything in Twin Peaks does make sense either on an emotional or logical level if you sit with it. Twin Peaks The Return Episode 8 almost doesn't have a single line of dialogue. It is just extremely intense imagery for an hour straight, but is using consistent visual communicators that have been throughout the entire series. So it is always—
And Alan Wake does that too, you just didn't pay the fuck attention. You don't even know who Tor and Odin are.
Clear what is going on here, and is extremely effective in serving the explanation for just about everything in the series. This is not Lynch. He presents emotions, characters, themes. This is merely a collection of hazy mimicries. It's a poor man's doppelganger to what was going on in that show. I've been sitting on Alan Wake—
So the plots aren't even they're not similar at all. The plots of these two things. Even though it has homages to Twin Peaks, I wouldn't call the plot very similar.
For a decade, and I have no clue what this game is actually trying to tell me. For this chapter, Final Daylight about everything in the series.
Wait, what did he just say?
This is not Lynch. He presents emotions, characters, themes. This is merely a collection of hazy mimicries. It's a poor man's doppelganger to what was going on in that show. I've been sitting on Alan Wake for a decade, and I have no clue what this game is actually trying to tell me.
Sitting on it. You said you played it a few times. Did you replay it before making this video? Like, did you play it 10 years ago and you're just going by hazy memories of your own? Just because you wanted to algo chase because Alan Wake 2 was coming out in a couple of months? Huh?
For this chapter, Final Daylight time is 17 minutes, nighttime, 54
minutes.
And
this doesn't matter
Total
at
citizens
fucking
of Bright
all.
Falls killed, 73.
Completely wrong focus.
It's finally the day of Deerfest. We get a cinematic of the town gathering for the festival that lasts for genuinely 20 seconds. And then we cut to later that night so Alan can go kill more shadow people. Him and Barry have been apprehended by the police with the assistance of Nightingale, who mentally snaps
so gameplay in a game, wow.
The police want to let him go, and pulls out his pistol to execute Alan on the spot right there in the—
And he's not even a real FBI agent.
The sheriff's station, only for the doors to blow open and the darkness to suck him away, never to be seen again. Which honestly seems like a bad move on the Dark Presence's part, because if its goal is to kill Alan, it seems really dumb to kill the guy with the gun to his head. If the Dark—
Unless Alan is the one who wrote that to get them out of that situation, dumbass. Alan in the cabin is writing, and then fuck, the Dark Presence took Nightingale and he was gone. That's kind of why I thought Nightingale was a completely made-up person.
Dark Presence doesn't want Alan dead. Why send so many spooky lumberjacks after him? Like—
It doesn't want him dead. it wants him to write the story. Again, this is Alan inside the story. Alan is still in the cabin writing the story as we speak, as we're playing. He's still in the cabin, IPOS. But, it's him and the Dark Presence fighting over the story. The Dark Presence wants him to write it a certain way so it can engulf the world, and he's trying to save Alice. It never had any intent of helping him save Alice. It was always using him.
Why should we even care at this point? Also, right before his death, he realizes what's going on in the scene, and frantically pulls out a page of Alan's manuscript that his death scene is written on, knowing in horror that what he has read has been manifested into reality, implying that he has found several of these pages out in the wild, and to a degree knows the future, and has accidentally brought about his own doom in this self-fulfilling prophecy. Which is a super fascinating idea that could have been explored further if the character was on screen for more than 2 minutes and 10 seconds. He's supposed to be one of the main bad guys and is just a—
He isn't the main bad guy. He's a minor villain at most. And yeah, he's going crazy because he keeps finding manuscript pages about his own fate and how he's been fucked with by Alan by being dragged into this story. Again, when Alan starts writing a real person into his story and it starts changing reality, it fucks with them.
Total non-entity. Sheriff Breaker gives Barry a list of names that he has to call to let them know—
He claimed he's played this game a few times. I do not believe him.
—that the town is in danger and that they need their help. One of which is her father, the old sheriff. Another is the radio announcer that you've been listening to while playing the whole game. To this, Barry replies, "What is this, some kind of secret society? These men never come to the rescue. You never see these men. This has nothing to do with anything. It is only here because Twin Peaks has a secret society called the Bookhouse Boys, of prominent men in town who are there to protect in times of need."
This comes up again in Alan Wake 2 with the Finnish twins and their little group that gets turned into a cult by the story.
These writers really can't help themselves. It's some sort of bizarre compulsion. The next half hour is—
Lots of people reference Twin Peaks and do homages to it. That's so common in you even said yourself at the beginning that it's a very influential work, of course.
It's the only time that—
It'd be like saying, people quoting the Bible in media are just ripping off the Bible, you know?
we ever actually get to spend in the town of Bright Falls. The sheriff now believes—
It's a red herring just like the Bookhouse Boys, says Dio.
—believes that Alan is being personally hunted by the possessed, Deadite-like townspeople. And she just whips out a shotgun to help blast locals away, and get Alan to the local hospital so that they can—
Sarah starts helping him because she sees a guy get kidnapped by the Dark Presence right in front of her and goes, "Yep, okay, weird shit's happening. Let's go, here's a gun, alright." She's like on board immediately, because she's very pragmatic.
It's helicopter. Because Alan had a vision that he has to get to the local dam because that is where the lamp lady lives, and she needs his help. This section is really frustrating, because your objective reads, "Follow Sarah." She sets the pace for this, but there's quite a few times where her character—
You can kind of glitch yourself out in this section. I was being very careful when I was playing it on screen.
AI gets confused and she just strolls around aimlessly, like she's waiting for you to do something even though you cannot move forward—
You gotta go open a gate. It can get really confusing, and she can get stuck
without her taking action. The tragic thing about this is that they have so many things in this section modeled for the Deerfest. What is used as set dressing here in a more mature or better managed game could have been something really worthwhile.
Damn it, IPOS. The point is we never see Deerfest. We never see Deerfest. That's the point. Deerfest is symbolic for the coming doom of the town. In both games, we never actually get to Deerfest.
Sorry to keep bringing it up, it's just that the Deerfest really to me is symbolic of everything that went wrong here. Something that could be used to build real character is relegated to being a background prop for Alan to shoot.
I mean, it literally is symbolic of everything that went wrong, but not in the way you're saying. It's the portent of doom that Ragnarok is coming.
Lumberjacks in front of for unclear reasons. After you get off the helicopter, you have another encounter at the base of the dam with some more taken. But for some reason, the game arbitrarily decided that Alan left all of his equipment in the helicopter. All you have now is your flashlight and pistol.
Again, you're just complaining about ludonarrative dissonance, and it's pointless.
I hate this, and it happens all the time in this game. At this point, I had saved up multiple flashbangs, flares, flare gun ammo, and shotgun shells.
Well, you think after the first few times you just lose all of your weapons between chapters, you would stop hoarding shit.
For harder fights later on in the level. What is the purpose of giving your player—
He and Gabagool would get along.
Rare, limited resources that are hard to come by, that incentivizes them to save those items for special moments, if you're just going to take them away whenever you feel like it?
By this point in the game, there's been, what, 4 or 5 chapters? You lose all of your weapons after every chapter. By now, you would have learned that that happens, and you would just stop hoarding shit, if you were not stupid.
Genuinely baffling game design. For what reason would Alan leave
You're
those things behind in
genuinely
the helicopter when he
baffling.
got off of it? Why would he do that? Anyways, we find Cynthia Weaver, the lamp lady. And she gives some more nonsense
Very good. This one is actually a Twin Peaks reference.
exposition. It is
But
here
she has a very different purpose than the log lady.
where we get the funniest revelation in the game, where we learn that all the guns that have been left in the woods for Alan to find that value probably upwards of about $100,000 were purchased and put there by the 64-year-old lamp lady in her free time.
No, she doesn't give you the gun. She gives you all the the secret stashes with the yellow spray paint, and it's just, again, it's gameplay mechanics. It's like how Rose leaves you little lunch boxes in Alan Wake 2. It's just a lamp-shaded explanation for it.
It would be like in the famous Twin Peaks equivalent scene when Hawk, Doc Hayward, Truman, and Cooper arrive at the
Which isn't a video game! You're talking about respecting the medium that something is, and now you're complaining that they explain a game mechanic and they lampshade it in dialogue in a funny way.
lady's cabin. She just opens up a storage locker of military-grade supplies and tells them to load up because they've got
You're
a
gonna
black
tell me she doesn't have, a bunch of shotguns? I bet she
story
does.
the man from another place. It's the only way that he can be dealt with, and he's got to be stopped. She gives him a mission to
Should have just made a fucking video on Twin Peaks, man.
find a place called the Well-Lit Room, because there he will find what he's looking for, which he abandons, because he sees the helicopter that Barry and Sheriff Brake are in getting attacked, and goes off in search to help them. Which, I don't really know why he cares so much, considering that a few days before this he found his seemingly lifeless body on a coffee table after drinking.
He was snoring really loud here, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, seeing your friend passed out is pretty different than seeing them get into a fiery helicopter crash. Wouldn't you say?
Poison, and just shrugs it off. Anyways, Alan saves his friends.
Well, since he didn't care about Barry being passed out drunk, he shouldn't care about Barry getting into a helicopter accident. That doesn't make any sense. What is bro talking about?
Kills more shadow people, then reunites with the lamp lady in the well-lit
Yeah,
room
right, this is just a regular Tuesday for Barry. Both him and Alan party, we know this.
at the end of the chapter, where he finds two objects that hold the secret that has been evading him this whole time.
Oh, God. I wonder what he's going to say about this part, because again, this is like the most brain-rending part of the game right here. There's a lot of shenanigans that led us here.
First is a light switch clicker that he once gave to Alice as a romantic gesture, that light could always be found nearby if she was scared of the dark.
But he also made up a story that his mom gave it to him to scare off monsters.
Is something that doesn't make sense, because it is left over from when the game was a different game. In the open world,
No, this is actually very important.
it would have been a strong object of power like those found in Control, that Alan could click to switch the game's day and night cycle immediately.
Is that true? Did anyone on the team ever say that? Again, he's just making up stuff based on vibes again. Has anyone ever said that? For God's sakes, I hate all these fucking pop-up ads on the fucking wiki sites here. Where's the trivia section? Sam Lake said that the idea of the clicker came from his own childhood, as he had the same toy to help him sleep. To me, stuff like that always felt particularly mysterious and magical, said the creative director in an interview. I love old rusted machine parts that you can't quite figure out, old telephones and radios. The Federal Bureau of Control thinks it's an object of power. I mean, it is now. It's been made into one. As revealed in Alan Wake 2, the clicker was originally part of the Angel Lamp's cord. So nowhere is there any information that this was supposed to change the day-night cycle at some point in the game. He's just making this up.
It would have had a very limited number of charges, but he could switch it from nighttime to daytime or vice versa each time one of those charges were used.
This is kind of what they did in Alan Wake 2, actually, to change different locations. Not the day-night cycle, but the look of different locations. But he's making this up. There's no source on this. And again, he's not showing a source. So again, he's just making up stuff based on vibes and thinking, well, I'm super smart, so because I thought of it, it must be true.
Here it is just a confusing remnant that is a failed attempt at repurposing this idea
You're a
into something
confusing
usable that just comes
remnant.
across as gibberish. It's actually a similar plot device to the rubber glove from Twin Peaks Season 3, which I also really hate, which similarly was a holdover from the original Season 3 back
Season 3 doesn't exist, so who cares?
to the 90s. The other object found here is a page from a different manuscript that Alan did not write, but one that describes an event from Alan's childhood. And he realizes in horror that this whole time he and everyone that he knows have simply been the characters in a different novel written by Thomas Zane in the 1970s.
Not necessarily. Because this is still the story Alan is writing. So Alan, writing this story, wrote that Thomas Zane wrote about Alan as a kid, and that's what gives the clicker power to actually, like, solidify his changes to reality. So I think Alan still wrote that. Zane wrote that. However, again, are Alan and Thomas Zane the same person? Odin and Tor do call him Tom. Throughout the game, Odin and Tor call him Tom. And if you had paid the fuck attention to Odin and Tor, you would be able to say something about that. So again, did Alan write Thomas Zane into existence? Did Thomas Zane write Alan into existence? We don't know, and Alan Wake 2 just made it even more confusing. So...
We are all like the dreamer who dreams, and then lives inside the dream. But who is the dreamer? You know, just like Twin Peaks. For this chapter...
Except Alan is literally writing the story still, so... There wasn't a writer writing Twin Peaks as it was happening.
Final daylight time is 20 seconds, nighttime 71 minutes. Total citizens of Bright Falls killed 123. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is easily the most well executed.
Yeah, Dio's in there screaming there was no original season 3 of Twin Peaks. Wasn't it like a second season and then like an abrupt half of a season almost because the network didn't understand the show and ruined it and they had to like rush an ending?
The entire game. And I don't have a lot of criticisms about it from the perspective...
Yeah, this is the Andersons or IPOS is pool hopping, you're right.
I'm simply judging how fun it is. They knew they at least had to nail their bombastic ending, and they did just that, at least from a gameplay perspective. We start with probably the weirdest section of the game, where we flash back to New York right after Alan's success with his previous book. Alan wakes up and is extremely hungover, and after taking some pills and putting on his sunglasses, he goes into the living room to watch his late-night interview filmed the previous day on the television. This is kind of boring and poorly done, and it just feels very off, as it is done in live action.
You were complaining there's no live-action cutscenes in the game earlier, and now you're complaining that there are.
Living room to watch
Motherfucker.
his late-night interview filmed the previous day on the television. This is kind of boring and poorly done, and it just feels very off, as it is done in live action for some reason, with the actor who did the motion capture for Alan, but it has to be dubbed because...
For some reason!
Because Alan has a separate voice actor, leaving the program to feel otherworldly and nightmarish in ways that I'm not sure.
Well, this whole section is supposed to be otherworldly and nightmarish, for one thing. And yeah, Ilka Vili didn't speak very good English when they made this game, so Matthew Peretta was the voice. But again, I didn't even realize until I played American Nightmare last year that Alan was two different guys. They have integrated them so well that I didn't even realize. Let me see if I can find that scene. I know it's gonna bring up Mr. Door first, probably. Here's the original one from the first game. Mr. Door kind of takes over the talk show, but Mr. Door can kind of be anything he wants. He's kind of a multi-dimensional being. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Harry Garrett Show.
and yeah, this is their way earlier live action stuff. They have gotten way better at this as the years went on.
Thank you, everybody. We have a great show tonight. I've been talking...
See, even this guy's lip syncing is off, so it's on purpose.
...with the best-selling author Alan Wake about his new book, The Sudden Stop.
Because usually, the lip sync Ilka Vili does for Matthew Peretta's acting is very in sync. But it looks like everybody is out of sync here, because it's supposed to be dreamlike and nightmares. This whole section is a nightmare dream sequence.
Yeah, good read. Go buy it.
No, it is a good read. Look, I'm gonna be honest here.
Is that wise?
No, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I got people who give me the lowdown on books. I'm a busy guy. But this one, I actually read from cover to cover.
Yeah, see, this guy is way more off sync than even Alan. It's on purpose.
I'm a big fan.
Wow, thanks.
Now, this might be a spoiler for those who haven't read the book yet. Based on the sales figures, the 2 people out there who haven't read the book yet. But this last book is all about the death of the main character, the hard-boiled New York detective, Alex Casey. Now, there's been a lot of outrage about this. Why the hell did you kill Casey? What the hell were you thinking, man?
Good riddance. No, seriously though. 7 years and 6 books is a long time. He was a gloomy guy to spend all your working hours with, and it was a good run. But it's time to explore new things. My next book will be a departure from the old for me.
You son.
Oh, and the title of the book that he wrote to save Alice is called Departure.
Selfish bastard, always thinking of yourself. Well, you've certainly given us a lot of entertainment over the years. And now that you mention it, Casey was a gloomy guy. Never had much luck with his love life with the ladies. Was that autobiographical in any way?
Yeah, no kidding. Casey's lady friends tended to die on him. With Casey, it was all about his pain. No, nothing autobiographical about that. I'm a happily married man. My wife is my muse.
Well, congratulations. That's
Applause.
great to hear. So, how's the publicity tour been treating you?
Good.
That's
Great.
Sam Lake there.
But I gotta say, I'm glad to be back home in New York.
Well, you've certainly been on the news a lot lately. Lots of parties and,
Uh-oh.
You got into a fight with some paparazzi.
Oh, man. Well, that guy was really in my face. I lost my temper. I know that wasn't cool.
You are famous for that temper.
Well, I did also write several books.
Well, your latest novel is called The Sudden Stop, and it's in bookstores now. Go get it. That means the 2 of you out there who haven't bought it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you tonight. I want to thank all our guests for the evening. Alan Wake, Sam Lake. Once more, do the face for us, Sam. There it is. And
Yeah.
our musical guests, Poets of the Fall. Thank you, and good night.
The real band behind the Old Gods, yes. So it's very meta. It's very meta. So yeah, that's cute. I just forgot what they were talking about in that cutscene. Ah, shit! I lost my place again because I was getting rid of my little diddly do. Here we go.
Thinking of yourself. Well, you've certainly given us a lot of entertainment over the years. And now that you mention it, Casey was a gloomy guy.
Sudden Stop is the name of the nightmare sequence. Yeah, but it's also the name of his last Casey book. It all, like, reality and fiction all kind of conjoin in Alan Wake. It's kind of the point.
Not much luck with his love life with the ladies. Was that autobiographical in any way?
Yeah, no kidding.
You're gonna play the whole
Casey's
damn
lady
thing,
friends
too?
tended to die on him. With Casey, it was all about his pain. No, nothing autobiographical about that. I'm a happily married man. My wife is my muse.
Well,
Alice then gets home and gives us an ass shot, before getting mad at how hungover he is. And the couple hugs as he promises to do better. Sam Lake has said the following about this scene's purpose in the game, which is a little weird to me, considering—
Oh, this isn't the scene I thought it was. Okay, this isn't a nightmare sequence.
how little Alice actually has to do with it.
We want to make kind of characters that are more than just kind of cardboard cutouts or caricatures. We wanted to give them depth.
Fucking
and since
yes,
Alice doesn't
hairdo.
have that much screen time, it's a difficult thing. We wanted to make a strong female lead, and in some ways we saw that out of the couple, she is the stronger one. That's the reason why the New York flashbacks came into the game. We needed to show their relationship and show.
So they did try to give more screen time to Alice, and now you're complaining about that too. And again, Alice is one of the best characters in the sequel.
Show everyone that she is worth saving.
If you were to sit someone down and told them to watch this scene, and then afterwards you asked them what it was about, they would probably say that it was more about Alan than her. Like everything, she is an afterthought in his life. Alan's love is his career and his fame, and she is merely the human vessel that holds that idea for him and entertains him. An idea—
IPOS, do you think maybe that might be a little on purpose? Because Alan's kind of a douchebag? Yeah. So, getting mad at the scene for portraying exactly what you think it is.
idea clearly on display but never actually dramatically examined within their relationship. I don't mean to harp on this, but Twin Peaks' whole deal is how important this woman's life was. She was taken from the world in a brutal way, and things were never the same again. It is—
But, I mean, we don't really focus on Laura Palmer as a person that much, do we? I mean, when you think about it. I mean, we learn more about her, but she's always kind of like an object in the story.
It's an empathetic study about how much she meant as a person. Alice is this game's version of Laura Palmer, and she's just a series of ass shots.
No, she's not, because this game isn't trying to ape Twin Peaks entirely.
And baby talk, which is probably the most damning misunderstanding of their primary inspiration. I do think that it is an extremely...
Being inspired by... This is a Lily-ass take. Being inspired by something doesn't mean you are copying its plot beat for beat. That's not what that means.
Strange decision. To have the longest scene in the game basically be us watching Alan watch himself on television. This sequence...
You can ignore the TV and just walk around the apartment if you want.
Goes on for 7 minutes, and is far from entertaining.
Oh my god, 7 whole minutes of what? Walking around an apartment and seeing a cutscene. Oh my god.
Out of the 89 minutes that character...
Yeah, like Dio's saying, Twin Peaks was never about Laura herself. We learn a lot about Laura. We learn about her history, all the shit she went through, all the shit she did, you know, the shit that happened to her, but Laura, we never see anything from Laura's point of view, right? From what I remember. If I Walk With Me, entire thing was it being about Laura, and it flopped! Yeah, Laura is still, even with everything we learn about her, she's still pretty objectified, but I'm not saying that as an insult. I think it's on purpose the way it's written. Laura Palmer's always kind of an object that the show revolves around.
Characters directly interact with each other in this game is this scene. And if they were willing to throw this in there, I'm just so confused why we...
There's more scenes than this of the two of them interacting, you're lying.
Couldn't also have actual characters talking to each other in the present, in the story that we're actually trying to tell. Also, it is extremely distracting to me that this...
Stories can't have flashbacks?
Supposedly was filmed the day before, and the live-action Alan has thick stubble, but our hungover digital Alan does not, and then the Alan in the cinematic moments later has stubble again.
Oh my god, the lower res in-game character has less stubble than the cutscene one. You're also playing the remaster. So, I can't even tell how accurate that is.
Back in the present day, Alan knows somehow that he has to get the clicker back to the lake, so that he can use it to defeat the darkness for good. No clue how he learns this. He tells Barry, Sheriff Breaker, and the lamp lady to stay behind.
I'm pretty sure it's the manuscript page that tells him that.
But he goes and deals with this, once and for all. On his way out, he clicks his newfound tool once, and suddenly it...
And again, remember, he is writing this. We are in the story that Alan is writing. If it seems a little too convenient, it's because Alan wrote it that way.
It's turned daylight outside, the darkness temporarily dispelled. Alan then gets into a car and starts to drive in the direction of the lake, and we are given a really nice moment to just feel this world in the daylight and explore a little. But again, they are...
So when we have long traversing sequences in the dark, it's bad, but we have long traversing sequences in the light, it's good. Is this like your personal preference?
Terrified of us having any downtime to just chill and enjoy what they've made it all and just relax.
And then, just like 20 minutes ago, you're saying, there's a scene where you walk down this path with the cops chasing you, and it lasts 8 minutes! And it's so pointless! And then you're saying this long-ass driving scene that extends the ending artificially is better. You're a sad, strange little man.
They don't understand what is compelling about the world that they have built. Me driving this car through these mountain highways is one of the single most enjoyable things in this entire experience, but they don't even let...
Just play driving games then. Why do you like all of the worst parts of this game?
To do this for 3 minutes before it's back to shooting shadow people. Suddenly, the landscape changes into nighttime by will of the dark presence, and Alan is forced to battle the rest of his way to the cabin.
Yes, idiot, because him and the dark presence are fighting over the story at this point. They're fighting over the direction of the story, and it's only the clicker that can make the finalized version of the story become reality.
I don't know why he didn't try and use the clicker again. It seemed to be pretty helpful for this exact purpose.
Because it doesn't emit light, it solidifies the story into reality, like I just fucking said you 3 years ago, didn't you hear me?
I think it would have been
We're
great
almost
for there to
done,
be a recharge
guys.
time on the clicker for this section, where an insurmountable amount of enemies are guarding these paths, and instead of defeating all of them, you're trying to buy time before you can click them away into daylight, so that you can continue on your journey. Could be a cool way to play with the light here, and also be thematically tied in with Alan's struggle of getting back to the lake. Because you
could only use it once, idiot. It's not supposed to be like a superpower. We can only use it. This is his only chance to save Alice. Maybe he was saving it to save his wife, moron, just because you didn't care about her. Doesn't mean that's not his motivation.
Extra time to see this place in the daylight, while also having it be tense as you know it's going to shift back to the night in mere moments. And additionally, that would have given them a chance to show off that dynamic day and night system that they developed, which isn't used in
Yeah, well, they didn't end up using it because it wasn't relevant, because it's not an open world anymore. Who cares?
Anywhere in the final game outside of cinematics.
Oh no, they had to cut some things. That always happens with art.
Where they show it off a ton. But despite that, this section is pretty great. The Dark Presence throws everything it has at Alan, and you fight more of the Taken here than any other chapter, as this is just one giant apocalyptic battle to the end.
But yeah, because if he succeeds, he'll get control of the story and write his ending and not hers.
You get to use the tornado that they designed for the open world here as the final boss battle. If you take the time to stop and explore, you can find this hotel, and in the hotel you can find the room that Agent
And if you're playing the original, you can find a whole shitload of Horizon billboards.
Nightingale has been staying in while he's been in Bright Falls. And they use environmental storytelling to really flesh out his nature and obsession with catching Alan. You can learn more about him in this room than you do in any of the moments that he's actually present in scenes. This stuff is great, and I feel like they would have done this a lot more if the open world had survived this process. On the way to
But you can also easily miss that and drive right past it. So you were complaining that you have to read manuscript pages to know what Nightingale's deal is. But now you're praising this optional building you can go into and find out more about him.
There is one moment where one of the Taken attacks you while driving a monster truck. That has me wondering if this was in the original GTA concept, where there would have been a mission where Alan goes to a trucking event. You do have to remember, this is a European studio
You are just making up shit again. Oh my god.
Making a game about a caricature of life in small-town America. And I can totally see a monster truck rally being appealing there for a fun one-off side mission. It's just a detail that really sticks out to me as being odd and out of place.
That just a monster truck is driving around?
Because this is the only time you see this model, and that seems like a lot of work just for this one moment that in my campaign lasted about 3 seconds. There's also this bit where it seems like we're going to have a Resident Evil 4 style minecart section. But Alan gets in the cart, and it peters forward slowly, and then 30 seconds later it stops and the ride is over, which is extremely underwhelming, and makes me think they originally developed this to have a much longer section that got scrapped there at the end.
You gotta dodge the fucking birds while you're in this. This is a literal on rails section.
Because this is the only time you ever see anything like this, and it feels weird to design a functioning minecart track if this is all that you're gonna use it for. As far as
what, just one bit of traversal? Toward, I mean, it's the environment he's in. He's toward like all the mining areas at that point.
The story is concerned, this chapter has little that works for me, as it is just one long stretch of fighting to the
This is the nightmare sequence with the fake Alice. He's not talking about it.
Followed by a series of events that, at least to me, do not make a lot of sense. Either logically within the series of events.
They do not make a lot of sense to me, because I wasn't paying attention, so the game is bad.
Just one long stretch of fighting to the cabin, followed by a series of events
Yeah, is it even a monster truck, or is it just like a kitted out, like, farm truck?
At least to me, do not make a lot of sense. Either logically within the series of events, or emotionally as an ending for this character and this story. After killing the tornado, Alan is mentally transported back to New York, with the Dark Presence taking the form of Panty Alice, to try and trick him into not killing it. Alan then uses the clicker, and Thomas Zane in his diving...
Yeah, kind of like that you can find audio of a similar situation with Zane and Barbara Jagger, where it was doing the same thing.
...suit, floats into the room, revealing himself to Alan as the voice of God who has been contacting him the whole time. It is also implied that Zane is
I'm pretty sure he knew this was Zane before even that.
...character in Alan's manuscript, and that, if I understand it correctly, through creation they both birthed each other into existence. Thomas Zane...
Maybe. Again, even after Alan Wake 2, it's still very unclear. It's kind of up to you to interpret it.
And later appears in 2019's Control, and pretty much everything about him in this game is retconned, where he's now a filmmaker and not an author, and takes the
Again, this happened in American Nightmare, not just Control.
Form of a second doppelganger to Alan, presumably to set up the events of the upcoming Alan Wake 2.
Yeah.
Alan also in the darkness meets his doppelganger, Mr. Scratch, who serves literally no purpose for this ending or this scene, and is only
His friends will meet you when you're gone.
Here so that he can smile at Alan and they can mirror the famous ending scene of Twin Peaks Season 2.
They were probably gonna do more with Scratch originally. Yeah, it is kind of out of nowhere. Like, this is Mr. Scratch. Your friends will meet him when you're gone. And then they turn him into like a Tarantino-esque serial killer in American Nightmare, and then he got defeated by a drive-in movie theater. And the ending was like, well, maybe this is a real story, or maybe it's just like one of Alan's stupid ideas that didn't work. Because it's implied that Alan has a lot of various plot threads that he eventually abandons, trying to write his way out of the dark place, so...
They also rip this scene again for Control where Jessie fights her doppelganger. They even include their version of the mirror speak from Twin Peaks.
That's a very different situation. That's a specific object of power that's a mirror that puts you in a mirror universe. And people do talk backwards when they come back out of it.
They just keep shamelessly being
Talking backwards isn't just a Twin Peaks thing. It's because they were in the mirror universe, you dumb fuck. Everything's backwards in a mirror.
raccoons sorting through Lynch's garbage in the dead of night. Alan then sticks the clicker into the empty chest cavity of the dark presence, and when he clicks it, it explodes into light that shoots out of her eyes and mouth, which is actually a pretty great visual. Alan then ends up being trapped in the lake, trying to write a new manuscript to escape the darkness.
Dude, he's been there the whole fucking time.
Alan Wake just stops there with no resolution to its main story, themes, or ideas, on a cliffhanger that, unlike Twin Peaks, is not explained enough for us to care and be excited to see what they do next. In the case of Twin Peaks, they were—
Bullshit! So many of us were trying to figure out that final line for so many years. And it's so provocative.
Were canceled after their famous cliffhanger ending.
He's not even gonna mention it, is he?
This was fully intended to be explored in the proposed Season 3, and wasn't some weird commentary on endings. In the process, Alice is saved, waking up and swimming out of
Yeah, Alice is saved, though! That was the whole goal of the entire games. You're saying the game isn't wrapped up? That was the whole goal, saving Alice!
giving us one last time to look at her panty model, which I'm pretty sure by the end of the game has about as much screen time as her clothed counterpart.
She fell into the lake in those clothes. Did you expect her to come out wearing something different?
We then fly bird's eye view over the Deer Festival, as all of our friends that we made along the way that we never actually got to know very well dance and celebrate.
Yeah, this is why we're kind of seeing Deerfest from the outside, you know?
The background. The dark presence watches from the diner window somehow still alive. To me, pretty much no—
That was Nightingale, for one thing. But Nightingale is possessed by the dark...
And
yeah, we'll play the
dark
ending
presence watches
scene,
from the
don't
diner
worry.
window somehow still alive. To me, pretty much none of this works, nor is it earned. Walmart brand Lynch. For this chapter, final daylight time is—
You're a Walmart brand Wendigoon, and you're really
12
bitter
minutes.
about it.
Nighttime, 61 minutes.
After the
Total
video, I'll play the
citizens of
final
Bright Falls
scene of
killed,
Alan Wake. You didn't even
72.
mention the final
Some
line.
would say that what I have said is not true, and that Alan
Yes.
Wake does have an actual ending.
Yes.
They did release 2 different DLC chapters that take place after this.
They have nothing to
serve
do
as
with
the true
that.
ending to the game's story.
No.
But I've never played these.
No,
I know this is probably
American Nightmare basically tells you it's not even canon at the end.
controversial for some reason, but I think that DLC should be judged on its own merits, and a game should be reviewed based on the content that ships on the disc. So by
Which
that
you skipped a lot of it. You didn't even talk about Tor and Odin.
logic, I consider Alan Wake to not have an actual ending. I essentially never buy downloadable content. Bloodborne is one of my favorite games of all time. I've played it at least 10 times, but I've never touched the Old Hunters DLC pack.
You're missing out on a lot of really good stories if you never play DLC.
In this particular instance, I think it is
Like I said, everybody just go watch the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2. It's fucking great.
First to release a clearly unfinished game slapped together at the last minute about the importance of story, and then have the goal to charge—
It wasn't fucking slapped together at the last minute. This was a labor of love that didn't quite take the form they originally planned. But, again, that's the nature of making these types of things.
$14 to get the end of that story, which I assume doesn't actually wrap up a lot of the loose
It isn't even the end of the story. American Nightmare is not the end of Alan Wake.
ends or answer many questions. One of their biggest inspirations was Lost, after all. But I suppose there's little
Now you're saying it's Lost instead of Twin
fun to be
Peaks?
had in explanations.
I mean,
They're
Alice is saved from the lake in the end. How is that unfinished?
antithetical to the poetry of fear, and the unanswered mystery is what stays with us, and what we will remember in the end.
Yeah, the unanswered mystery. Like, you have to, like, figure out these things for yourself. Is his name actually Zane Whitener? Is your name actually Whitener? Dude, how can you get even more ridiculous? Just made a movie on Twin fucking Peaks. Is that it? Is it right? Like 8 minutes of fucking Patreon, thanks, I guess. Jesus. Okay, so let's watch the ending. I mean, all endings. There's only really one.
Now you will never get her back. I am much older than you. Older than your first work of art. I will find a new face to wear. Someone else to dream me free.
It kinda does find new faces to wear. His, specifically.
I could feel Alice's presence close by. I understood what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness. Cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night back into the light.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Basically what happened here is he switched places with her. Acting like this woman swimming up gasping from the ocean was, or the lake rather, was supposed to be sexy.
Alan? Alan?
As far as she knows, the house just fucking disappeared on her and now her husband is gone, so now she's in his place and he's in hers. And we're gonna get to the final line soon. And again, we as players never get to Deerfest. We kind of see it from far sight. There's the goats, Tor and Odin. Kind of implied Rose was gonna become the next lamp lady. That's not quite what happened to her in Alan Wake 2, so ignore that. They retconned it a little bit.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
Alan, wake up.
So yes, it's not a lake, it's an ocean, has haunted fans of this fucking series for 13 fucking years. And what did they give us in the sequel? They didn't answer that. Instead, they gave us a new one. It's not a loop, it's a spiral. So, yeah. Dio says, my theory is that he changed nothing with this, or the entire game. The story is complete, and the game is a non-changing loop, because the lake is referred to as an ocean in the script mid-game. Interesting. Yeah, so here he's put himself in a kind of a loop. But Alice gets him out of the loop by turning it into a spiral in the next game. I'm not gonna explain how, because I want you guys to play it, but I did want to show you a little bit of the Alice from Alan Wake 2. She's a much expanded upon character, and this actor is incredible. She is absolutely incredible, and just watching her sit in this blank fucking room talking is enough. Let's see which one this is.
It won't end. Like a nightmare I can't wake up from. I thought I could contain Ellen in my photos, but I can't. The monster just keeps coming back.
So yeah, it's Mr. Scratch she's seeing, but we do find out Mr. Scratch and Alan are the same person. And Alan kind of is possessed by the dark presence. So this whole seeing her husband as a monster, his rage haunting her, her talking about him always having anger in him. Again, this is really what made my whole Alan pushed Alice into the lake in the first place theory come back into my brain with a fury. And, like, because again, we don't see the inciting incident. We just see the story Alan wrote to rewrite reality. So, I don't know. I'm not gonna let it go.
Every night. Like waves hitting the shore. I'm so tired. He's here all the time now. There's so much rage inside of him, I can't stand it anymore.
This is my Pepe Sylvia, yes.
God, I tried so hard. I can't. I can't. I have made a decision. Most of you won't understand.
Well, I'm gonna stop her there because spoilers. I would like you guys to play Alan Wake 2 on your own, or at least watch a Let's Play of it. Yeah, if I don't think I'm gonna cut this down. If I did, I think after every stupid statement he makes, I just cut to Alice going, "I'm so tired." And I did kind of still want to show, it's getting late, but as our final little thing, I just wanted to play the video of me playing that DLC from Alan Wake 2. So there's a couple of DLCs for Alan, there's 3 of them. They're Night Springs episodes, basically, but all of them are Alan trying to write a story that will get him out of the dark place. And in one of the particular stories, it's like a fan fiction level story about Rose coming to save him as his #1 fan. So this cut is only 13 minutes. I'm gonna show you guys this as our funny little ending for the stream tonight. And it's just me, of course. It's just a video of me, but I hope you guys enjoy it, because this came out really good. It was an experiment. Oh, and Cryo sent me a clip. Hang on. Oh! Yes, the clip Cryo took of my driving skills in Alan Wake, of course. So much for player choice, am I right? Ah! Ah! I don't even know how I did that. I guess I'm walking. So much for player choice. Like I said, I somehow managed to crash the car in a way that doesn't even seem like it should have been possible. But I'm such a bad driver in video games, I managed it. I sure fucking did. Yeah, we're gonna have more sizeception, so, oh god, where did my, here we go. So we're just gonna watch this, because it just was so funny I had to cut it down. It was kind of an experiment to see how gaming content would do on my channel, but dear god, it's so funny. Ever been put in a video game, guys? It's a little low quality. I think I even recorded this, but I don't know what the deal was, but sorry about the mic quality.
I'm gonna block you with bullets!
I'm still playing Alan Wake 2. I apparently touch something that's a DLC, and we fell into this fantasy of Roses where everyone in the world knows she runs the best Alan Wake fan site and she makes the best coffee in the world, and everyone says how great and smart and pretty she is. So good. Finally, a Night Springs episode. I didn't know it was a just DLC. Like the first game, I'm so happy. Oh, did I just go inside of it? The loading is pretty long. Because they're loading actual video files, though. You know, there's Mr. Door.
A fan.
Head of the scary door.
The dictionary definition of the word is an enthusiast, a fervent devotee, an abbreviation of fanatic.
Oh, is this the DLC? Oops.
Be a fan is a joyous existence.
No, let's see where this is
One
going.
filled with the happiness that stems from knowing with utter clarity the purpose of your life.
He does the, of course,
What
he's
lengths
the
would
host.
you go to save the object of your obsession in Night Springs?
High resolution Night Springs logo. Fuck yeah.
Tonight's cult classic episode, #1 fan.
I was totally blind on this. Rose? She was Alan's #1 fan, and now she's even crazier.
You spend all your time wishing and hoping and dreaming for something, and then, bam! Destiny shows up at your door like a mailman with a package you were pretty sure got lost because you ordered it like 6 months ago. But that's okay. Your destiny has eyes like sunsets and a beard like mahogany-colored velvet.
I know.
I don't really mind how it arrives.
He's in his fuck-ass outfit from the first game.
But my day didn't start off with all that excitement. It began like any other day did for this waitress/protector of the town of Night Springs.
We're playing as Rose. Okay. Alright. Oh my god, is this how she sees reality?
Look who it is!
A little reskinned for her, too.
Can I get another cup of that delicious special brew that only you know how to make? Of course. Who else wants a top up?
The over-the-top acting is
Right
so
here,
good,
please.
too. Her fantasy is, I make the coffee really good, and my diner is pretty and pink, and everyone loves me. This is like the furthest her imagination for a better life can go.
3 times a day.
Let me skip around, refilling everybody's coffee. Everyone loves me. This guy is a soda. Fuck this guy.
I would kill to have a passion like you do for that writer of yours.
Oh god.
You two are destined for each other.
Guys.
We sure are.
Guys. Are we in Rose's self-shipping fanfiction? Where she self-ships herself with a real person?
I heard your fan site for that writer was named best fan site in the world. Congratulations.
So I'm not sure if she or Alan wrote this. Sweetie, Rose, darling. This is great. I don't even know what else to say.
I need a good book recommendation.
Did she say
After all,
book?
You're the town's literature buff.
I am.
Oh, you have got to read the newest book in the Writer's Crime Trilogy.
The Writers. He's the only writer in the world. You can just read one of the 250 books Alan Wake has written in my delusional fantasy. Oh. You can't see this as well because the quality is low. She's drawn him. She's drawn herself being a big muscle mommy picking him up. She's drawn him in a kitten sweater. You guys are very aware of fandom culture on the internet, aren't you? That's yeah. So there's your muscle mommy Rose. Oh, am I picking a book to give the man? I guess part's my favorite.
Your favorite writer whose voice you would recognize in your sleep.
What?
I'm in danger. Please, my #1 fan. You're the only one who can save me.
My beloved writer was in terrible danger, and I had to rescue him. The stakes had never been higher.
So, was this one of Alan's escape attempts? Was this one of the stories he wrote as an escape attempt? And not her fanfiction? Okay. This has thrown me more than anything else in this whole series, but I'm here for it. I have my secret.
Accessories. Everything a girl needed to claim victory in the battle for love.
What is happening? The joke he said about the lamp lady or the log lady having just an arsenal, it actually happened in Alan Wake 2.
I was finally ready for a night out on the town with danger.
So good. Okay. Oh, she can just kick locked doors down. Awesome. This is the greatest sequence that's ever been put in a video game, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what to say.
Who the heck is that?
Mr. Scratch.
I knew you'd come to his rescue.
It is Mr. Scratch. I was joking.
Who are you? And why do you look like a slightly less handsome version of my writer?
Oh, don't you ever compare me to that worthless hack. Sure, I may be his wild and rebellious estranged twin brother, but we can't all be perfect.
To think there were two of him all this time.
After today, there won't be.
Him.
No more writer, no more books, no more living in his shadow. I locked Mr. Fancy Pants up somewhere you'll never find him.
You won't get away with this!
Babe, I got an army of people that hate that hack almost as much as I do. What do you got?
I have a shotgun!
I have a shotgun!
Well, I got a... Wait, that's a real shotgun? Okay, I admit that's a... I don't expect that. But it doesn't matter.
Only a monster could be blind to the poignance of my writer's books. There was only one...
Yeah, the enemies are internet trolls. I can shoot all the internet trolls. I can't just be the entire game, guys. I kind of just want this to be the entire game now. This is amazing. Here's a flaming trail to tell me where to go.
I felt like the detective from my writer's books, solving the case with my wits.
And my shotgun.
All I needed now was an unlimited supply of black coffee and crippling emotional trauma caused by the untimely death of my spouse.
That was a Max Payne reference, wasn't it? Are all the Night Springs quote-unquote episodes going to be Alan's various AUs as he tried to write something that would get him out of the dark place? It's like the answer is yes. He was just really tired and desperate.
More haters.
I'm gonna block you with bullets!
Never read that crap!
How dare you! That's going on my blog!
Part of me wants this to be a fanfiction Rose wrote, and part of me wants this to be one of Alan's desperate and stupid attempts to escape the dark place. So this was one of Alan's attempts. Or Mr. Scratch did all this to fuck with him.
Writer, and I require aid!
He's inside!
Sweetie, so obviously Scratch.
I'm here! I've come to save you!
Oh, joy! We can finally be together and sit through beat poetry readings and drink $18 cocktails and have high tea with the queen.
Wait a minute. My writer only drinks coffee.
Okay. No more tricks. I'll be waiting upstairs.
I already knew it was you, Mr. Scratch.
I was never upstairs.
Oh, yes, actually, Lenola, she does say it's a semi-automatic shotgun in the DLC. Bitch.
If there were no more tricks.
Ah! You're starting to piss me off, mister.
I'm just having a little fun. Let's chat down.
We're just watching this as
There
one
he is.
last thing.
Get him. We're gonna get him, guys. Rose to the rescue.
You're
What if I
watching
shoot
me.
the wrong Alan, though?
Me and my bike were just enjoying the view.
Like
Voice
somehow
acting is
eyes
so
stupid.
funny.
Where is my writer?
What do you even see in that crybaby? He's boring, he dresses like a nerd.
Hush your mouth! He
not
is
wrong.
a stylish intellectual who is in touch with his feelings.
You're starting to cramp my style, babe.
What did he ever do to you?
I, already told you that? At the boatyard? I feel overshadowed by success, like he's taking everything I can compete.
Why is this so funny?
Right. I remember now. You are going to tell me where he is, or else.
Or else what, babe?
Yeah, I'll scold you real good. I'll give you a talking to, mister.
You asked for it. You're rude, you have no manners, your too cool to care attitude is attractive initially, but drives people away after they realize you're emotionally incapable of letting your walls down to reveal that you are a vulnerable human being just like everybody else. You are trying way too hard with that outfit.
No, stop! I don't like
Get him,
being
girl.
seen. I was just keeping you distracted while my army of haters storms his mansion. Now the love of your life is doomed. Doomed!
Ew! Zombies!
Even with my famously keen perception.
Alright, we gotta find his mansion in the
I
woods.
had to get to my writer's mansion as fast as my chunky kitten heels would take me.
I'm sorry I ever called you bad writers, Remedy team. This is the most brilliant thing I've ever experienced in my life. Hi.
I knew you, my #1 fan. would never fall victim to my twisted brother's lies.
Why are you a deer?
His hatred for me is as inexplicable as the sunrise, and just as fiery. But I knew your heart would never waver. You're the only one who can save me.
I was the only one who could save the writer and the very soul of literature from these evil haters. The fate of all art rested on my shoulders.
This gets even crazier, really? How? I just thought I was gonna watch a Night Springs episode, guys. I wasn't expecting all this.
I will. Unlike him, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Power of love goes both ways!
Ow!
Gosh darn it!
Gosh diddly darn. What the hell? It's hard to see him behind all the bullshit he's doing.
The only heart I want is the writer's.
You can throw hearts at me, he's a Saja boy! That's right, you stay down.
Go ahead.
And I tried to shoot him. I'm trying, the game's not letting me!
I'm not going to kill you. You're my darling writer's brother.
I just shot you a bunch!
You just need to stop wanting to be him and start wanting to be you.
Your words have shown me that it wasn't my brother I hated. It was myself. Those haters will tear him apart, and it's all my fault. Please, go save him.
The actors are doing such a good job of making it purposefully hammy, too. Ideas for next book. A waitress character who is intelligent, sophisticated, and good with a weapon. Smells like cinnamon and gunpowder. Yay! Dearie me. Dearie, dearie, dearie me. Fucking dying.
And there he was. After all the fighting, we were finally alone.
I'm just covered in blood. And he's in his fuck-ass Game 1 outfit.
Written in the stars. And so we danced like two spinning planets that would eventually crash into each other in a dazzling display of flames and rocks and other planet stuff. I saw myself reflected in his eyes. I would always be at his side to inspire and protect him. He needed me now and forever.
This is
After all, I am his #1 fan.
This is where Alan crumpled up the paper and said, "No, that's stupid." I just figured I'd share that with you guys because I just love it so fucking much. That's the part where I was like, I'm sorry, Remedy writers. I'm sorry I ever thought you were bad writers. This is amazing. Yeah, AI could never replicate this. What have you got? I've got a shotgun! Is that a real shotgun? And then, of course, if you want more Matthew Peretta being absolutely fucking hilarious, there's Dr. Darling, the character he plays in Control, and he's fan-fucking-tastic. Let's just get a little bit of that before I end.
Just by thinking about it.
So that's Alan's voice actor doing live-action work as Dr. Casper Darling in Control, and he's adorable.
But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this?
He does such a good dorky professor. He's so good, man. He's so good. So yes, this is me just trying to Remedyverse pill all of you. That was the secret all along.
5542 sent a super chat. So what you're saying is that we'll never see the end times of this game.
Kind of. But yeah, so if you enjoyed all that, you can always watch my playthroughs of Alan Wake and Control and all of that. Just promoting myself again. This was a long one, but this was we had a fun time. I think we had a fun time. Actually, no, it's in my I have a lot of my gaming streams unlisted just because they have low views. It helps me out in the algo. But yeah, so I played Alan Wake, American Nightmare, Control, and Alan Wake 2 all last year. So if you don't feel like playing the games yourselves, there's those. People have uploaded them as like complete movies on YouTube. though I would recommend playing them yourself if you can. And Control Resonant is coming out this year, and I will be playing it on stream day one. So, as for future streams, I don't know when Lily's, fucking Ghibli video is going to be out. But it won't be next Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be a kind of a short stream, because I actually have to go to traffic court. I got pulled over for my registration being expired a little while ago, so I have to go to traffic court to get them to throw it out and then pay $25 to the court. That's how they make their money. So it's actually at like 5 p.m. for some fucking reason on a Wednesday. But I was expecting it to be in the morning. So anyway, so that's the plan right now. Normal stream on Wednesday. I'll have my The Boys discussion stream on Thursday, which I'll be doing till the series is over. And then, of course, we'll vote for something on Friday. I'll keep pushing the Conspiracy Boys on you, because I do want to finish up Spirit Science's conspiracy theory videos, even though they have been a little boring. And then, of course, Armored Skeptic is an untapped well. But if something else comes up, well, that'll go on the voting list. So anyway, thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for sitting through me yelling at this dork about one of my special interests, which is most of my streams. And thank you for your super chats and your gifted subs and all your support. And I hope you guys were entertained by this. And I will catch you next week. Good night.